When Emo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 12:01 Meng Qi's departure. Meng Hanan was shook. She knew she had support, but in front of Yang Lanyi that was nothing. She also felt despair. Ever since the last alliance leader went missing and vice alliance leader Wang Song took over, the Sea Cultivator Alliance was far from what they used to be. They were still one of the big three, but they were undoubtedly the weakest. She took out a jade card and gave it to Yang Lanyi. Meng Qi has a spirit sense mark, you can feel it through this. Yang Lanyi took it and scanned his spirit sense before frowning and saying, "This spirit sense mark is still inside the Chu 18 discs. This means your disciple Meng Qi is still inside?" Meng Hanan bowed and said, "Theoretically yes, but this spirit sense mark only moved around in a small area for a few days now. I'm not sure." Yang Lanyi had a bad feeling, and that was Emo had left, but he didn't believe his judgment as one had to reach the 18th disc in order to leave. That means one needed to be a level 9 formation grandmaster, and no matter how much of a genius Emo was, there was no way he could reach level 9 formation grandmaster within 100 years. The tournament had ended but no cultivator had left. Everyone wanted to know when Emo and Meng Qi would come out and see what awaited them. Jin Shuicheng had made up his mind that no matter what, he would help Emo this time. For cultivators, a few days were nothing and 18 days soon passed. The Chu 18 discs were shrouded in mist again and disappeared from sight. Everyone knew that Emo wouldn't be coming out as the Chu 18 discs had shut. It would appear 50 years later. Yang Lanyi's face was green. His cult lost this tournament miserably and he was played like a fool. Most importantly, his son was killed by Emo inside and he swore to kill Emo, but Emo was nowhere to be seen. Meng Hanan felt sad. Since Meng Qi could leave with Emo, it meant that she found the spirit sense mark on her body. She didn't know how disappointed Meng Qi would be after finding that. She knew that even if she saw her disciple again, they wouldn't be as close as before. At this moment, Blue Moon had left the 3 seas for more than 10 days. It was getting faster and faster. Meng Qi felt this speed and rejoiced that she asked Emo for help. Otherwise, even if Yang Wuzi died, she wouldn't live well. If her master didn't suspect her at all, she wouldn't be planting a spirit sense mark on her. Ever since Emo left, he had been studying the blue ore along with cultivation. Even with his knowledge, he didn't know what this blue ore was. "Martial brother Yi, I want to ask you of one thing." Half a month later, Meng Qi requested. Emo looked at her and smiled. "I know what you want, but no rush. We've been traveling quite a long way, but it's still not safe yet. After another half month I will find a place to set up spirit gathering formation for you. We've gone through hardship together, we can be considered friends. I can help you with this." Hearing this, Meng Qi got up in surprise and joy and bowed. "Thank you, Martial brother Yi, it's my honor to be friends with you." Half a month later, on a barren island in the Heartless Sea, Emo took out an extreme grade spirit range and put up a stealth spirit formation to cover the spirit chi before setting up a spirit gathering formation on it. Meng Qi felt the extremely dense spirit chi in the formation. It was so dense that she felt she didn't need to cultivate and her cultivation level was increasing. She breathed satisfyingly and bowed to Emo. "After today we might never see each other again, but Martial brother you will always be Meng Qi's big brother. Please accept my bow. If it wasn't for you, I might never be able to return home." After realizing the spirit sense mark on her, Meng Qi knew that she was too naive before. She might have been traded off by the Sea Cultivator Alliance before she reached higher cultivation states. Emo waved his hand. "Hurry up and use your rune. It's the Heartless Sea, and although my stealth spirit formation is good, if the spirit chi attracts high-level spirit beasts then it wouldn't be good." "Yes, Meng Qi will be leaving. Take care, brother Yi." Meng Qi said. Then, she took out a golden rune from Radan Tian and spat essence blood on it. The golden rune activated and turned into a golden whirlpool. It expanded until it covered Meng Qi entirely. The spirit chi ran rapidly and was sucked away. Emo was shook. This rune was too taxing on spirit chi. Without an extreme grade spirit range, he might really not be able to use it. According to this, even if she reached higher cultivation states, if she couldn't find a top grade spirit range and level 9 spirit gathering formation, she still wouldn't be able to use the rune. Meng Qi realized this too when she saw how much spirit chi the space travel rune was devouring. She rejoiced that she had met Emo. This level 9 formation Grandmaster. Although Mengqi still wanted to say thank you, the golden circle spun faster and faster until it took her away. With a thud, the spirit chi was too volatile and the stealth spirit formation exploded. The dense spirit chi spread out immediately. Yemo quickly took out formation flags and took the extreme grade spirit range back into his golden page world. As soon as Yemo did this, two figures landed on the island. Yemo was shook thinking they couldn't be this fast. He just took away the spirit range and people were here, such dense spirit chi. One person said but the other said nothing. Yemo saw clearly that there were two cultivators here. One cauldron filling state level 8 and the one behind was disaster transformation state level 1. Yemo realized that they were just passing by. The cauldron filling state level 8 was running and the disaster transformation state level 1 was hunting him. The cauldron filling state cultivator had a medium build and a bronze-colored face. His hair wasn't long but he released a thick sword. It was a middle-grade cultivation artifact. That disaster transformation state cultivator had two small points of mustache, reminding Yemo of that Dongfang Shi on Earth. Immediately, Yemo already had a bad impression of this disaster transformation state cultivator. However, that disaster transformation state instead looked at Yemo. Yemo frowned and cursed his bad luck. He knew that this guy wasn't going to let him go easily. That disaster transformation state frowned at Yemo. What was here before? Did you take it? Otherwise, why is the spirit chi dissipating? A disaster transformation state level 1, Yemo was sure he couldn't beat him, but he felt he could still run. Thinking about this, Yemo said calmly, no matter what's here, it has nothing to do with you. How dare you, a mere body condensation state cultivator, talk to me like this? That disaster transformation state released a red ray. Before Yemo could even see what it was, it already smashed at Yemo's head. Yemo was furious. There was no reason in the cultivation realm. Indeed, power was everything. Yemo released Zisu and hacked. He didn't use Illusion Cloud and just hacked out with all his cultivation essence. He knew that the disaster transformation state didn't use his full power either. The red ray and purple ray clashed and splashed apart. Yemo was sent flying away a few hundred meters. His cultivation essence rushed around his body, almost making him spit blood. Chapter 1202, Join Forces. This disaster transformation state cultivator was dazed when he saw the small body condensation state cultivator just flew out and didn't even spit blood after clashing with him. Even an ordinary cauldron filling state cultivator would be heavily injured after that. Much less a body condensation state cultivator. Even the cauldron filling state level 8 was surprised. He didn't expect this body condensation state cultivator was so insane. Yemo calmed his rustling cultivation essence and thought to himself that he had already tested it out. Even if he used all his means, he was no match for this disaster transformation state cultivator. But if he wanted to run, this disaster transformation state wouldn't be able to keep him. If he wanted to kill this disaster transformation state, he would need to trap him with a level 8 trap formation and then kill him with lightning sword. But Yemo knew he couldn't set up a level 8 formation in a short while. Yemo saw the magic artifact of this disaster transformation state. It was a red flower. No wonder you're so cocky, you have some power. The disaster transformation state sneered and was about to come up again, but that cauldron filling state level 8 stopped the disaster transformation state cultivator. His released his thick sword that swept up waves of white light. Yemo saw those waves grew rapidly like inflating balloons. After the waves hacked out, even Yemo could feel the sharp cutting cultivation essence on the side. Yemo approved of this cauldron filling state tertiary stage. He could have ran when the disaster transformation state came, but instead, he helped him stop this disaster transformation state cultivator. The disaster transformation state saw this and sneered. The flower exploded into red rays that covered the heavens and clashed with the sword light, making a piercing sound. This time, the red light was much stronger than the ones Yemo took on. As the two fought, Yemo clearly felt that the cauldron filling state cultivator wasn't a match for the disaster transformation state cultivator. But Yemo felt this cauldron filling state cultivator wasn't simple. He was quite substantial to be able to battle a disaster transformation state cultivator. At this moment, that disaster transformation state used another flying sword cultivation artifact. Seeing this, the cauldron filling state's face changed drastically and tried to retreat. But he wasn't successful. The red flower had trapped him. If the cauldron filling state didn't have another move, he would be dead for sure. But Yemo wasn't planning to keep watching. If that disaster transformation state cultivator didn't attack him, he would be leaving, but that disaster transformation state attacked him. If he didn't get back at him, he wouldn't be Yemo. Yemo wasn't someone to suffer and just run away. Even with young Lanyi, he used the jade slip to ridicule him. The disaster transformation state trapped the cauldron filling state and sneered, but before he used his flying sword, a few black lightning swords rained down. They were the size of a child's arm, and that disaster transformation state level 1 was shocked. He didn't expect EMO was a lightning spirit root cultivator and that his lightning style magic was this powerful. This size lightning swords were almost the size of his divine damnation lightning arcs. Without that cauldron filling state level 8, he wouldn't fear this lightning arc, but now he couldn't ignore it. Sensing this, the disaster transformation state released a shield and the red flower expanded. He changed the flying sword he released to also block EMO's lightning sword. That cauldron filling state was going to use his secret technique to escape the domain's control, but he didn't expect this body condensation state to give him such a surprise. He immediately used his cultivation essence and broke free. Then he didn't retreat and instead attacked with his sword again. That disaster transformation state was in a hurry to stop the densely cluttered lightning sword and wasn't able to stop the white light. In that short time, the white light grew larger and larger as well as increasing in numbers. This disaster transformation state cultivator felt bad. He didn't expect himself to be unable to beat a body condensation state and cauldron filling state. If it was some ordinary cauldron filling state, he wouldn't be worried at all even when facing 70 or 80. But this body condensation state cultivator was so absurd. His lightning style was no weaker than lightning style cauldron filling state peak stage cultivators. Or even the lightning used by disaster transformation state cultivators. Rumble, EMO's black lightning rained down on the disaster transformation state's shield. At the same time, the white sword waves grew heavier and heavier. With a thud, the thick sword hacked on the shield and the disaster transformation state spat blood. He knew that if he didn't leave and got stuck here, he might really die. A disaster transformation state cultivator killed by a cauldron filling state and body condensation state, that was a big joke. Thinking about this, the flower suddenly sprayed out a red veil that swept him. When EMO's lightning sword broke this veil, that disaster transformation state cultivator was long gone. EMO didn't mind. He knew that with his current power, unless he set up a trap formation, it was impossible to kill a disaster transformation state cultivator. After the disaster transformation state ran off, the cauldron filling state tertiary stage cultivator also looked at EMO in shock. Although EMO was just body condensation state level 7, he suspected he might even be a match for him. This body condensation state cultivator was the strongest body condensation state he had ever seen. Thank you for helping, friend, I'm Bienfengta. That cauldron filling state saluted with his fists to EMO. EMO also replied politely, I'm EMO, you don't have to worry about just now. I was just helping myself. If it wasn't for you helping, I would need to run. Bienfengta immediately got triggered. That disaster transformation state cultivator is too rude. Just because he's stronger, he was going to kill people on a whim. I found Tu Ju Sheng on a barren island and he was passing by. He wanted to rob me and chased me to here. Jia Shang was a level 8 spirit herb, also the main spirit herb for disaster wool pill. It was extremely precious, no wonder that disaster transformation state cultivator was going to chase Bienfengta. Disaster wool pill was the main cultivation pill disaster transformation state cultivators used. It was too hard to cultivate in disaster transformation state. One needed large amounts of spirit chi and high-level spirit herbs. Brother Yi, the nearest powers, the 3 Cs, are also very far from here. Why would you be here alone? Bienfengta asked. He believed that although EMO was strong, he was only body condensation state. It was too unwise for a body condensation state to come here. EMO asked instead, are you from the 3 Cs? Bienfengta shook his head. No, I came from East Black State. The spirit chi is too arid there and there are rarely any high-level spirit herbs. I can barely progress at cauldron filling state tertiary stage. I heard from the Chen Bice in East Black State that the South Peace State's spirit chi is extremely dense and it's the place for immortal ascension. So I left East Black State to go to South Peace State. You're from East Black State? EMO asked in shock. East Black State was quite a bit from here, Bienfengta nodded. Yes, I left East Black State 50 years ago and flew all the way here on a middle-grade flying cultivation artifact. I've been cultivating as I went and I've encountered many dangers on the way, but I'm very close to South Peace State. EMO heard this and immediately had respect for Bienfengta. He spent half a century crossing the Heartless Sea just to pursue higher cultivation levels. Chapter 1203, East Black State Cultivator. EMO immediately replied, Brother Bien, I didn't come from the 3 seas, I came from the South Peace State. If you're using a middle-grade flying cultivation artifact, then it will take less than a year to reach South Peace State. Good luck. Brother Yi, you actually came from South Peace State? Is the South Peace State spirit chi really dense and suitable for cultivation to immortal ascension? Bien Fengta asked in surprise and joy. Yi Emo nodded. That's right, it indeed has dense spirit chi. Although I haven't seen people go through immortal ascension, it's indeed the best place for cultivation. Then you're going back to South Peace State? Let's go together, Bien Fengta immediately said. Yi Emo was only body condensation state, but he was very powerful and a lightning cultivator. It would be much safer for him to go with Yi Emo. Yi Emo said apologetically, I need to go Heartless Sea to find a herb, so I can't go back with you. Thinking about this, Yi Emo thought of the map Meng Hanan gave him. That position was near the east side. He wondered if Bien Fengta had been there. Thinking about this, he took it out and asked, Brother Bien, have you been past here? Bien Fengta took the jade slip and looked, then his face changed drastically and he looked at Yi Emo in shock. You're going to Lost Soul Ruins? You must not go there, you won't be able to get back out if you go there. Yi Emo looked at Bien Fengta in confusion. Brother Bien, you've really been there? It's called Lost Soul Ruins? It can't be that dangerous, right? Bien Fengta said seriously, that place is very eerie. I haven't been there, but I went past that place. I heard people say there were level 9 spirit herbs there, so I went around to go there. Heard? How come he'd never heard anyone say that? But Bien Fengta explained, I survived till now not just because my power is barely below disaster transformation state level 1, but also because I'm careful. I never look for trouble in the Heartless Sea, I won't even touch low-level spirit beasts. In fact, not all the beast cultivators in Heartless Sea are murderous. Some pursue cultivation just like human cultivators. I know about Lost Soul Ruins because I met a cauldron-filling state peak stage beast cultivator. He told me a lot of things I didn't know about the Heartless Sea. He even told me about the Lost Soul Ruins. He told me there are large amounts of level 9 spirit herbs and even level 10 spirit herbs. Yi Emo was shook. A level 10 spirit herb was an immortal herb. How could it appear in the cultivation realm? Bien Fengta continued. That beast cultivator is called Ting Yi. We got along well and became good friends. Because I was a level 3 pill king and helped him concoct many pills, he took me to Lost Soul Ruins, but we didn't go in. From afar, I felt this ominous feeling. The entire Lost Soul Ruins is covered in a gray mist. Spirit sense can't scan in at all. Tang Yi told me that regardless of whether they were human or beast cultivator, those who went in never came back. Those rare few who came back lost their soul and were just walking bodies. Yi Emo heard this and his heart sunk. Either Meng Hanan tricked him or she was only at the outskirts of the place. Immortal Curlflower was the only thing that could save Jiling. If Yi Emo didn't try, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Brother Yi, are you still going to go? Bien Fengta looked expectantly at Yi Emo. If Yi Emo wasn't going, they could go back to South Peace State together. Yi Emo nodded slowly. Since I came, I must go see. If there's really no way, I won't have any regrets. If it was certain death, Yi Emo wouldn't go in, but he had to try first. Hearing this, Bien Fengta fell silent for a while before saying, in that case, I will go with Brother Yi. Yi Emo looked at Bien Fengta in confusion. They had only met for the first time. He didn't have that much charisma, right? Bien Fengta saw this and smiled. Brother Yi is only body condensation state level 7 and you didn't get injured fighting with a disaster transformation state cultivator, plus Brother Yi's lightning sword is some powerful magic I've never seen before. I believe Brother Yi isn't an ordinary person in South Peace State. My cultivation level is higher than Brother Yi, but it's only a matter of time for Brother Yi to surpass me. I don't know anyone in South Peace State, so I might as well go with Brother Yi. Plus I've been walking in the Heartless Sea for decades. I won't mind staying here an extra year or two. To be honest, I really admire Brother Yi and want to be friends. Would you think I'm being too sudden? Yi Emo finally realized why Bien Fengta was able to come here despite being cauldron-filling state and became friends with a beast cultivator. He had keen eyes and spoke comfortable words. He was quite a clean and honest person. Yi Emo didn't need to hide things anymore. He also felt Bien Fengta was a worthy person to connect with. His 3 birth chance instincts were very good and he usually wouldn't see wrong. He said to Bien Fengta, of course I would love being friends with Brother Bien. But other than finding the immortal curl flower at Lost Soul Ruins, I still need to go North Far State. So regardless of whether I can get it, I won't be able to go to South Peace State with Brother Bien. But don't worry about not having a place to go in South Peace State, just like you said, I have a little fame in South Peace State. I have my own city, if you don't mind you can go to MOU City. What? You want to travel the Heartless Sea and go to North Far State? Dien Pheng Ta looked at Yi Mo in shock. Yi Mo nodded seriously. That's right. Dien Pheng Ta heard this and fell silent for a long while before exclaiming, Brother Yi, you're the most brave cultivator I've seen to dare cross the Heartless Sea at body condensation state power. And leave the dense spirit chi of South Peace State to go to North Far State. I know you have a reason that you must go, but no matter what I greatly admire you, so I will still take you to Lost Soul Ruins and wait a month for you. Dien Pheng Ta trusted his eyes. Yi Mo was no ordinary cultivator and it was worth it to spend a few years to connect with him. Yi Mo knew what he meant. If he didn't come out, Dien Pheng Ta would take this news to South Peace State, but Yi Mo saluted with his fists. Thank you Brother Bien, but you only need to point me the way. There's no need to send me over and wait a month. Dien Pheng Ta said genuinely, Brother Yi, if you approve of me then let me go with you. Although I can't go with North Far State with you, it's my honor to meet someone like you. Yi Mo smiled. In that case alright. I'm smaller than you, just call me Yi Mo. Dien Pheng Ta was willing to spend a few years to take him there. This friend was worth making, Dien Pheng Ta said with joy. Okay then, Yi Mo, just call me RTAA, that's what my martial siblings called me in my sect. Yi Mo said, okay, RTAA, seeing that you're cauldron filling state level 8, you must be from a big sect in East Black State, right? Dien Pheng Ta's eyes flashed with some sadness and nodded, yes, I was from the Hidden Sword Sect, 8-star sect Hidden Sword Sect? Yi Mo asked in shock, you know East Black State's Hidden Sword Sect? Dien Pheng Ta looked at Yi Mo in confusion. Yi Mo nodded. Yes, I heard my wife say that it's one of only 3 8-star sects in East Black State. Luoing told him this when they were in Magical Herb Sect. Yi Mo asked again, RTAA, do you know a small 4-star sect called Magical Herb Sect in East Black State? Dien Pheng Ta nodded. It seems you know a lot, even such little sections I only learned of it after I left. It's said that sect is very low-key and their low-grade pills are good. I don't know anything else. Yi Mo felt sad. He believed that when Dien Pheng Ta left, Magical Herb Sect hadn't been attacked yet. Chapter 1204, Body Condensation State Peak Stage, but Yi Mo immediately cast this aside. Magical Herb Sect was no more, but he and Luoing were still together. He already killed the Yi Mo of Westflow Sect Jing Yudian in the Truth Fall Palace. As for Jing Kuan, he could kill him anytime he went to East Black State. Hidden Sword Sect is already an 8-star sect of East Black State. Why did you leave? Yi Mo collected his feelings and asked. Dien Pheng Ta said quietly, this is the past but I still haven't been able to let it go. My father is the sect leader Bien Xiangxin. There were 3 prodigies in the sect, I was one of them. Other than me, there was my fiancé Qi Yirong and my martial brother Yashan. I was young and my father was the sect leader so I wasn't focused on cultivation. I often went to play with Yirong. Due to that, when I was still nascent soul state middle stage. My martial brother Yashan was hollow spirit state. My fiancée also reached hollow spirit state. I didn't mind it that much but she gradually distanced me and stayed with my martial brother Yashan. Only then was I vigilant. Yi Mo frowned and didn't say anything. Dien Pheng Ta saw this and smiled bitterly. I was going to work hard to catch up but at this moment, my martial brother Yashan proposed to my fiancée. Qi Yirong was my fiancé and this was public, yet my father agreed. I really didn't understand and I went to reason with my father but my father sneered at my saying that I didn't deserve Yirong. When I went to find her, I found her talking intimately with martial brother Yashan. I was very sad so I left the sect and had been cultivating in the nearby Heartless Sea and became a level 3 pill king with my own efforts. When I reached Cauldron Filling State Level 7, I found that East Black State wouldn't allow me to reach higher levels so I wanted to cross the Heartless Sea to South Peace State. Although Yi Mo didn't agree with what he did, he patted Dien Pheng Ta's shoulder and said, a real man doesn't need to worry about not getting a wife, there's no loss in losing a slut. Then, Yi Mo released Blue Moon and said, come up, let's go to Lost Soul Ruins. Extreme grade flying cultivation artifact? Dien Pheng Ta asked in shock. He was a cauldron-filling state level 8 cultivator and knew how valuable an extreme-grade cultivation artifact was. Much less a flying one, Yemo nodded and smiled. So it won't take a year for you to lead me to Lost Soul ruins. If we fly at full speed, it will be about half a year. Bienfengta sighed, with an extreme-grade flying cultivation artifact, it won't take a few years to reach North Far State. Yemo said, RTAA, on the way I need to cultivate, can you help me control Blue Moon? Bienfengta immediately said, that's fine, go cultivate and leave it to me, I've never felt the speed of an extreme-grade flying cultivation artifact. Yemo needed to improve his power desperately, he didn't even have the right to talk in front of Yonlani. If he was disaster transformation state, he could run immediately. Yemo left Bienfengta a communication bead and then went inside Blue Moon, setting up a formation before going into the Golden Page world. He was sure Bienfengta wouldn't scan him with spirit sense, but Golden Page world mattered too much. Yemo had 2 extreme-grade spirit ranges now. When he prepared do condensation pill and time formation discs, Yemo set up another spirit gathering formation to increase the speed of devouring spirit chi. As he used the 3 birth chant, the spirit chi around him rumbled and formed a white mist above the extreme-grade spirit range. Yemo was enveloped by this mist until he couldn't be seen. Even Shadowless sleeping next to Bitter Bamboo was woken up by this, but he just glanced once and went back to sleep. A year later, Yemo reached body condensation state level 8 and 2 years later he reached body condensation state level 9. In the 4th year, he reached body condensation state level 9 peak stage and then he stopped. With this, his notion of domain was clearer. If he fought with that disaster transformation state cultivator now, he was confident he could make him suffer a little. For years in the time formation disk meant only 4 months outside. The time formation disk was indeed a powerful thing, but when he looked at that extreme-grade spirit range, he was speechless. A third of the spirit range was gone. The amount of spirit chi he and the time formation disk needed was terrifying. If he didn't find more, these 2 wouldn't be enough to support him to cauldron filling state peak stage. Yemo removed the time formation disk and scanned his spirit sense out. He found that RTAA was concocting pills at the head. Yemo also took out his Shin-known cauldron. Yemo was going to concoct koan filling pill. He only had 1 set of ingredients, but he didn't mind. He believed he wouldn't fail with his current skills. 45 minutes later, Yemo pulled out 6 pills, 3 top grade and 3 extreme grade. With this, Yemo continued to concoct a few more cauldrons of cauldron essence pills. This pill could help cauldron filling state cultivatora recover cultivation essence and be used for cauldron filling state cultivation. Just when Yemo was finished and going to tell Bienfengta he was going to find a place to break through to cauldron filling state, he saw Bienfengta put away the cauldron and suddenly control Blue Moon to go another direction. Yemo immediately came out of the Golden Page world and asked, RTAA, what's wrong? But Yemo knew he didn't need to ask. He saw 2 cultivators fighting on an island ahead, both were beast cultivators. Yemo, you're done? One of them is my friend, Tangi, who I told you about. I need to see if he needs help. Bienfengta said, but then he looked at Yemo in shock. Your body condensation state peak stage? How? How is this possible? No matter how prodigious the genius, how good the spirit root, how good the cultivation environment, one couldn't reach body condensation state peak stage from body condensation state level 7 in 4 months. Yemo smiled. Yes, I need to find a place for divine damnation to reach cauldron filling state, otherwise it's not too safe to go into the Lost Soul ruins with a low cultivation level. Bienfengta took a cold breath in. He just stared at Yemo in astonishment. After a long while, he sighed. I'm sure you're the number 1 prodigy of Luoyu continent. I was suspecting if you were 100 years old yet, but now I'm sure you're not even 50. I've never seen a cultivator with cultivation speed like you. This is the first and last. Before Yemo could reply, that beast cultivator saw Bienfengta and called, RTAA, why are you still here? Didn't you go South Peace State? Then he clashed with that beast cultivator again and rocks splashed everywhere. That beast cultivator saw Tangi's friend come and didn't keep attacking Tangi but looked at Yemo and Bienfengta with vigilance. Bienfengta heard this and quickly said, I was going to go South Peace State but I came back on the way and now I see you fighting with someone so I came to see. That beast cultivator said coldly, since your friend is here, then we can fight next time. I'm going. Tangi sneered, I only fight alone. Even if my friend is here he won't help. If you're scared don't find a bullshit excuse. That beast cultivator ignored Teng Yi and flew away on a flying cultivation artifact. Teng Yi didn't chase and walked over to Bien Fengta and noticed Blue Moon. His eyes lit up and said, "RTAA, when did you get an extreme grade flying cultivation artifact?" Chapter 1205, Two Friends. Bien Fengta shook his head and pointed at Yimo. "Tang, this flying magic artifact isn't mine, it's brother Yimo's. He's a friend I just met, he's going to Lost Soul Ruins, so I'm going to take him there." Tang Yilong had noticed Yimo before, but he was just body condensation state peak stage, so he didn't mind him. Now that Bien Fengta said this, he immediately looked at Bien Fengta in confusion. "RTAA, you didn't tell him about the situation there?" Before Bien Fengta replied, Yimo walked up and saluted with his fists. "I know the situation there, but I have something very important that I must go for." Tang Yi was dazed and raised his thumb at Yimo. "Okay, you have courage. You're RTAA's friend, so you're my friend too, just call me Tang like RTAA." Yimo could tell that Tang Yi was a straightforward person, yet Bien Fengta was a softer person. Nonetheless, he could still connect with someone like Tang Yi. He was no simple person either. "I'm Yimo, I'll call you Tang from now on then." Yimo also liked Tang Yi's straightforward personality. He wanted to ask Tang Yi if he had eaten the transformation pill and took human form, or if he reached this after divine damnation. But Yimo knew that question would be a bit sudden. "Okay, in that case I'll come with you guys, but brother Yi, I think it's best to just look outside and not go inside." Tang Yi said. Yimo nodded. "Brother Tang is right, if I really can't go in I won't be impulsive." Not bad, not bad." Tang Yi laughed. "Let's go now, I didn't get to fight a good fight today, it's not bad going to Lost Soul Ruins for a spin." But Yimo said, "We can't go now, I need to have my divine damnation first. I believe it will be safer after I reach cauldron filling state." Bien Fengta quickly said, "Yimo, you just reached body condensation state peak stage, it's not good to go into divine damnation immediately. I spent nearly 20 years after reaching body condensation state peak stage before I dared to have my divine damnation. Cauldron filling state divine damnation is completely different than body condensation state divine damnation. One mistake and you might die." Tang Yi stared at Yimo with wide open eyes. "You just reached body condensation state peak stage and you want to take cauldron filling state divine damnation?" From his tone, Yimo could tell this was same as suicide. Before Yimo could reply, Bien Fengta said again, "You also need Koan filling pill, otherwise the divine damnation will be." He then said, "You went from body condensation state level 7 to peak stage in 4 months, this speed is fast but you lack foundation. Without foundation, you would be affected by heart demons." "What?" Tang Yi was completely shocked. Beast cultivators cultivated very fast, but there was no one as terrifying as Yimo. Was this a joke? You went from body condensation state level 7 to peak stage in 4 months? Tang Yi opened his eyes even wider. Bien Fengta replied for Yimo, "That's right Tang, I met Yimo 4 months ago. I was being chased by a bastard disaster transformation state, but brother Yi helped me. At that time he was body condensation state level 7 and now it's only been 4 months. I've seen it with my own eyes." Yimo was speechless. He couldn't say he has been cultivating for 4 years inside a time formation disk, so he smiled. "I'm also a pill master and I can concoct some supplementary pills. I have a spirit marrow pond, so I cultivate rather fast. Even with that you can't reach body condensation state peak stage from level 7 in 4 months. Tang Yi said in disbelief. Bien Fengta nodded but suddenly looked at Yimo with more shock. "You can concoct body condensation state pills, are you a level 5 pill king? Or a level 6 pill king?" Lower grade body condensation state pills needed to be made by a level 5 pill king, higher ones needs to be made by a level 6 pill king. Yimo didn't hide it and nodded. "I'm a level 7 pill king, I made my own Koan filling pills." Then Yimo took out a bottle of Koan filling pills to show Bien Fengta. "These are the Koan filling pills I concocted." Bien Fengta took this shakily and put it in his hands. He perused it before murmuring, "They're indeed heaven grade level 7 pills. They are definitely freshly concocted and are spirit range pills. To be able to concoct heaven grade level 7 pills into special grade pills, Yimo could clearly reach Pill King level 8 at any time." Bien Fengta looked dazedly at Yimo. "Brother Yi, you're almost a level 8 Pill King?" Yimo nodded. "Yes, I'm not one yet, but I feel it won't be long before I become one." Yemo said this because he collected some level 8 spirit herbs from Chu 18 discs and these would be enough for him to reach level 8 Pill King. Ha!
Tang Yi exclaimed. Yemo, you're really level 7 Pill King about to reach level 7?
That's right, I'm indeed a level 7 Pill King, but there's still some distance from level 8. Yemo looked at Tang Yi in shock. At most he would ask him to concoct some pills. Did he need to be this excited? Great brother Yi, please help me, you must help me.
Tang Yi grabbed Yemo's hand and his tone was shaky. Yemo just wanted to say it was fine and Bien Fengta also calmed down. He walked up to Yemo and said, Tang's father is heartless, sees Rain Dragon King Tung Xiong.
His mother's Dan Tian was shattered when she was attacked by an enemy, her spirit sense is also damaged. Tang heard that Heaven Grade Level 8 Pill Illusion God Pill can recover spirit sense, so he collected a few Illusion God Flowers wanting to find someone to concoct it into pills.
Yes,
I want to ask you to help me concoct the Illusion God Pill. I have Illusion God Flowers. Tang Yi took out a few Illusion God Flowers. Yemo knew this herb, he had one from Lu Wuhu. He knew that it could repair spirit sense, but its main function wasn't for that, it was for repairing souls. This pill wasn't enough to remedy his mother's situation, Yemo said. Tang, Illusion God Flower can repair spirit sense, but its main use isn't for this.
Even if I concoct this pill, your mother won't be able to recover completely, if you trust me, Tang Yi said desperately. I know. I just want to recover her spirit sense first.
Then she will be able to protect herself. I can then search for the herbs to repair Dan Tian.
Yemo waved his hand. Tang, let me finish.
I meant that you don't need Illusion God Pill.
If you trust me, I can visit your mother. If it's really as you said, I have some confidence in curing her.
Yemo had the Season Wheat Pill to recover Dan Tian and Spirit Recovery Pill for Spirit Sense. Spirit Recovery Pill had no side effect, but Season Wheat wasn't able to do everything. He wouldn't mind helping Tang since he was a straightforward person and a good son. Hearing this, Tang Yi was overjoyed and knelt down in front of Yemo. Brother Yi, you must save my mother is too pitiful, she can't go anywhere.
My life goal is to cure my mother. Yemo quickly pulled him up. Tang, don't worry.
Since we're all friends, I won't watch your mother suffer.
After I finish my divine damnation, we can go to your home. Ha, you're really going to do divine damnation? Tang Yi looked at Yemo worriedly. Yemo patted his shoulder. Tang, you and RTAA protect me from the side. Cauldron filling state divine damnation is nothing for me. Seeing this, Tang Yi could only take out a big scale and give it to Yemo. This is my defense magic artifact, you can use it for divine damnation. Yemo gave it back to him.
I don't need a defense magic artifact for divine damnation, you just need to watch out for outsiders for me.
Chapter 1206, Strange Cauldron Filling State Divine Damnation.
The two retreated to the side and Yemo took out all of his top-grade spirit stones and spirit crystals and formed a spirit gathering formation. He ate a koan filling pill and used the 3 birth chant to charge towards the cauldron filling state barrier. After he set up the spirit gathering formation, the spirit chi around immediately rushed over like crazy in this barren island formed a spirit mist. Tang Yi and Bien Fengta couldn't tell what level formation this was, but this terrifying power was clearly no simple formation.
But they didn't dare to think it was a level 7 spirit gathering formation, at most Yemo was a level 6.
Formation Grade Master, Yemo used this many spirit crystal and spirit stones.
He didn't need to set up a level 9 spirit gathering formation.
Level 7 was enough for him, level 9 was a waste of materials. He didn't have a lot of level 9 formation materials, they all came from Yichichao. Seeing the huge spirit chi whirlpool form above Yemo's head, Tang Yi murmured, RTAA, now I believe you that this brother Yi reached body condensation state peak stage from level 7 in 4 months. I've never seen anyone this powerful at devouring spirit chi, even the greatest prodigy amongst beast cultivators can't compare with Yemo. Bien Fengta wanted to reply, but he saw the sky darken quickly and held back his words. He didn't expect the divine damnation to come this quickly. He thought it would take at least 3 days. Rumble, when more than 30 grown man arm-sized lightning arcs fell down, both of them were dumbfounded. Usually, beast cultivators' divine damnation were stronger than human cultivators' divine damnation, but even so, Tang Yi had never seen divine damnation this terrifying. The size of theirs was the size of disaster transformation state into truth realization state divine damnation. Even that wouldn't rain down 36 lightning arcs at once.
How was this divine damnation?
This clearly wanted Yemo dead on the first wave. It's over. They knew that Yemo didn't even have a defense magic artifact, but what the two didn't expect happened.
Yemo didn't care about the lightning arcs landing on him.
He even released lightning arcs to counterattack, but the lightning arcs he released were black while the ones from the divine damnation were blue. Thud thud. After the 36 lightning arcs were crippled by Yemo, 10s more rained down. They were getting thicker and denser. Instantly, Tang Yi and Bien Fengta could only see Yemo's black lightning clash with the divine damnation blue lightning, making terrifying sounds in the air. The two looked at each other in shock. Just what sort of monster was this new friend they made? Even disaster transformation state cultivators might not be able to survive such lightning arcs. They hadn't seen truth realization state immortal ascension divine damnation, but it wouldn't be more terrifying than this. What sort of divine damnation was this? Divine damnation usually came in waves and there were pauses in between, but there was no pause in Yemo's divine damnation. It was as though this divine damnation wouldn't stop until it killed Yemo, while Yemo wasn't going to give up until he enraged the divine damnation. If they went up to this divine damnation, they would die for sure. They finally realized why Yemo knew formations but only set up a spirit gathering formation and didn't set up defense formation. Ordinary level 6 defense formations were useless under such divine damnation. At the start, Yemo was counting how many lightning arcs came down, but as more and more came, Yemo used almost all his attention to refine lightning source. He wasn't interested in counting the lightning arcs, he just hoped there would be more and more lightning arcs so his cultivation level would increase rapidly. The moment his extreme grade spirit artifact armor was broken, Yemo changed to another one. He had many of them and didn't care about it. If it wasn't that Tang Yi and Bien Fengta were watching on the side, he wouldn't even be bothered changing armor. There was a crack. It was a quiet sound amidst the roaring divine damnation, but Yemo heard it clearly. He knew he reached cauldron filling state, and at the same time, his power increased drastically. Instantly, Yemo devoured the almost solid spirit chi around him. He reached cauldron filling state level 1 peak. Another 9 lightning arcs that were thicker than bottles rained down. Yemo felt very satisfied and was expecting more, but the divine damnation clouds started to dissipate. The divine damnation was over. It disappeared so suddenly. Yemo looked dazedly at this and frowned. He felt there weren't even as many lightning arcs as his body condensation state divine damnation. He was very confused, but he didn't know what was going on. It was as though the divine damnation knew he wanted to use the lightning arcs to break through and retreated at the most crucial moment. Yemo was angered and shot a few lightning arcs into the sky, but no matter how he challenged the divine damnation, it was over. Then, a large blue spirit cloud fell above his head. Yemo felt that the spirit chi inside was purer than the spirit chi inside his spirit gathering formation and finally felt a little better. He didn't let go of any and devoured all of the spirit cloud. With this, Yemo's power reached cauldron filling state level 2. Yemo felt this level of power and exhaled comfortably. He used a few clear water spells to wash his body and changed into a new set of clothes. Then, he started collecting the spirit stones and spirit crystals he didn't use at this moment. Tang Yi and Bien Fengta finally woke up. Was this divine damnation? It was more like divine annihilation, but the two saw immediately that Yemo was cauldron filling state level 2 and were even more speechless. They'd seen too many impossibilities from Yemo today. Yemo finished collecting his things and 2 figures landed on the island. Human cultivator? A seductive-looking woman appeared along with a handsome middle-aged man. She then stared at Yemo and asked, "What was the commotion here?" The man said plainly, "Sister E, why even talk to this human cultivator? Just kill him." The two could tell they were beast cultivators and both cauldron filling state peak stage. Yemo wanted to answer their question, but the two wanted to kill him straight away. His eyes went cold immediately. Before Yemo spoke, Tang Yi came up and stopped the two, saying coldly, "Yemo is my friend, you two have no right to point fingers." "Tang Yi, you dare to conspire with human cultivators?" That handsome man asked coldly. Tang Yi replied, "I conspire with human cultivators? I want to do this, what can you do? If you have the balls, go tell father that. Father has his own human friends, much less me. Piss off, this place doesn't welcome you. You." That handsome man pointed his finger at Tang Yi, but he couldn't do anything. That woman scanned her eyes at Tang Yi and said seductively, "Tang Yi, I'm your sister-in-law, how can you treat us like this?
I'm just asking what happened here. This is the outskirts of my dragon tongue palace. Can't I ask? Ha ha. Tang Yi laughed and pointed at the woman. Hui, don't be shameless. You're my sister-in-law? Which one? A long time ago you seemed to be my second brother's woman, now you're with my sixth brother? PSH. Hoof.
The woman sneered and turned to leave.
The handsome man glared at Tang Yi and also left. Tang Yi acted as though nothing happened and raised his thumb. Brother Yi, it's my luck to be able to meet someone like you. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a guy take divine damnation like you, amazing. Chapter 1207, Dragon Tang King. Yi Mo looked at Tang Yi in embarrassment. Tang, I want to ask you something, do beast cultivators use the same cultivation level system after you transform into humans?
The beast cultivators Yi Mo has been in contact with were ones that didn't take human form yet. It was all what level spirit beast was equal to what cultivation state. So when Bien Fengta said cauldron filling state beast cultivator, he wanted to ask if it was the same as level 9 beast cultivator. Tang Yi heard this and laughed. He patted Yi Mo's shoulder. Brother Yi, don't tell me you think I'm a transformed spirit beast, right? He explained without waiting for Yi Mo's reply. I was born like this actually. I look like human cultivators, but I cultivate with a beast cultivator cultivation method. Only those pure spirit beast would be graded based on level. But once a spirit beast takes human form, it would be the same as human cultivators. The human form spirit beast's offsprings don't have their original form. If I want to use my dragon form, I need to reach at least truth realization state. Yi Mo realized that spirit beast were beast cultivators, but not all beast cultivators were spirit beasts. Brother Yi, are you going to Lost Soul Ruins first or? Tang Yi looked worriedly at Yi Mo. He saw how terrifying Yi Mo's divine damnation was, but no matter how powerful Yi Mo was, he wasn't sure if he would make it out of the Lost Soul Ruins. Yi Mo patted his shoulder. Of course I'm going to treat your mother first. I can go to the Lost Soul Ruins alone. No, you helped my mother, so I must go to the Lost Soul Ruins with you. I'm not someone to leave friends behind in danger, Tang Yi said firmly. Bien Fengta also said, yeah, I will go with Yi Mo too. I've decided, I won't go to South Peace State, I'll go with Brother Yi to North Far State. It's my honor to follow a level 7 Pill King. You're going to North Far State? Tang Yi looked at Yi Mo in shock. Yi Mo nodded. Yes, if I can get out of Lost Soul Ruins, I'm going to North Far State. Tang Yi suddenly said loudly, Brother Yi, as long as my mother is well, I will go with you to North Far State. Yi Mo thought and nodded. Then let's go see your mother first. After chatting with Tang Yi, he realized how much of a background Tang Yi had. His ancestor was a 5-clawed golden dragon's descendant. When they came to the Heartless Sea, their bloodline recessed, and by Tang Yi's grandpa's time, it was just Rain Dragon bloodline. Even so, Tang Yi's father Tang Xiong still dominated the local sea region, turning it into the reign of the Dragon Tang Palace. Tang Xiong was the famous Dragon Tang King. Tang Yi's mother was one of tens of Tang Xiong's concubines. After Tang Yi's mother was injured, Tang Xiong even forgot he had such a concubine. If Tang Yi didn't help his mother find a cure, his mother could only wait for death. The man and that seductive woman were Tang Yi's sixth brother Tang Xiang and second sister-in-law Hui. The reason Tang Xiang dared to be with Hui was because second brother Tang Jia left Dragon Tang Palace more than 100 years ago. After coming here to the Dragon Tang Palace, Yi Mo realized that the seemingly large Ling Island was nothing compared to this. The spirit chi was also much denser. Yi Mo just wasn't used to all the spirit beasts here. There were more spirit beasts than human form beast cultivators. Luckily, after entering the island, it was pretty much all human form beast cultivators. Yi Mo was worried about being questioned, but when he walked into a distant cultivation home, he realized that Tang Xiong wasn't going to care about Tang Yi bringing someone back. Tang Yi's mother's status wasn't high, but she was Tang Xiong's concubine after all. So despite the cultivation home being distant, the spirit chi wasn't bad. It was clearly well decorated, and a few good-looking maids stood at the door. When they saw Tang Yi come back, they called out, "Young master," respectfully. Tang Yi led Yi Mo and Bien Fengta into the cultivation home. He was desperate about his mother's well-being. Yi Mo immediately saw an emaciated-looking woman laying on the blue jade bed. She looked in middle-aged and seemed very pretty. She was asleep and her cultivation essence was scattered. Her spirit sense waves were also very messy. Emo could already see this woman's dantian was shattered and her spirit sense was injured.
How is it? Can my mother be cured? Tangy asked desperately. Emo nodded and took out 2 pills.
Yes, give these 2 pills to your mother and 4 hours later you will see the effect. If she wasn't injured for so long, only 15 minutes would be enough. Emo grabbed the pills from Emo excitedly and even forgot to thank Emo.
He hurriedly fed them to his mother. Emo and Bien Fengta didn't disturb Tang Yi.
The 2 were led to the room next door by a maid. Emo, is your pill really useful?
I think Tang is very.
Bien Fengta asked worriedly. Emo knew that Bien Fengta was worried how disappointed Tang Yi would be if the pill was useless. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. That pill is definitely useful." Bien Fengta nodded and said, "I really didn't expect you were a level 7 pill king. I've worked so hard to become a level 3 pill king today and I thought that was quite substantial, but compared to you, I realize I'm nothing."
Emo, are there a lot of prodigies in the South Peace State like you? Emo smiled.
My pill concoction heritage is special. There are not a lot of level 7 pill kings in South Peace State. It's already quite good you're a level 3 pill king.
Bien Fengta smiled.
I know you're comforting me, but I still feel a lot better. But now that I'm with you, I don't need to concoct pills myself, plus the pills I concoct aren't high level enough. Emo heard and said, "RTAA, I don't mind you coming with me to North Far State, but don't go to Lost Soul Ruins. You and Tang wait for me here, we'll go North Far State together after I come out."
Bien Fengta immediately got up and said, "Emo, do you think I'm someone who's scared of death?"
I'm going with you to North Far State because we're friends and I need your pills for cultivation. If I just take the benefits and back out in danger, I don't deserve to be your friend.
I believe Tang thinks the same.
Yes, RTAA, I agree.
Tang Yi's voice sounded at the door. Another emaciated woman appeared next to Tang Yi. "Tang, is your mother well now?" Bien Fengta asked in shock. Tang Yi nodded excitedly and bowed to Emo. "Brother Yi, you're my life and death brother now.
You saved my mother, thank you." The woman also thanked him. "Thank you for saving my life, it was his luck that Tang can be friends with you." Emo realized that Tang's mother was disaster transformation state tertiary stage, and if she recovered, she might even be able to reach truth realization state. "Mother, I'm going with Brother Yi to Lost Soul Ruins, then we're going out on an adventure together." "I won't be back here often," Tang Yi said. The woman nodded. "A man's desire should be in the greater world. You won't achieve much if you fear going ahead.
Go, I'm well now, don't worry." Emo heard this and admired this emaciated woman. Usually, women spoiled their children. Yet his mother didn't even ask anything about Tang Yi going to Lost Soul Ruins.
She had an open mind. Tang Yi smiled.
"Brother Yi, I wanted to set up a celebration for this, but I know you're in a rush, let's go now." As soon as they left Tang Yi's mother's cultivation home, a few people came up. When he saw the leading bearded cultivator, Emo was shook.
It was another truth realization state peak stage cultivator and his power seemed stronger than Yon Lanyi. What shook Emo even more was that the cultivators next to the man were all truth realization state cultivators. Chapter 1208, Plot Against Me?
Truth realization state isn't enough.
"Father." Tang Yi saw the bearded man and called respectfully. The bearded cultivator looked at Tang Yi and then Emo and Bien Fengta. When he saw Emo, his face showed some shock, but he immediately frowned and didn't say anything. But his glance reached Tang Yi's mother and he said in disbelief, "Jian Jian, you've recovered?" Tang Yi's mother quickly went up and said softly, "Yes, he invited his friend and brought me 2 pills, I recovered from that." Emo realized this man was Teng Xiong. Teng Xiong heard this and looked at Tang Yi approvingly. "You did very well." Then he looked at Tang Yi's mother.
"Jian Jian, I've been searching for a Dan Tian recovery pill but I haven't been able to find it."
"It's so great that you recovered." "Thank you," Tang Yi's mother said gratefully. Tang Yi looked down and raised his lips in contempt.
"Ever since mother was injured, his father only came to visit her a few times. Your 2 friends have such pills?" Teng Xiong then set his eyes on Emo and Bien Fengta.
Clearly, he cared more about the pills that could recover Dan Tian. Tang Yi was afraid Emo and Bien Fengta would offend his father, so he replied first, "Yes, father, my friend is a level 7 pill king, so mother's condition is no problem for him, Yemo cursed, but he couldn't send a sound transmission to Tang Yi as this truth realization state peak stage would easily intercept it. It was fine that Tang Yi knew his identity, but Gmo knew what sort of person Tang Xiong was just from this short interaction. His wife had just recovered, but instead he was caring about the pill. Clearly, he was an extremely selfish person. There was no way someone like him would let him go after knowing he was level 7 pill king. Hearing this, Tang Xiong stared at Yemo in disbelief. You're a level 7 pill king? How is that possible? The chi from your body shows you're younger than 100 years. He paused and said, but you could reach cauldron filling state at such an age, clearly you're no ordinary person. What's your name? Did you come from the 3 Seas or South Peace state? Yemo knew there was nothing to do other than admit now, so he saluted with his fists. Wan Bei greets King Tang, although I'm a level 7 pill king, my success rate isn't very high. I'm barely a level 7 pill king, the pill I used to save Tang Yi's mother was left behind by my master. Great, 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 very well. Tang Xiong then said to Tang Yi, Tang, bring your friend to the main palace. I've invited a few friends over today, you can come with your friends. He didn't care at all that Gmo didn't tell him where he came from. Meanwhile, Tang Yi was still bewildered why Brother Yi said he was barely level 7 pill king when he told him he was almost level 8 pill king. Yemo quickly said, Tang said he would take me to Lost Soul Ruins and see, he said that it's very eerie there, I want to go see. You want to go Lost Soul Ruins? Tang Xiong looked at Yemo with surprise. Tang Yi knew what Yemo thought. Yemo didn't want to stay here at all and didn't want much contact with his father. Realizing this, Tang Yi quickly said, yes father, RTAA and Yemo and I got along very well. I told him Lost Soul Ruins is very scary, but Brother Yi still wants to go see, we're planning to go there. Before Tang Xiong spoke, a beast cultivator who was truth realization state tertiary stage next to him walked up and patted Yemo's shoulder. Not bad, you're this young in cauldron filling state but also a level 7 pill king. Your future is boundless. Yemo immediately had an uncomfortable feeling. Just when Yemo didn't know how to reply, another truth realization state middle stage smiled. Brother Lon, your granddaughter is extremely beautiful. Since you like this kid so much, why not marry her to him? That cultivator who patted Yemo's shoulder immediately showed a happy smile. That's right, I was thinking that too. Yemo, when you come back, come with me to Yutian Island and see my granddaughter. Yemo subconsciously shivered. A beast cultivator wanted to marry his granddaughter to him. No matter how pretty she was, he didn't dare to have her. What Yemo didn't expect was that Tang Xiong also patted Yemo's shoulder. Go with Tang to Lost Soul Ruins first, you can come back and chat with me later. But just have a look outside, you must not go in. Yemo heard this and immediately said, yes, Wan Bei will leave now. Then, Yemo turned back and looked at Tang. He quickly bid his parents farewell and left with Bianflingta. As soon as Yemo left the island, he let out Blue Moon and took the two dashing away in a blue ray. On the way, no one talked. When they left the palace more than a few 100,000 kilometers behind them, Yemo finally breathed easy. Seeing this, Tang Yi asked, Yemo, are you very desperate to leave? My father doesn't like me that much, but he won't trouble my friends. Bianflingta saw things clearer and sneered. Tang, your father won't trouble him, but don't you think your father and his friends are a bit too nice to Yemo? Tang Yi realized and nodded. Now that you say it, I've never seen my father be so nice to my friends, he's never even been that nice to me. So strange. It's not strange at all, because Yemo's level 7 pill king, Bianflingta said. Tang Yi woke up now and looked dazedly at the two. You're saying that because Yemo is a level 7 pill king, my father won't let him leave the palace? Yemo said, if your father didn't come with his friends together, I wouldn't be able to leave today. Your father wants to keep me not only because I'm a level 7 pill king, but also my cultivation speed is so fast. Yemo felt scared. If he was kept by Tang Xiong, his secrets would all be exposed, even the golden page world. Tang Yi was dazed and realized the two were saying the truth. He felt guilty. Sorry Yemo, you saved my mother and I almost led you to doom. Tang Yi knew if his father imprisoned Yemo he wouldn't be able to save him, and if he angered his father, he wouldn't be well off either. Tang Yi panted. Well, good that we're safe now, how about let's not go to Lost Soul Ruins? Yemo has an extreme grade flying cultivation artifact, Even if my father is truth realization state peak stage, he won't be able to catch up to us.
Yemo said calmly.
Even if we leave half a month early, your father will be able to catch up to us. So can that guy from Chi Tian Island?
Dian Fengta immediately realized what Yemo meant. You're saying they marked you with a spirit sense mark? Yemo nodded.
Yes, and not just one.
The two immediately realized that when they patted Yemo's shoulder, that was when he was marked. How do you know? That's truth realization state spirit sense mark.
Dian Fengta asked in confusion. Yemo sighed. Because I've been marked too many times. When I was foundation establishment state, golden core state would mark me. When I was nascent soul state, hollow spirit state would mark me. Now that I'm cauldron filling state, truth realization state would mark me. Low power really means you're an insect. Tang Yi said guiltily to Yemo, sorry, brother Yi, I brought this upon you. But what do we do? Tang Yi knew truth realization state cultivator spirit sense marks were unable to be removed. Yemo smiled and waved his hand. Tang, don't worry, this has nothing to do with you.
Plotting against me? Even truth realization state isn't enough. Chapter 1209, Lost Soul Ruins Tale. Yemo, you have a way to remove the spirit sense marks?
Dian Fengta asked. It was extremely hard for cauldron filling state cultivators to remove truth realization state spirit sense marks, but to Dian Fengta, Yemo wasn't an ordinary cauldron filling state at all. Tang Yi also looked at Yemo worriedly, hoping for a certain answer.
Yemo nodded.
Yes, I have a way to remove it, but I can't do it now.
Why?
The two asked at the same time. If I remove it now, we can only leave immediately and not go lost soul ruins, Yemo replied. If he removed it now, Tang Xiong and the other truth realization state cultivator would know and might wait for him at lost soul ruins.
If he indeed couldn't go inside lost soul ruins, he would remove the spirit sense mark and run away. If he could go inside, he would leave it inside the lost soul ruins and the two would think he died there. Yemo put 8 extreme grade spirit stones on Blue Moon, and with Yemo's cultivation essence, it sped through the sky above the Heartless Sea. A few days later, Blue Moon stopped. This was the first time Yemo saw lost soul ruins and immediately knew it wasn't some place ordinary people could enter. The entire lost soul ruins seemed to be covered in a gray mist. It seemed like a city torn apart by war.
Crumbled buildings lingered in the mist, and even the entire island seemed to be swaying as well.
Don't scan your spirit sense in. Tang Yi said it too late, and Yemo had scanned his spirit sense in already.
As soon as he did, he felt his sea of consciousness hurt. There seemed to be a voice calling him to go into the lost soul ruins. His face was dazed and he subconsciously wanted to walk forward, but then, 3 birth chants started running itself and Yemo immediately noticed things were wrong. He cut with purple eye soul sever and that voice was severed off. At this moment, Tang Yi already came to pull him. I forgot to tell you, you can't scan your spirit sense in.
Did you do it just then? Tang Yi asked. Yemo nodded.
Yes, it's indeed powerful and eerie.
You scanned your spirit sense in and were able to sever it?
Tang Yi was shook again. Usually if one scanned their spirit sense in, it would be death without someone else's help, but Yemo could break free.
This was unbelievable. Yemo ate a spirit recovery pill and nodded.
My spirit sense is special, so I can cut it off, but this lost soul ruins is indeed extraordinary. How can a place like this have level 9 spirit herbs?
That's impossible. Lost Soul Ruins was an abandoned city. He would believe it if there were ores there, but not level 9 spirit herbs, Tang Yi said seriously. It's true there are level 9 spirit herbs inside.
Once, someone saw a disaster transformation state tertiary stage cultivator grab 3 level 9 spirit herbs and charge out, but it was a pity that his soul was gone and he became a zombie. Many people went in later, but no one came out. Eventually, everyone knew there are level 9 spirit herbs inside, but less and less people went in.
Do you know how it came to be?
Why does it look like a city?
Yemo asked again. Dian Fengta looked at Tang Yi as well. Tang Yi nodded.
I know a little, but it's also a tale. In the ancient times, Lost Soul Ruins was a beautiful city called the Bright Moon City.
It was a human city. The city lord was Feng Chun. Feng Chun had a very good friend called Li He.
They were life and death friends. Due to this, Li He married his only daughter Li Hun to Feng Chun's only son Feng Shi. It was already very quiet here, and the seemingly swaying buildings inside the Lost Soul ruins added to the mysteriousness of Tang Yi's tone. Tang Yi continued, Fengxi and Li Han, due to their father's relationship, grew close every day and became life and death lovers. But the unexpected happened. Feng Chun and Li He faced a powerful enemy in the Heartless Sea. Both of them combined were no match for him. At this moment, Feng Chun pushed Li He away and stopped the opponent himself. He let Li He take care of his daughter in Foam 11. Li He didn't want to leave but was pushed off. Meanwhile, Feng Chun self-destructed with his essence blood, enveloping the enemy. Bien Fengta sighed, this Feng Chun Shenbei is indeed a real man.
Tang Yi nodded.
Yes, that Li He heard the sound of explosion and knew that there was no use in going back.
He went back to Bright Moon City immediately. He was scared of the enemy coming for revenge, but after waiting for a few months, he still didn't see the enemy. Li He thought the enemy probably fled, heavily injured from his friend's self-destruction. He left Bright Moon City and went back to his home, wanting to marry his daughter in Fengxi. But at this moment, another thing happened. What?
Bien Fengta quickly asked. Even Emo was desperate to know what happened. Tang Yi continued, when Li He got back, he found that something happened to his daughter. His daughter fell unconscious during cultivation and lost her soul. She became a living dead without a soul. Even though Li He found the best pill king in the entire Heartless Sea, he couldn't save his daughter. Li He, in his despair, lived with his daughter on his own island and didn't want to come out. This Li He is a pitiful person, Tang Yi said, comparing his father with Li He. Emo frowned. He was a pill king. Usually there could be problems during cultivation, but it was really rare to have one lose his soul during cultivation unless there was some outside influence. But then Emo realized it was a tale and might not be real. Ting Yi sighed. Fengxi was extremely sad knowing that his father died. But a year later, he didn't see Li He bringing Li Han to Bright Moon City, so he went to where she was. Learning her situation, he was even more sad. Eventually, he asked Li He to let him take Li Han away. He was willing to take care of her for the rest of her life. Li He thought that he was planning to marry his daughter to Fengxi anyways, so he agreed. When Fengxi brought Li Han back, he wanted to save her at all costs. He flipped through all of his father's books and finally found a secret technique to recover the soul. That was to set up a soul-nourishing formation and put the person who lost his soul inside. Then, one would use their own soul to nourish that person. With this, 99 days later, the person who lost his soul might recover a part of his soul and then can make it stronger through cultivation. But there was one great flaw, and that was if you used your own soul to nourish someone else. After some time, your soul would have its essence blood damaged heavily. If you were lucky, you would lose 80% of your lifespan. If you weren't, you would lose your soul too and become an idiot.
Bien Fengta sighed.
This Fengxi is an emotional man.
Emo knew of the soul and nourishing formation.
But the injured person must have at least a sliver of his soul or it would be useless. The best way to treat it wasn't the soul nourishing formation but the soul nourishing pill. It could cultivate a cultivator's lost soul and repair dead cultivators' souls. It was a heaven grade level 7 pill, but it was worth the same as heaven grade level 8 pills or even level 9, it needed the soul return fruit. A level 8 spirit herb, which was rarer than ordinary level 9 spirit herbs. Did that Fengxi succeed?
Bien Fengta asked. Tang Yi shook his head.
If he succeeded, there wouldn't be lost soul ruins.
Chapter 12:10, Where is my soul, didn't succeed. Bien Fengta asked desperately. Tang Yi nodded.
Yes, but Fengxi isn't to be blamed. It was because Li Han's father Li He wanted to see his daughter suddenly after about a month.
That wasn't even half the time.
For some reason, he came to Bright Moon City and didn't tell Fengxi. He even beat all the guards and charged into Fengxi's solitary cultivation place. When he saw his daughter sleeping with Fengxi, he was furious. His daughter didn't even have a soul and this Fengxi slept with her.
Bien Fengta asked, this was Fengxi using his own soul to nourish Li Han's soul, right? Tang Yi nodded.
I believe so too. Li He probably misunderstood and slapped Fengxi to the side. He carried his daughter and pointed at Fengxi while spitting blood. Tang Yi sighed. Then, Li He didn't kill Fengxi due to his relationship with his father.
He just took his daughter and left Heartless Sea.
But Fengshi's soul was already on Li Hun's body nourishing hers, so when Li He took Li Hun, he didn't kill Fengshi but Fengshi was left without a soul.
That was the same as being dead. Dian Fengta sighed, not knowing how to comment on this tragedy. Yemo looked at Tang Yi in confusion. That Li He should at least be a truth realization state cultivator, right? Tang Yi nodded.
Yes, I heard that Li He and Feng Chun were both truth realization state cultivators, very powerful ones.
Yemo didn't believe that. A truth realization state can't see a soul nourishing formation? Yemo didn't believe that an ancient truth realization state cultivator wouldn't be able to tell a soul nourishing formation.
If Li He recognized it, why did he still do that? Tang Yi shook his head. I don't know, I heard this from someone, I don't know the specific details.
Why did Bright Moon City become Lost Soul Ruins?
Dian Fengta asked. Tang Yi said, after Li He took Li Hun, Fengshi's soul was gone and there was no city lord. So the city gradually broke apart.
Many people left and only some loyal guards stayed.
As time went on, the defense formations of the city weren't being maintained and so were broken by spirit beasts. Those who stayed died in battle and those spirit beasts that went into the city weren't able to leave for some reason and died inside. Then, gray mist rose up in the sky, which is the mist we now see. It's said that you can hear Fengshi's voice once you go inside Bright Moon City.
What sound?
Dian Fengta immediately asked. Tang Yi said, it's said that someone inside constantly calls, where is my soul, where is my soul? Those people who go in and hear this lose their soul, and thus this place was named Lost Soul Ruins. Fengshi's soul must have been taken away by Li He and so he formed this grudge, Dian Fengta said. Tang Yi shook his head.
Not necessarily, I heard people say he's calling where is my Hun. Regardless, there's definitely some stubborn will there. Tang Yi looked at Yemo. Brother Yi, we're friends, and I'm not bullshitting.
I don't know if this tale is true or false or how it got out. But it's indeed a place of no return, I hope you won't go in.
If anything, we can go somewhere else and think of a way. As long as you can remove the spirit sense mark on you, we can do something. Dian Fengta also looked at Yemo, fervently hoping he wouldn't go inside. Yemo nodded. Tang, are we friends? Tang Yi said without hesitation, Brother Yi, of course we're friends. Even if you don't think I'm your friend, I think you're my friend.
Plus, I know you already think of me and RTAA as friends.
Great. Yemo patted Tang Yi and said, of course I do.
I know, Tang Yi immediately said. Yemo said, if I need a spirit herb to survive and it's only inside Lost Soul Ruins, would you help me find it?
Tang Yi patted his chest. Of course, you saved my mother so you saved me.
A mere Lost Soul Ruins is nothing, no matter how dangerous it is, I would go in and help you.
Yemo nodded.
That's it, I have a very good friend like you, he's even a Qianbei and he needs a spirit herb that's inside the Lost Soul Ruins.
So I need to go in, I believe you can understand me now, right?
Dian Fengta knew Yemo needed immortal curl flower and didn't say anything but Tang Yi immediately said, okay Brother Yi, I'll go in with you. No need, you and RTAA leave here first and wait for me. I have a cultivation method that can avoid the grey mist, it's not good for you guys to go in. Yemo saw that his purple eye soul sever was useful and wanted to go in already. You can avoid the grey mist?
Tang Yi asked in shock, but he immediately remembered something. I understand, you scanned your spirit sense in and you were fine. That's your method, right? That's right. Yemo nodded. Dian Fengta said.
Where do we wait for you?
Yemo thought and said, RTAA, the island we met is good. Just wait for me there.
If I'm successful, I will come out within a year. If it's been more than a year and a half, then don't wait for me. Yemo was talking about the place Meng Qi used the space travel rune. The two knew it was pointless to persuade Yemo, so they went on Dian Fengta's flying cultivation artifact and left the Lost Soul Ruins. The place seemed very desolate after the two left. The occasional shrieks coming from the Lost Soul Ruins made things more spooky. The eeriest place Yemo had ever been to was Truthfall Palace Level 7. And now he felt the same feeling here. Yemo walked into the mist without hesitation and at the same time used Purple Eye Soul Sever. Yemo would go into his golden page world or leave immediately as soon as things weren't right. At the same time, two girls flew past here and saw Yemo go in. Sister, did I see wrong?
Did I just see a cultivator go into the Lost Soul Ruins? A red-robed young girl rubbed her eyes in disbelief and asked. The green-robed girl also said in a daze, "Sister, you saw right, someone did go inside." "Ha!" The two glanced at each other and sped to where EMO was. Then, they glanced at each other again, not daring to say a thing. As soon as EMO went in, he felt his spirit sense was uncontrollable. Even his purple eye soul sever couldn't stop his sea of consciousness from being lost. There was something calling to him to give up resistance. If he didn't have the three birth chant, EMO wouldn't dare to imagine his fate. The next moment EMO wanted to leave, but when EMO turned around, he was dumbfounded. He was in a misty world with no idea where he had come in from. In that short time, his sea of consciousness rumbled again. The spirit sense swords he struck out became fuzzy. EMO was shook. If his purple eye soul sever was useless, then he would lose his soul. Chapter 12:11, Shadowless Heaven. A fuzzy sound came as though saying, "Where is my soul?" The legend was real. EMO went into his golden page world without hesitation. He was scared he would lose his soul. Once inside the golden page world, EMO quickly ate a spirit recovery pill. He was already cauldron-filling state and his spirit sense was far more powerful than cultivators of his cultivation level. He even had a spirit sense cultivation method, yet he was still forced into the golden page world. As for turning back and not seeing an exit, it was obvious that it was an illusion formation. EMO believed if he had time, he would be able to find a way out no matter how powerful it was, but that gray mist was inexplainable. It was similar to the mist in the Herb Valley but not completely the same. Before EMO had time to recover, Shadowless came up and seemed agitated. EMO was in no good mood. He reproached Shadowless and told it to stay on the side before throwing out a surveillance formation disc. Inside, EMO only saw the gray mist and rubble. There were no spirit herbs nor even an ant. EMO couldn't see much due to the mist, but even so, he could tell that the Lost Soul Ruins was a huge illusion formation. Due to this, ordinary people couldn't survive here. If he didn't have Golden Page World, even though he was a level 9 formation Grandmaster, it would be useless. The illusion formation here was level 9 or above. When the level 9 formation Grandmaster studied the formation, he would probably lose himself first. EMO felt there was something more powerful in the gray mist, but he just couldn't find it yet. At this moment, Shadowless flew up to his hand again. Its eyes were very small, but EMO could see a sycophantic look in them. "You want to go out?" EMO asked in confusion. Hearing this, Shadowless nodded its head rapidly. EMO knew Shadowless was a shadowless worm and a huge eater. It was small, but its digestive systems were too powerful. Perhaps it could really devour the gray mist. Thinking of this, EMO let out Shadowless without hesitation and was prepared that if anything happened to Shadowless, he would bring him in immediately. He was scared of the gray mist too, but he should be able to last a few minutes with the purple eye soul sever. However, as soon as Shadowless was thrown out, it was like a vacuum cleaner and the white mist formed a gray line that went into its mouth. Immediately, the gray mist seemed to be alive and scattered away after Shadowless sucked. It could be eaten? EMO didn't think much and went out of the Golden Page world immediately while cutting with purple eye soul sever. The mist thinned down and soon he cut the gray mist away to form a safe space. Shadowless felt the mist retreating and wanted to chase up to eat more, but EMO quickly called it back. If this guy ate too much, it would go to sleep in the Golden Page world. He needed its help now. Shadowless felt this, and although it wasn't willing, it had to land on EMO's shoulder and occasionally devour some mist seeping from EMO's purple eye soul sever. It crawled around unhappily on EMO's shoulder. EMO wasn't going to care what Shadowless thought now. He quickly looked around and a tattered ancient city showed. He was on a street right now. There was nothing but broken construction on the two sides. EMO walked along the street for tens of meters and suddenly realized a problem. He did indeed hear "Where is my soul?" before, but now he couldn't hear it at all. There was no way he heard wrong. EMO didn't keep going forward. He walked into a half-collapsed shop on the side. Inside, EMO saw a pile of bones and two eroded weapons. EMO found another more spacious place and started searching for his spirit sense mark. He didn't know where it was put, but the two truth realization state cultivator wouldn't pat him on the shoulder for no reason. With EMO's experience, he found the two spirit sense marks in a moment's time, one on the left and one on the right. EMO sneered. These guys really had some tacit agreement, treating him like a sheep who couldn't resist. Although EMO could burn the spirit sense marks away with his heaven flame, he didn't do that. He removed the two spirit sense marks and set up a trap formation which he threw them inside before leaving the shop. What EMO didn't expect was as soon as he left the shop, a black figure appeared inside. It had no body but just two weak rays of light that seemed to be in its eyes.
It didn't leave with Yemo but circulated Yemo's trap formation for a bit and went inside. When Yemo went into the Golden Page world, Tung Xiong at Dragon Tang Palace frowned. The other truth realization state cultivator who marked Yemo also frowned, and there was a desperate look on his face. The other guests noticed this immediately. They clearly understood why the two frowned. They all saw them marking Yemo with a spirit sense mark but didn't say anything. Perhaps they frowned due to this. If it wasn't that their power was weaker, they wouldn't let a level 7 pill king like Yemo go. There were only 1 or 2 level 7 pill kings in the Heartless Sea. With Yemo's power, joining any of them would bring immeasurable gain. Brother Xiong, is that Yemo really a level 7 pill king? A truth realization state middle stage cultivator asked. At this moment, Tung Xiong and the guy from Yutian Island both breathed easy, clearly sensing Yemo's spirit sense mark again. Hearing this, Tung Xiong smiled. It's nothing new that young people like to bluff. His cultivation speed is fast and so he might be a pill king, but I believe everyone doesn't believe he is really a level 7 pill king. But even if he is a level 4 pill king or below, it's quite substantial to achieve that at his age, so I quite approve of him. Plus, he's friend with my son, so I want to invite him to stay here. Another truth realization state cultivator said, before Brother Lan said he was going to marry his granddaughter to Yemo. If Yemo likes Brother Lan's granddaughter, he might not necessarily want to stay at Dragon Tang Palace. Yes, I really like that Yemo too. He's quite a match for my granddaughter. When he's back with Tang, they can both come to my island. Brother Lan nodded. Tung Xiong sneered, invite Yemo to Yutian Island? Would he still be able to leave? However, he didn't show anything on his face and smiled. This suggestion is good. I have a big bunch of daughters and granddaughters, Brother Lan reminded me. Brother Lan heard this and his face looked bad. Just when he was about to argue, a maid brought in a few plates of fresh spirit fruits. Chapter 12:12, Lost Soul Ruins Tale. Emo, you have a way to remove the spirit sense marks? Bien Fingta asked. It was extremely hard for cauldron filling state cultivators to remove truth realization state spirit sense marks, but to Bien Fingta, Emo wasn't an ordinary cauldron filling state at all. Tengi also looked at Emo worriedly, hoping for a certain answer. Emo nodded. I have a way to remove it, but I can do it now. HY, the two asked at the same time. If I remove it now, we can only leave immediately and not go Lost Soul Ruins, Emo replied. If he removed it now, Tung Xiong and the other truth realization state cultivator would know and might wait for him at Lost Soul Ruins. If he indeed couldn't go inside Lost Soul Ruins, he would remove the spirit sense mark and run away. If he could go inside, he would leave it inside the Lost Soul Ruins and the two would think he died there. Emo put 8 extreme grade spirit stones on Blue Moon, and with Emo cultivation essence, it sped through the sky above the Heartless Sea. A few days later, Blue Moon stopped. This was the first time Emo saw Lost Soul Ruins and immediately knew it wasn't some place ordinary people could enter. The entire Lost Soul Ruins seemed to be covered in a gray mist. It seemed like a city torn apart by war. Crumbled buildings lingered in the mist, and even the entire island seemed to be swaying as well. On scan your spirit sense in Euro, Tengi said it too late and Emo had scanned his spirit sense in already. As soon as he did, he felt his sea of consciousness hurt. There seemed to be a voice calling him to go into the Lost Soul Ruins. His face was dazed and he subconsciously wanted to walk forward, but then, 3 birth chants started running itself and Emo immediately noticed things were wrong. He cut with purple eye soul sever and that voice was severed off. At this moment, Tengi already came to pull him. Forgot to tell you, you can scan your spirit sense in. Did you do it just then? Tengi asked. Emo nodded. It indeed powerful and eerie. Oh, you scanned your spirit sense in and were able to sever it? Tengi was shook again. Usually if one scanned their spirit sense in, it would be death without someone else's help, but Emo could break free. This was unbelievable. Emo ate a spirit recovery pill and nodded. Why spirit sense is special so I can cut it off, but this Lost Soul Ruins is indeed extraordinary. How can a place like this have level 9 spirit herbs? That impossible. Lost Soul Ruins was an abandoned city. He would believe it if there were ores there but not level 9 spirit herbs, Tengi said seriously. True, there are level 9 spirit herbs inside. Once, someone saw a disaster transformation state tertiary stage cultivator grab 3 level 9 spirit herbs and charge out, but it was a pity that his soul was gone and he became a zombie. Many people went in later but no one came out.
Eventually, everyone knew there are level 9 spirit herbs inside, but less and less people went in. Oh, you know how it came to be? Why does it look like a city? Emo asked again. Bien Finta looked at Tengi as well. Tengi nodded. Know a little, but it also a tale.
In the ancient times, Lost Soul Ruins was a beautiful city called the Bright Moon City.
It was a human city. The city lord was Feng Chun. Feng Chun had a very good friend called Li He.
They were life and death friends.
Due to this, Li He married his only daughter Li Hun to Feng Chun's only son Feng Shi. It was already very quiet here, and the seemingly swaying buildings inside the Lost Soul Ruins added to the mysteriousness of Tang Yi tone. Tang Yi continued, Eng Shi and Li Hun, due to their father's relationship, grew close every day and became life and death lovers. But the unexpected happened. Feng Chun and Li He faced a powerful enemy in the Heartless Sea. Both of them combined were no match for him. At this moment, Feng Chun pushed Li He away and stopped the opponent himself. He let Li He take care of his daughter in Foam 11. Li He didn't want to leave but was pushed off. Meanwhile, Feng Chun self-destructed with his essence blood, enveloping the enemy. Bien Fengta sighed, his Feng Chun Shenbei is indeed a real man. Teng Yi nodded. That Li He heard the sound of explosion and knew that there was no use in going back. He went back to Bright Moon City immediately. He was scared of the enemy coming for revenge, but after waiting for a few months, he still didn't see the enemy. Li He thought the enemy probably fled, heavily injured from his friend's self-destruction. He left Bright Moon City and went back to his home, wanting to marry his daughter in Fengshi. But at this moment, another thing happened. Had Bien Fengta quickly asked. Even Emo was desperate to know what happened. Teng Yi continued. When he got back, he found that something happened to his daughter. His daughter fell unconscious during cultivation and lost her soul. She became a living dead without a soul. Even though he found the best pill king in the entire Heartless Sea, he couldn't save his daughter. Li He, in his despair, lived with his daughter on his own island and didn't want to come out. His Li He is a pitiful person, Teng Yi said, comparing his father with Li He. Emo frowned. He was a pill king. Usually there could be problems during cultivation, but it was really rare to have one lose his soul during cultivation unless there was some outside influence. But then Emo realized it was a tale and might not be real. Teng Yi sighed. Eng Shi was extremely sad knowing that his father died. But a year later, he didn't see Li He bringing Li Hun to Bright Moon City, so he went to where she was. Learning her situation, he was even more sad. Eventually, he asked Li He to let him take Li Hun away. He was willing to take care of her for the rest of her life. Li He thought that he was planning to marry his daughter to Fengshi anyways, so he agreed. When Fengshi brought Li Hun back, he wanted to save her at all costs. He flipped through all of his father books and finally found a secret technique to recover the soul. That was to set up a soul-nourishing formation and put the person who lost his soul inside. Then, one would use their own soul to nourish that person. With this, 99 days later, the person who lost his soul might recover a part of his soul and then can make it stronger through cultivation. But there was one great flaw, and that was if you used your own soul to nourish someone else, after some time, your soul would have its essence blood damaged heavily. If you were lucky, you would lose 80% of your lifespan. If you weren't, you would lose your soul too and become an idiot. Bien Fengta sighed. His Fengshi is an emotional man. Emo knew of the soul and nourishing formation. But the injured person must have at least a sliver of his soul or it would be useless. The best way to treat it wasn't the soul-nourishing formation but the soul-nourishing pill. It could cultivate a cultivator lost soul and repair dead cultivator souls. It was a heaven grade level 7 pill, but it was worth the same as heaven grade level 8 pills or even level 9. It needed the soul return fruit, a level 8 spirit herb which was rarer than ordinary level 9 spirit herbs. Did that Fengshi succeed? Bien Fengta asked. Teng Yi shook his head. If he succeeded, there wouldn't be lost soul ruins. Chapter 12:13. Where is my soul? In succeed? Bien Fengta asked desperately. Teng Yi nodded. But Fengshi isn't to be blamed. It was because Li Hun fatherly he wanted to see his daughter suddenly after about a month. That wasn't even half the time. For some reason, he came to Bright Moon City and didn't tell Fengshi. He even beat all the guards and charged into Fengzai's solitary cultivation place. When he saw his daughter sleeping with Fengshi, he was furious.
His daughter didn't even have a soul, and this Feng she slept with her to Bien Feng Ta asked. His was Feng shi using his own soul to nourish Li Hun's soul, right?
Tang Yi nodded.
Believe so too. Li He probably misunderstood and slapped Feng Shi to the side. He carried his daughter and pointed at Feng Shi while spitting blood. Oh you Euro, Tang Yi sighed. Hen, Li He didn't kill Feng Shi due to his relationship with his father. He just took his daughter and left heartless Sea. But Feng Zai's soul was already on Li Hun body nourishing hers, so when Li He took Li Hun, he didn't kill Feng Shi, but Feng Shi was left without a soul. That was the same as being dead. Bien Feng Ta sighed. Not knowing how to comment on this tragedy, Yi Mo looked at Tang Yi in confusion. Hadley, he should at least be a truth realization state cultivator, right?
Tang Yi nodded.
I heard that Li He and Feng Chun were both truth realization state cultivators, very powerful ones. Yi Mo didn't believe that. Truth realization state can see a soul nourishing formation. Yi Mo didn't believe that an ancient truth realization state cultivator wouldn't be able to tell a soul nourishing formation. If Li He recognized it, why did he still do that? Tang Yi shook his head. Don't know, I heard this from someone, I don't know the specific details. Why did Bright Moon City become Lost Soul Ruins? Bien Feng Ta asked. Tang Yi said, After Li He took Li Hun, Feng Zai's soul was gone and there was no city lord. So the city gradually broke apart.
Many people left and only some loyal guards stayed.
As time went on, the defense formations of the city weren't being maintained and so were broken by spirit beasts. Those who stayed died in battle, and those spirit beasts that went into the city weren't able to leave for some reason and died inside. Then, gray mist rose up in the sky, which is the mist we now see. It said that you can hear Feng Zai's voice once you go inside Bright Moon City. Hat sound? Bien Feng Ta immediately asked. Ting Yi said. T said that someone inside constantly calls, Here is my soul, where is my soul? Euro, those people who go in and hear this lose their soul. And thus this place was named Lost Soul Ruins. Ing Zai's soul must have been taken away by Li He, and so he formed this grudge, Bien Feng Ta said. Tang Yi shook his head. Not necessarily, I heard people say he calling here is my Hun. Regardless, there definitely some stubborn will there. Tang Yi looked at GMO Ruther Yi, we friends, and I not bullshitting. I don't know if this tale is true or false or how it got out. But it indeed a place of no return. I hope you won't go in.
If anything, we can go somewhere else and think of a way. As long as you can remove the spirit sense mark on you, we can do something.
Bien Feng Ta also looked at Yi Mo, fervently hoping he wouldn't go inside. Yi Mo nodded. Eng, are we friends? Tang Yi said without hesitation. Ruther Yi, of course we friends. Even if you don't think I your friend, I think you my friend. Plus, I know you already think of me and RTA as friends. Reet. Yi Mo patted Tang Yi and said, Of course I do, but no. Tang Yi immediately said. Yi Mo said, If I need a spirit herb to survive and it only inside Lost Soul Ruins, would you help me find it? Tang Yi patted his chest.
Of course, you saved my mother, so you saved me.
A mere Lost Soul Ruins is nothing, no matter how dangerous it is.
I would go in and help you. Yi Mo nodded.
Had it, I have a very good friend like you, he even at Qianbei, and he needs a spirit herb that inside the Lost Soul Ruins.
So I need to go in. I believe you can understand me now, right? Bien Feng Ta knew Yi Mo needed immortal curl flower and didn't say anything, but Tang Yi immediately said, K brother Yi, they'll go in with you. Oh need, you and RTA leave here first and wait for me. I have a cultivation method that can avoid the gray mist. It's not good for you guys to go in. Yi Mo saw that his purple eye soul sever was useful and wanted to go in already. Oh, you can avoid the gray mist? Tang Yi asked in shock, but he immediately remembered something. Understand, you scanned your spirit sense in and you were fine.
That's your method, right? Hat right. Yi Mo nodded. Bien Feng Ta said, Here do we wait for you? Yi Mo thought and said, RTA, the island we met is good.
Just wait for me there.
If I successful, I will come out within a year. If it been more than a year and a half, then don't wait for me. Yi Mo was talking about the place Meng Qi used the space travel rune. The two knew it was pointless to persuade Yi Mo, so they went on Bien Feng Ta flying cultivation artifact and left the Lost Soul Ruins. The place seemed very desolate after the two left.
The occasional shrieks coming from the Lost Soul Ruins made things more spooky.
The eeriest place Yi Mo had ever been to was Truthfall Palace level 7, and now he felt the same feeling here. Yi Mo walked into the mist without hesitation and at the same time used Purple Eye Soul Sever. Yi Mo would go into his golden page world or leave immediately as soon as things weren't right. At the same time, two girls flew past here and saw Yi Mo go in. Ister, did I see wrong? Did I just see a cultivator go into the Lost Soul ruins? A red-robed young girl rubbed her eyes in disbelief and asked. The green-robed girl also said in a daze, Ister, you saw right, someone did go inside. A euro. The two glanced at each other and sped to where EMO was. Then, they glanced at each other again, not daring to say a thing. As soon as EMO went in, he felt his spirit sense was uncontrollable. Even his purple eye soul sever couldn't stop his sea of consciousness from being lost. There was something calling to him to give up resistance. If he didn't have the three birth chant, EMO wouldn't dare to imagine his fate. The next moment EMO wanted to leave, but when EMO turned around, he was dumbfounded. He was in a misty world with no idea where he had come in from. In that short time, his sea of consciousness rumbled again. The spirit sense swords he struck out became fuzzy. EMO was shook. If his purple eye soul sever was useless, then he would lose his soul. Chapter 12:14, Shadowless, Heaven. A fuzzy sound came as though saying, "Here is my soul?" The legend was real. EMO went into his golden page world without hesitation. He was scared he would lose his soul. Once inside the golden page world, EMO quickly ate a spirit recovery pill. He was already cauldron-filling state and his spirit sense was far more powerful than cultivators of his cultivation level. He even had a spirit sense cultivation method, yet he was still forced into the golden page world. As for turning back and not seeing an exit, it was obvious that it was an illusion formation. EMO believed if he had time, he would be able to find a way out no matter how powerful it was. But that gray mist was inexplainable. It was similar to the mist in the Herb Valley but not completely the same. Before EMO had time to recover, Shadowless came up and seemed agitated. EMO was in no good mood. He reproached Shadowless and told it to stay on the side before throwing out a surveillance formation disc. Inside, EMO only saw the gray mist and rubble. There were no spirit herbs nor even an ant. EMO couldn't see much due to the mist, but even so, he could tell that the Lost Soul ruins was a huge illusion formation. Due to this, ordinary people couldn't survive here. If he didn't have Golden Page World, even though he was a level 9 formation Grandmaster, it would be useless. The illusion formation here was level 9 or above. When the level 9 formation Grandmaster studied the formation, he would probably lose himself first. EMO felt there was something more powerful in the gray mist, but he just couldn't find it yet. At this moment, Shadowless flew up to his hand again. Its eyes were very small, but EMO could see a sycophantic look in them. "Oh, you want to go out?" EMO asked in confusion. Hearing this, Shadowless nodded its head rapidly. EMO knew Shadowless was a shadowless worm and a huge eater. It was small, but its digestive systems were too powerful. Perhaps it could really devour the gray mist. Thinking of this, EMO let out Shadowless without hesitation and was prepared that if anything happened to Shadowless, he would bring him in immediately. He was scared of the gray mist too, but he should be able to last a few minutes with the purple eye soul sever. However, as soon as Shadowless was thrown out, it was like a vacuum cleaner and the white mist formed a gray line that went into its mouth. Immediately, the gray mist seemed to be alive and scattered away after Shadowless sucked. It could be eaten? EMO didn't think much and went out of the Golden Page World immediately while cutting with purple eye soul sever. The mist thinned down and soon he cut the gray mist away to form a safe space. Shadowless felt the mist retreating and wanted to chase up to eat more, but EMO quickly called it back. If this guy ate too much, it would go to sleep in the Golden Page World. He needed its help now. Shadowless felt this, and although it wasn't willing, it had to land on EMO's shoulder and occasionally devour some mist seeping from EMO purple eye soul sever. It crawled around unhappily on EMO's shoulder. EMO wasn't going to care what Shadowless thought now. He quickly looked around and a tattered ancient city showed. He was on a street right now. There was nothing but broken construction on the two sides. EMO walked along the street for tens of meters and suddenly realized a problem. He did indeed hear "Here is my soul" before, but now he couldn't hear it at all. There was no way he heard wrong. EMO didn't keep going forward. He walked into a half-collapsed shop on the side. Inside, EMO saw a pile of bones and two eroded weapons. EMO found another more spacious place and started searching for his spirit sense mark. He didn't know where it was put, but the two truth realization state cultivator wouldn't pat him on the shoulder for no reason. With EMO experience, he found the two spirit sense marks in a moment's time, one on the left and one on the right. EMO sneered. These guys really had some tacit agreement, treating him like a sheep who couldn't resist, although EMO could burn the spirit sense marks away with his heaven flame. He didn't do that. He removed the two spirit sense marks and set up a trap formation which he threw them inside before leaving the shop. What EMO didn't expect was as soon as he left the shop, a black figure appeared inside. It had no body but just two weak rays of light that seemed to be in its eyes.
It didn't leave with Yimo but circulated Yimo trap formation for a bit and went inside. When Yimo went into the Golden Page world, Tung Xiong at Dragon Tang Palace frowned. The other truth realization state cultivator who marked Yimo also frowned, and there was a desperate look on his face. The other guests noticed this immediately. They clearly understood why the two frowned. They all saw them marking Yimo with a spirit sense mark but didn't say anything. Perhaps they frowned due to this. If it wasn't that their power was weaker, they wouldn't let a level 7 pill king like Yimo go. There were only 1 or 2 level 7 pill kings in the Heartless Sea. With Yimo power, joining any of them would bring immeasurable gain. Brother Xiong, is that Yimo really a level 7 pill king? A truth realization state middle stage cultivator asked. At this moment, Tung Xiong and the guy from Yutian Island both breathed easy, clearly sensing Yimo's spirit sense mark again. Hearing this, Tung Xiong smiled. Nothing knew that young people like to bluff. His cultivation speed is fast, and so he might be a pill king, but I believe everyone doesn't believe he is really a level 7 pill king. But even if he is a level 4 pill king or below, it's quite substantial to achieve that at his age, so I quite approve of him. Plus, he friend with my son, so I want to invite him to stay here. Another truth realization state cultivator said, if our brother Lan said he was going to marry his granddaughter to Yimo. If Yimo likes brother Lan granddaughter, he might not necessarily want to stay at Dragon Tang Palace to, yes, I really like that Yimo too. He quite a match for my granddaughter. When he back with Tang, they can both come to my island. Brother Lan nodded. Tung Xiong sneered, invite Yimo to Yutian Island? Would he still be able to leave? However, he didn't show anything on his face and smiled. His suggestion is good. I have a big bunch of daughters and granddaughters, Brother Lan reminded me. Brother Lan heard this and his face looked bad. Just when he was about to argue, a maid brought in a few plates of fresh spirit fruits. Chapter 12:15, Spirit Transfer Formation. Come, try my Dragon Tang Palace's blue wave fruit. It's freshly picked. Tung Xiong picked one up and said. He was confused about Yimo's spirit sense mark disappearing, but he also breathed easy now that it reappeared. He wasn't going to let go of a cultivator like Yimo. Blue wave fruit was a level 6 spirit fruit. It tasted very good. For a truth realization state cultivator, it was just purely to satisfy the mouth eating this, but the truth realization state cultivators here were thinking about that young level 7 pill king. If Dragon Tang Palace got him, then its power would increase many times again. That way, if they wanted pills, they would need to come here through Tung Xiong. Tung Xiong would take a lot of benefits. They weren't thinking about eating the fruit but how to stop Yimo from becoming a part of the Dragon Tang Palace so he could concoct pills for everyone. How could Tung Xiong not know what they were thinking? He turned around to the woman who brought in the fruit. I want to discuss with these friends about cultivation. I need some time. If Tang comes back, tell him to wait for me at his mother's place. I will go visit his mother after I'm done here. Hearing this, these few cultivators thought contemptuously of Tung Xiong. Telling Tang Yi to go to his mother meant that Yimo would go too. It would be inconvenient for them to visit Tung Yi's mother. They knew what Tung Xiong thought, but they had no way around it. They could only wait for a while and find an opportunity to see Yimo. But Tung Xiong didn't know that Tang Yi wasn't going to come back at all because he didn't chat with his mother. If he did, he would know that Tang Yi wouldn't be coming back. Yes, father, I saw ninth brother Tang not long ago. He's with the 2 human cultivators and. The woman heard this and said in a sulk, this young woman was the Hui Yimo had seen before. She didn't know that Tang Yi had come back already, as their flying magic artifacts weren't as fast as Yimo's. She came to serve the spirit fruit herself just so she could report about Tang Yi. He hated it when people mentioned she was second brother's wife when she was with sixth brother. Tang Yi knew this but still said it to her face. Tung Xiong frowned, clearly thinking this woman was talking too much. He didn't ask, but the other truth realization state level 7 cultivator asked, oh. Did you see Tang? Where are they now? That cultivator clearly thought Hui saw Yimo and Tang Yi after they left Dragon Tang Palace, so he asked. If he knew where Yimo was, he could use that excuse to go see. Seeing someone ask this, Tung Xiong looked at her and said, and what? Say it. The woman said with more sulkiness, Tang Yi made friends with 2 human cultivators. Sixth brother reproached him, but he didn't care at all. That wasn't it, but those 2 human cultivators stared at me lustfully as though they wanted to eat me. Hearing this, Tung Xiong got up in joy. You said that human cultivator looked at you with lust? Hui thought her lies worked and said, yes, although brother Jia has been out for a few decades.
I'm still, Tong Xiong waved his hand.
Okay, very well, in my heart you are like my own daughter.
Before she could be happy about it, Teng Xiong said again, that cultivator who stared at you is called Yimo. In a few days when he comes back, you can prepare yourself. I'll marry you to him. Great, great.
Ha ha, ha. Hui was dazed. She came to report Tang Yi, but the king just married her to that human cultivator instead. What was this?
Teng Xiong was the king, but he was her grandpa and she was married to his son. Without knowing if his son was dead or alive, he just casually married his daughter-in-law to someone else. This was too absurd. Hui panicked, but before she could continue,
Tong Xiong waved his hand. Go dress yourself up and wait for Yimo to come back. Let the maids serve the spirit fruit, you don't need to come yourself.
Yes. Hui knew that anything else she said now would only anger the king. She knew the consequences of angering him. After Hui left, Teng Xiong looked at that truth realization state cultivator and laughed. I didn't even know Yimo was interested in my daughter. It seems Brother Lan doesn't need to introduce your granddaughter. The others could only curse Teng Xiong for being shameless. Meanwhile, Yimo left the streets and came to a huge square. The Grey Mist seemed to be very scared of Shadowless and left before Yimo used Purple Eye Soul Sever. Where is my soul? Where is my soul? At this moment, that voice sounded again. Yimo heard it very clearly. He even felt his soul was going to leave his body after hearing it. When he scanned with spirit sense, there seemed to be a black figure, but when he looked again, there was nothing. His spirit sense couldn't scan out very far despite having Purple Eye Soul Sever, and with this voice appearing again and again, even he was creeped out. After hearing this, Yimo thought that he was a cultivator, a cauldron-filling state cultivator. He wasn't afraid of ghosts. Plus, even if it was a ghost cultivator he wouldn't care, but that voice felt very strange. If it wasn't a cultivator, there was no way it just appeared here.
Even a very strong will couldn't.
That voice was able to influence his mind. What cultivators will could influence the mind of a cauldron-filling state cultivator, especially his? Yimo knew that his mind was very resolute from cultivating under the bitter bamboo. Even the heart demon wasn't able to do anything during the divine damnation, much less some will. That voice disappeared at the door of a ruined palace. Yimo could see from the framework how grandiloquent it must have been. The palace hadn't collapsed, but the pillars outside were a little damaged. The palace was completely dark, but Yimo walked in. After coming inside, Yimo felt his body go cold. Not because the temperature was cold, but because his heart felt cold. It was as though he walked into a place he shouldn't have. Two eyes that emitted weak light flashed across Yimo and Yimo stopped his steps. He scanned with spirit sense and saw a faint black figure. This figure was even harder to see in the dark. This wasn't a ghost cultivator nor a spirit cultivator. Yimo was shocked as he had never seen something like this. It wasn't human nor spirit beast nor spirit item. Did this gray mist have its own will after existing for so long? Shadowless, go up and eat it. Yimo ordered, but Shadowless didn't even move. Yimo immediately knew from Shadowless that the thing was long gone. Yimo didn't expect this black figure to be this fast. Even Shadowless wasn't able to capture it. Passing through this dark hall, he went into the backyard. This seemed to be the city lord estate. Yimo scanned with spirit sense and the first thing he noticed was the most spacious room. The most eye-catching thing was the big bed. The reason Yimo came here was not because of the bed but because of the formation markings near the bed. Yimo picked up a small broken formation flag and studied it for a while and realized, this room was Fengshi's room. This big bed was the place Fengshi tried to save Li Hun. He understood why Li Hun's father was so angry, as this was no misunderstanding. The broken formation here wasn't a soul-nourishing formation but a soul-devouring formation or a spirit transfer formation. Chapter 12:16, Lost Soul Ruins Black Shadow. Soul-devouring formation was a very evil formation. It was also called spirit transfer formation. Even a level 1 soul-devouring formation was very hard to set up as the materials needed weren't something ordinary people could acquire. The main ingredient needed was soul-devouring wood. It grew in very hidden places without any sunlight. If it was exposed to light, it must be picked away immediately or it would wither. The reason soul-devouring formation was evil was because it could transfer a cultivator's spirit roots. Through this, it could transfer a talented cultivator's spirit roots to yourself, making yourself better. Rarely would anyone in the cultivation realm do this as the requirements needed were too strict.
Even if someone got the spirit devouring wood, they would rarely do this, as once someone took the spirit roots through the formation, they couldn't use it for himself. He must give them to a third person, so the formation really benefited the third person. That's why it was called spirit transfer formation. The third person must also be blood related to the second person, or it wouldn't work either. So if Feng Shi got Li Hun's spirit roots through the formation, he couldn't use them himself. He must give it to someone blood related to him. Emo also realized why Li He didn't kill Feng Shi after knowing this was soul devouring formation. Feng Shi was also a victim, and the person who harmed him might be his father Feng Chun. The soul-nourishing formation and soul-devouring formation were quite similar, and the only difference was the soul-devouring wood. If Feng Chun schemed all this, then he might teach Feng Shi this formation but tell him it was the soul-nourishing formation instead, but GMO felt it was also suspicious even if Feng Chun did it. Regardless of whether Feng Shi succeeded or not, he didn't need to set up this huge illusion formation and create this terrifying mist that could make a cultivator lose his soul. Plus, the news he got came from Tang Yi, who said it was a legend. Who knew if it was real? Bright Moon City was destroyed, so who spread the legend out? Of course, Feng Chun was the most suspicious. Emo shook his head and didn't keep thinking. He left this room. This had nothing to do with him, he just wanted to search for spirit herbs. As soon as he walked out, that black figure appeared in his spirit sense again. Shadowless knew what GMO wanted and charged up already. That black figure seemed to know Shadowless was coming and wanted to run away, but Shadowless's eating power was displayed. It sucked and that black figure turned into a lion and was devoured by Shadowless. GMO saw this and thought that this eating monster was really powerful. Moments later, GMO felt Shadowless joy and knew that Shadowless ate a soul that was being nourished in the mist. Realizing this, GMO was shook. If that was the case, there definitely was some terrifying existence in the mist. Those cultivators who came in here had their souls stripped and kept inside the mist. When he wanted to use one, he would take one. What cultivation method was practiced through devouring people's souls? What being was this? Was he a demon cultivator or beast cultivator? If he found the immortal curl flower, Emo might leave right now. He didn't want to stay in this eerie environment. He no longer had the mood to stay in this room. He quickly left and sped past streets and went into the Golden Page world at a hidden spot. Even though Jiling's essence spirit was weak, he had to ask Jiling. Jiling was still asleep, but due to Emo's Herb King spirit range and the bitter bamboo, his essence spirit didn't weaken. Jiling immediately knew that it was something important, since Emo wouldn't wake him otherwise. Is it something important? Emo nodded. He said directly, Shenbei, I've encountered a place outside. It's covered in gray mist, and after going inside, cultivators are susceptible to losing their soul. You're talking about lost soul ruins? Jiling asked. Emo answered immediately, that's right, lost soul ruins. Emo, thank you. You probably came here to find the immortal curl flower for me, right? Jiling said. Jiling Shenbei, now's not the time to talk about that. I see many souls in here, but they only have a dark figure body and dimly lit eyes, Jiling said in shock. So lost soul ruins is where demon cultivators devour souls. Emo, leave quickly. Even if I can't recover my body, you must not stay here. You don't know how terrifying soul-devouring cultivators are. They're more demonic than demons. Emo had already come inside. He wasn't going to leave unless he got immortal curl flower here. Jiling was saying this for his benefit, but Emo still said, Xianbei, what is a soul-devouring cultivator? It's the first time I've heard about it. Jiling replied, it's a very terrifying cultivation method. The cultivator can keep others' souls and let them grow itself. When he needs it, he can devour them to strengthen his own soul. These cultivators' spirit sense and soul are very powerful, more than 10 times that of ordinary cultivators. They're definitely invincible in the same cultivation level and can easily kill cultivators above their level. Jiling murmured, no wonder there are so many spirit herbs here. Why? Emo immediately asked, because the souls he keeps need spirit herbs to feed them, or their level wouldn't be high enough and thus won't be able to benefit his cultivation. Jiling replied weakly. Emo saw this and quickly said, Shenbei, go rest first, I understand. Jiling sighed. He worried for Emo, but he wasn't able to help him. Emo left the Golden Page world and realized why Shadowless loved devouring the black figures so much. They were all souls fed with high-level spirit herbs. Emo even suspected that the cultivator holding high-level spirit herbs was intentionally let out to attract more people to come. Knowing that there was a very powerful being here,
Emo didn't keep searching for spirit herbs. Since it was kept by someone, he wouldn't be able to rob it. According to Ji Ling, that cultivator must be very strong and he probably was no match for him. What he needed to do now was to find the formation door of the illusion formation. Only when he could control the illusion formation would he be able to keep searching for spirit herbs, only then would he be able to leave whenever he wanted. At this moment, Emo felt a strong spirit essence wave from Shadowless. He immediately realized Shadowless broke through. He didn't know what level Shadowless was, but each time it broke through, its power rose drastically. Shadowless broke through just by eating a black figure and didn't even go to sleep. Emo rejoiced and let the mist come near him by removing Purple Eye Soul Sever. As soon as the gray mist neared Emo, it turned into a gray beam that was devoured completely by Shadowless. Then, the gray mist started to retreat as though it was alive. Shadowless didn't seem to be interested in chasing up. Its eyes looked around in the mist for something, clearly wanting the black figure souls. Emo breathed easy. With Shadowless, it was much easier for him. He could focus on studying the formation. The illusion formation here was very high level, but it wasn't hard for level 9 formation Grandmaster Emo. 2 hours later, Emo came to that big square again. He found the first formation door here and he found that this place was not only an illusion formation but also a level 8 attack and trap formation. Only the illusion formation was level 9, the formation flags were either hidden in the air or had been transformed into pebbles and rocks on the square. He made a new formation flag and replaced the old formation flag with his own. Chapter 12:17, Termark Relic. When Emo changed the first formation flag, Emo had the big idea of the framework of the formation. Changing up the rest of the formation flags would be easy for him. After a day, Emo had changed all of the outer formation flags of the illusion formation. Emo knew there were a few main formation flags he didn't change but he had made. During this time, Emo didn't let Shadowless go out to hunt for food. He didn't even care about the voice calling out for his soul. Emo set out a few spirit sense strikes every once in a while and the voice couldn't affect him. He just focused on setting up the formation. To him, the most important thing was preparing his escape path. Emo understood this place completely now. It was shaped like an oval, with the center of the formation at the center of the oval. Thus Emo predicted that if someone was controlling the formation, he would be at the center of the oval. That would be the center of the formation. Emo didn't know if the cultivator here knew of his existence after him staying for a day, but from how he changed the formation flags and still no one came, Emo believed that guy probably didn't know he was here or had already left. Emo went along the streets towards the center of the formation. At the same time, he prepared a few formation flags. He would control the entire formation as soon as he went into the heart of the formation. 2 hours later, Emo had gone into the center region of Lost Soul Ruins. The gray mist here was more dense. Despite the gray mist fearing Shadowless, it still rushed up sensing Emo's arrival. Emo let Shadowless eat all he wanted. However, there were more and more black figures. Most of them didn't even form eyes. The black figures in gray mist noticed Emo's threat and rushed up. At this moment, the black figure calling "Where's my soul?" also slowly floated towards Emo. Emo could feel his sea of consciousness becoming heavy and he burned some essence blood, cutting with Purple Eye Soul Sever while urging Shadowless to hurry. Shadowless noticed Emo's worry and made a sharp shriek. The black figures and white mist were sucked in without resistance. Emo felt a little relieved but he was also very shocked. He was sure that these black figures were attacking him of their own accord. If someone controlled them, he would be defeated. Emo took out a bitter bamboo leaf and put it in his mouth. Immediately, Emo felt his spirit sense clear up and the calling of the voice weakened. Emo rejoiced. He let out Mist Lotus Heartfire wanting to help Shadowless. Soon, he found that the Mist Lotus Heartfire would scare off the black figures but it couldn't burn the mist, or it burned too slowly. Emo realized that Mist Lotus Heartfire was too low level, with Shadowless going on a rampage. Emo put away Mist Lotus Heartfire and looked around carefully. He found that the black figure calling "Where's my soul?" was completely different than the other black figures. This was a living human. His eyes were dazed and he just murmured "Where's my soul?" Emo thought of the legend Tingy told him and had an extremely uncomfortable feeling. He had the premonition that the legend was 80% true. This soulless man was probably Fengshi. He heard clearly now he wasn't saying "Where is my soul?" but "Where is my hun?" The two words had a different pitch. Realizing this, Emo felt sympathetic towards this Fengshi. He was a tragic man, but then Emo realized something was wrong. Those black figures would go into Feng Shi's body to be nourished for a while when it was weak. When they came back out, their speed was drastically increased. Emo felt sad. Feng 11 was being used as a mobile soul nourishing body. Only Feng Shi's soul willingly left his body, everyone else's soul was forced to leave, so only his body was suitable for soul nourishment. Those souls using Feng Shi's body could easily use Feng Shi's call to rob the souls of cultivators who came in the mist. Such a cruel cultivator, he didn't even let a body rest in peace. Emo felt very uncomfortable. Feng Shi was harmed and his body was being used for countless years here. This was over the line. Emo threw out tens of formation flags and trapped Feng Shi before letting Shadowless focus on the souls attached to Feng Shi's body. Shadowless immediately dashed to Feng Shi after receiving Emo's order. A few black figures were immediately devoured, but at the same time, an almost solid black figure seeped out of Feng Shi's body trying to escape. When Shadowless saw this, it was more excited and flew towards it. The two eyes seemed to have materialized and were not just emitting weak light. Even so, it was still devoured by Shadowless. With this, the black shadows around retreated in fear, no longer swarming up like before. The gray mist also gradually retreated. Seeing Shadowless appearing a little wobbly, Emo quickly ordered that it must not sleep. It must wait till he got out. Shadowless gave Emo an unhappy response and stayed on Emo's shoulder. Not falling asleep, Emo saw that Shadowless devoured so many black figures and no one came to stop him. Clearly, the owner of this place was long gone. Thinking about this, Emo felt a little assured and turned his eyes to Feng Shi. Emo didn't know how to deal with this Feng Shi. If he left, his body would be taken over by the countless black shadows. After thinking, Emo put a spirit recovery pill in Feng Shi's mouth. He didn't know if it would help after all these years. Feng Shi's expression eased up a little and Emo thought, was it helpful? He threw two more in Feng Shi's mouth. Feng Shi's eyes recovered some light after a while. He looked around at the terrified black shadows and suddenly, tears of blood fell down his eyes. Hunter is gone, I'm going too, thank you friend. A flame suddenly lit up on his body and moments later, he disappeared from the flame, leaving behind a longan-sized relic. The relic was round and shiny like a pearl, but there were two dark red marks down the middle. Emo felt sad. Feng Shi had no soul and his spirit recovery pill could only wake his instincts. This relic was the essence of his life's cultivation. He wanted to give this relic to him for setting him free. Emo didn't intend to use this relic at all. He stopped Shadowless from eating it and put it in a jade box. After Feng Shi disappeared, the mist rustled and the black figures became restless. Emo took Shadowless a few hundred meters forward and a dried-up lake appeared before him. Emo knew this was the center of the Lost Soul ruins. He threw tens of formation flags out and a hidden door was revealed before him. When Emo walked in, an extremely dense spirit chi filled his mind. There was more than one top-grade spirit range here or else the spirit chi wouldn't be so dense. Immediately, an extremely furious voice sounded, "Insect, how dare you ruin my plans? You can be my next soul jar." Emo knew Feng Shi must have been the previous soul jar. Emo threw out a few more formation flags and broke another stealth formation. A very shocking scene appeared before him. He finally understood why he made all that commotion and the owner here didn't do anything. Chapter 12:18, Naked Female Cultivator. Sister, that person is dead, right? He's been in there for 2 days. The two girls saw Emo go in and had waited for 2 whole days. The elder sister nodded. I told you, it's certain death if you go inside there. I'm afraid that person who just went in was body condensation state power and yet he went in and disappeared. The red-robed young girl rebutted, Sister, you can't say that. Lost Soul Ruins is dangerous but my star barrier is a middle-grade defense cultivation artifact. How do you know I can't block that gray mist? Plus I didn't plan to go in now. Okay, I know your star barrier is number 1 in defense and I'm also worried about Big Sister's injury but our power isn't strong enough. If something happens to us, Father would be more worried. We've been out for a few days, let's go back first. The green-robed girl suddenly stopped talking. The red-robed girl screamed, Sister, look, the Lost Soul Ruins. The Lost Soul Ruins began to clear up. The white mist began to rumble as though something was happening inside. Something happened inside, the green-robed girl mumbled. Red-robed girl looked at her sister and suddenly asked, Sister, would it be related to that cultivator who went in 2 days ago? I don't know. The green-robed girl shook her head. Should we go inside and have a look? I have a middle-grade defense cultivation artifact anyways, the red-robed girl suggested. The green-robed girl immediately said, I knew you would want to go in Lost Soul Ruins all the time when you got the middle grade defense cultivation artifact, but you can't, definitely not.
It's the Lost Soul Ruins, many disaster transformation state and even truth realization state cultivators have died there. We're just hollow spirit state, it's suicide.
I heard there's immortal curl flower there. If it's really there and we miss it like that, then we would regret our entire life. I want Big Sister to recover earlier and us three sisters can stay together happily. The red-robed girl said unhappily, wait, I'll notify father to come.
Our power is too low.
Even with a middle-grade cultivation artifact, we can't go in, the green-robed girl said. Before EMO was a completely nude cultivator who stared at him furiously. This cultivator was surrounded by black mist and black figures popped out from nowhere into the black mist. Above his head was this whirlpool that Yemo's spirit sense couldn't scan into. It was getting faint as though after another while, it would completely disappear, so this cultivator was amidst an important breakthrough point of soul-devouring cultivation method.
No wonder the owner didn't do anything when he made such a commotion outside.
Yemo rejoiced for his luck but was also shocked. If this cultivator wasn't focused on breaking through and came to attack him, what would happen to him? What shook Yemo more was that this cultivator was a female cultivator, and if Yemo didn't know that the Lost Soul Ruins had existed for countless years, he would think it's a young girl. The female cultivator's nude body was seen by Yemo, but she didn't seem embarrassed at all. Instead, she stared cruelly at Yemo as though she was going to devour him. No matter how pretty she was, Yemo wasn't interested in watching her body. He focused his attention on the whirlpool above her. Yemo knew that soon, she would be finished, and the main thing was her power was much higher than him. She was about to reach truth realization state tertiary stage. Yemo ignored her fury and kept throwing out formation flags. The woman saw this and just sneered, but when she looked at the formation flag positions and the changing formation, her face looked bad. When she saw Yemo throw out 10s more in set positions around her, her face finally changed greatly. As Yemo threw out more formation flags, less and less black figures flew into the black mist. Eventually, not a single one flew in. Clearly, Yemo had seen through the formation she used for cultivation and sabotaged it. With Yemo's intervention, the whirlpool didn't fade away. She screamed, "Stop!"
Yemo wasn't going to listen.
He used almost all his formation means and stopped souls from going into her cultivation formation and controlled all of the formation in his hands. On top of that, he was adding trap formations and kill formations. In a short while, there was a level 7 trap formation around her, but Yemo wasn't happy. He was setting up attack formations. When Yemo set these up, he found in shock that the female cultivator had finished her cultivation. Although he didn't know if she forced the finish, it wasn't good for him. Before the female cultivator attacked his trap formation, Yemo threw out 10s of black lightning swords over. The female cultivator was already injured from forcing the end of her cultivation, and now with Yemo's attack, she spat out mouthfuls of blood. The pair of sisters outside the Lost Soul Ruins saw that the mist seemed to have lost confinement and scattered off.
At the same time, that tattered ancient city was shown. "Sister, look."
The red-robed girl pointed at Lost Soul Ruins and called in shock, "The gray mist is gone." The green-robed girl exclaimed. The red-robed girl suddenly turned around and said, "Sister, now must be the chance of a millennium, we should go in quickly. Otherwise, when everyone knows, the spirit herbs here would be taken away." The green-robed girl hesitated and nodded. "Okay, but you must stay close to me. If there's any danger, we'll leave immediately." The two agreed and carefully stepped foot into the Lost Soul Ruins.
Yemo knew that even though the female cultivator was injured, he still wasn't able to kill her.
He might as well find the immortal curlflower and leave. The spirit chi here was very dense. Yemo scanned with spirit sense and immediately saw a huge spirit gathering formation. Below it were two large herb gardens. One was full of low-level spirit herbs, level 6 and below. The other one was level 7 and above. There were even 30 level 9 spirit herbs. This was the first time Yemo had seen this many level 9 spirit herbs. He saw 4 immortal curlflower immediately. This was indeed immortal curlflower, and there were more than one. Jiling could be saved now. He charged over immediately without hesitation and moved the entire herb garden into his golden page world. Yemo ignored the low-level spirit herb garden. There were some precious herbs there, but it was more important to run now. Rumble. Before Yemo could get out of here, the formations he set up had been crippled. At the same time, he felt he was bound.
It was as though space itself had become stagnant. Without hesitation, Yemo spat out some essence blood and hacked out with Zisu. A purple ray flew across and his body loosened, but it immediately slowed down again. Yemo's face changed. This wasn't a domain but some spirit sense cultivation method that was similar to domains. It meant he was trapped by her spirit sense. Yemo's spirit sense was very powerful. Never had he thought there would be someone who could trap him with spirit sense. He was sure even a truth realization state peak stage wouldn't be able to do that. It was as though he was tied by an invisible rope that even Zisu couldn't sever. It would recover immediately as soon as it was cut. Was this cultivator's spirit sense powerful to this degree? I told you, I will make you my soul jar. The woman shrieked. Yemo spat more blood, but he couldn't resist at all. He felt his sea of consciousness was rumbling and even his soul was departing him. At this moment 2 girls ran in here and saw the fight scene between a naked woman and a young man and they were stunned. Chapter 12:19, Fending off truth realization state. Yemo felt that her spirit sense was like an invisible hand trying to crush his sea of consciousness and take his soul away. Such a powerful spirit sense cultivation method, such a powerful soul. This female cultivator's soul must have been injured when he interrupted her cultivation, and yet she was still this powerful. One could see how powerful she would be if she was at her peak. Brother Jiling was right. Cultivators who cultivated the soul-devouring cultivation method were indeed invincible at the same cultivation level in terms of soul power. But Yemo believed if he was truth realization state level 6, his spirit sense wouldn't be weaker than hers. Yemo used his spirit sense sword to try sever off the spirit sense hand that reached deep into his sea of consciousness, but he felt his spirit sense sword was lacking something. The 2 girls began to worry seeing this, and the female cultivator's face changed. She sneered and grabbed out with her cultivation essence giant hand. The 2 girls froze. There was nothing they could do against a truth realization state's cultivation essence giant hand. But what the 2 didn't expect was that when the cultivation essence giant hand was about to grab their heads, the female cultivator grunted and blood seeped out of her mouth again. She used a few hand signs and the cultivation essence giant hand grabbed towards Yemo instead. Yemo captured a wave of the spirit sense giant hand when the female cultivator attacked the 2 girls. Sensing that, Yemo had some enlightenment and his spirit sense sword evolved again. It turned into an almost material blade and sliced out. That spirit sense giant hand was instantly crippled with that strike. At the same time, Yemo knew that due to the enlightenment, his purple eye soul sever broke through again and reached the 4th level, spirit sense transformation. But before Yemo could rejoice, he hacked out with Zisu instead of running. The 2 girls saw Yemo's strike bring up a purple veil. They didn't dare to linger and ran out immediately. The female cultivator looked at Yemo in disbelief. Yemo's spirit sense sword actually shattered her spirit sense giant hand and made her sea of consciousness even more injured. She didn't expect a cauldron-filling state level 2 cultivator to have such power. Even though she only had 1/10 of her spirit sense, she should be able to easily kill a cauldron-filling state level 2, but not only did she not kill him, but he broke free from her spirit sense mimic domain. So without hesitation, she gave up on killing the 2 girls and attacked Yemo again. However, Yemo thought the same. He didn't run and instead attacked back. He wasn't going to kill those 2 girls no matter what. The reason Yemo did this was because he found that the female cultivator didn't seem to be able to move. She just sat in the same spot. His spirit sense couldn't scan what was there. With her forced stop in cultivation, her power was less than 1%. If he ran off now, he would be at a disadvantage instead. So, Yemo gambled instead and immediately attacked with Zisu. Thud, his sword completely crippled the cultivation essence giant hand. Yemo rejoiced. This female cultivator was just putting on a show. She must be badly injured. Realizing this, Yemo had no concerns and attacked with Zisu again. Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike. The female cultivator grunted again. A red shadow dashed past and clashed with Yemo's Zisu. Another thud came, but this time Yemo didn't get the advantage. He was struck a few hundred meters away and crashed into a rock. Yemo spat some blood and didn't keep attacking. He didn't understand how much power this female cultivator had. The cultivation essence giant hand wasn't much stronger than him before, but the red magic artifact exploded with power tens of times stronger than the cultivation essence giant hand. The female cultivator looked coldly at Yemo and waved her hand. A set of clothes appeared on her. She said coldly, "Leave the herb garden and piss off." Yemo dazed and immediately knew this female cultivator had no ability to kill him. He sneered, "Is this herb garden yours?" Yemo was completely guessing, but when he said this,
this female cultivator didn't rebuke him, meaning his guess was right. The female cultivator answered, I came earlier than you, so the herb garden is mine. It's already very generous of me that I didn't make you compensate for interrupting my cultivation.
If you don't go now, then don't blame me.
As she spoke, she threw out a few formation flags. Yemo sneered and also threw a few out. Moments later, the female cultivator was shook.
Urea level 9 formation Grandmaster, you've changed all the formations outside? Yemo sneered. If I don't do something, am I going to wait for you to trap me with your formation? Keep dreaming.
Yemo just realized that this female cultivator wasn't letting him go but letting him go out to trap him with the formation. Clearly she was in some trouble right now or she wouldn't be trapping him with the formation. I was wondering how you came in and how others came in. My soul missed and my souls were all released by you. Her voice turned icy cold. Yemo was dazed and realized that after he came in, he changed the formation flags. The mist and souls dissipated after the confinement was lost. No wonder the two girls came in. She cultivated soul-devouring cultivation method and those mist and souls were her lifeline. He destroyed it all and took her spirit herb garden. There was no way she didn't want to kill him. The female cultivator's power rose and that red light appeared in her hand again. Yemo saw it clearly this time. It was a red band. It had a very powerful chi. It was clearly an extreme-grade cultivation artifact. Yemo released his octagonal cauldron without hesitation and hacked out with Zisu. For Yemo, the best defense was the best offense. Instead of waiting for her to attack, he might as well attack first. The female cultivator waved the red band casually and it smashed away his octagonal cauldron, then it pierced his chest like a snake. Yemo flew back again and spat blood in the air. He called back the octagonal cauldron and ate a few pills. Such a powerful woman, she was clearly heavily injured but even so, he couldn't defend against her at all. Yemo knew that the reason he could crippled her spirit sense hand was due to some other reason. Even though she was heavily injured, it was very easy for her to kill him. Yemo took back the octagonal cauldron and didn't attack. He was thinking about how to escape now. The woman beat him in one move but didn't chase up. She ate a few pills with a pale face. When Yemo flew almost 1,000 meters away from her, she still didn't move nor use her red band. Yemo was certain she couldn't move now. The female cultivator didn't attack and Yemo didn't run. The two were in a stalemate. Yemo was thinking of a way out of this. The longer this went on, the worse it was for him. The female cultivator was thinking the same. It wasn't good to drag it out for her as well. Now, Lost Soul Ruins was no longer the place people didn't dare to come in. She didn't have the confidence to kill Yemo in one move. The octagonal cauldron was a very powerful defense and his spirit sense was on par with hers in her injured state. Chapter 1220, Evil Person. The two girls ran for their lives. They were scared shitless by the nude female cultivator and Yemo. If the young cultivator who went in first didn't help, they would be crushed meat by now. Sister, what is their power level? I couldn't tell at all. The red-robed girl asked once they were 10,000 kilometers from Lost Soul Ruins. The green-robed girl shook her head. I can't tell, but that female cultivator seemed injured. Even so, she could still use her cultivation essence giant hand. She's at least disaster transformation state, tertiary stage, or even truth realization state. That male cultivator can fend off her, meaning he won't be much weaker than her. He would at least be disaster transformation state level. He might look so young, but he's probably older than Dad. Then what do we do now? With this happening, people would be coming Lost Soul Ruins soon. The red-robed girl continued. Let's wait for Father here, he will come soon. The green-robed girl said with certainty. Yemo knew that the female cultivator was gathering cultivation essence now, but the exit was too close to the female cultivator. If he wanted to go, he might not be able to use essence blood to dodge her attack. With his current distance and how the female cultivator couldn't move, even if she used her red rope, he would at most be heavily injured. It wouldn't be enough to kill him. But Yemo was worried about cultivators coming here soon. If a few truth realization state cultivators came, he would still be dead, especially those guys from the Dragontang Palace. The female cultivator saw by Yemo's facial expression that he knew she wouldn't be able to kill him if he didn't come within a certain distance. When her cultivation essence recovered to a degree, she didn't attack and instead looked at Yemo. You're a cultivator too. Do you know how much enmity there is for stopping one's cultivation foundation? Today you ruined mine, so it's not over the line even if I burn your soul.
Yemo sneered.
Don't make it sound so nice, your soul-devouring cultivation method is pretty much doing the same thing non-stop.
Don't give me that bullshit, weren't you going to use me as your soul jar before? What won't an evil woman like you do? It's a pity I don't have the ability to kill you now. Once I reach truth realization state, I will kill a scum like you every time I see one. Ha, I'm evil. The woman shrieked.
She pointed outside hysterically.
If I'm 1/10,000th as evil as Feng-chun, you would be overestimating me. You think I made those soul jars?
It's Feng-chun, that bastard. He ambushed his old friend and used his son to set up the spirit transfer formation to take his daughter-in-law's spirit roots. Then, he used his soul shackle formation to lock his wife's soul at the bottom of the lake forever.
Yemo looked at the female cultivator in confusion. Wasn't this female cultivator locked here? Was she Feng-chun's wife? No wonder she couldn't move. The female cultivator's voice turned tragic.
You guessed it, that's right, I'm his wife. I have been locked at the bottom of the lake for countless years. The spirit transfer formation he used his son to set up was sabotaged by me. Although I've been locked down here, I had the means to tell the news to Li He. Li He took away his daughter and Feng-chi's soul. But even so, Feng-chun didn't stop. He wasn't able to improve his spirit roots, so he wanted to cultivate the soul devour cultivation method. The woman clenched her teeth. He let spirit beasts attack his own bright moon city and killed all the spirit beasts and people in the city. Then he set up a soul-devouring formation and set up the soul mist to nourish the souls here for his cultivation. He used his own son to be a soul jar to nourish the souls purely because this way, it would benefit him more.
Do you know who the first soul he was going to devour was?
Mine. He not only locked my here but also wanted to devour my soul.
This animal, no, he's worse than an animal, Yemo sneered. Well, aren't you alright now?
You're no better yourself. Feng-chi is your son, yet you still used him as a soul jar.
The female cultivator calmed down and said hatefully.
I'm fine because I ambushed him.
When he devoured my soul, I used a secret technique to escape.
I know he isn't dead and I know he will come back, but before I reach truth realization state peak stage, I can't leave this soul shackle formation. I must kill him. Only after I kill him can I die peacefully.
Yemo sneered in contempt.
He realized this was all set up by Feng-chun, but it benefited this female cultivator in the end. The woman saw Yemo's expression and said coldly, that Feng-chi isn't my son, he's the son of the bitch who suggested to him to lock me up. But that bitch was also ambushed by Feng-chun. That bitch's father is Feng-chun's mortal enemy, but Feng-chun was good at acting and tricked her. Then, he went to torture her son.
Yemo was speechless.
What bullshit logic was this? That woman's son was also Feng-chun's son. Regardless, Feng-chun's acts were inhuman, but his wife wasn't someone good either. The more Yemo heard, the more he was disgusted. That Li He was blind, making such a friend and bringing harm to himself and his daughter. Seeing this, the female cultivator suddenly said, Feng-chun is also a level 9 formation grandmaster. You're no ordinary person to be able to break his formation. You're only cauldron filling state level 2, you should know that soon, people will come here and you still won't be able to get away.
So I'm going to make a deal with you.
Help me remove the soul shackle formation and give me an immortal curl flower, then we're even.
Yemo sneered. You're quite cunning. The female cultivator also sneered. It's not your immortal curl flower, is that herb garden yours? You took it from me.
Yemo felt a little awkward since that was really the case. The female cultivator said again, if you're willing then hurry up, there's an half extreme grade spirit range and a broken low grade spirit range, I can give them to you. Otherwise, if I guard this entrance, you won't be able to dodge my attack, so you won't be able to leave.
Yemo knew she was right, so he nodded. Okay then, it's a deal. Make an oath that after I free you, you must not attack me.
The female cultivator said without hesitation, I, Miao Huzhen, swear that if someone frees me from soul shackle gormation, I will treat him as my savior my entire life. I will never go back on this or I will die to divine damnation. Her voice was shaky when she made the oath. Clearly, if some level 9 formation grandmaster came to do this deal with her earlier, she was willing to do anything. She even rejoiced that Yemo came here. Yemo was decisive, and since she made such an oath he didn't hesitate. He knew that it wasn't good for him to waste time here. He threw out a few formation flags and made more. The female cultivator watched nervously as GMO did his thing. For a few thousand years she had been locked here and now she was about to break free. No matter how powerful her spirit sense was, if she didn't break free she would never be able to ascend into the immortal realm. 30 minutes later, GMO threw out the last formation flag and the tens of restrictions confining her were freed. She got up and howled, "Feng Chun, you bastard, I will lock your soul and cut you inch by inch." GMO stood on the side warily. The female cultivator looked at GMO. "Although you made me lose half my power, you saved me as well. I won't look for trouble with you, but you need to give me an immortal curl flower." GMO threw one over without hesitation. The female cultivator nodded, but suddenly her face changed. She said, "Someone's here." A truth realization state cultivator. She instantly dashed through the formation door and disappeared. GMO looked at the half-extreme grade spirit range and gritted his teeth, taking it into his golden page world. The female cultivator heard this and paused, murmuring, "A mere cauldron-filling state, how dare he?" The rumbling sound was GMO taking the spirit range. As soon as he took it, he saw a flying magic artifact about to land here. The cultivators outside weren't able to scan in with spirit sense due to the formation. GMO couldn't care about the small herb garden and dashed out on Blue Moon. Chapter 12:21, Separated Tracemark. "Dad, look, the white mist is gone, the Lost Soul Ruins is safe. There's a dried up lake in the center and there's a formation to enter it. Sister and I went there were 2 cultivators there, both very powerful. That young-looking man saved us. The 2 young girls from before and a middle-aged man came on the flying magic artifact." The man nodded but didn't go into Lost Soul Ruins. He looked at the direction GMO left and frowned. The green-robed girl said, "Dad, someone just left here and his flying magic artifact is very fast." "Ha!" The red-robed girl murmured, "Then should we go in or chase that person who left?" Before the middle-aged man could talk, a few more people dashed here, all truth realization state cultivators. They saw the mist dissipate from the Lost Soul Ruins and were shocked. The leading truth realization state turned to the middle-aged man and saluted with his fists. "So it's Injuan Island Lord, Brother Jiefeng. Your news is quite fast." The middle-aged man smiled. "Dragon Tang King's news is fast too, you came right after me." The people who came were the 5 truth realization states from Dragon Tang Palace. No one wanted to give up a level 7 pill king, so they came together. Dragon Tang King clearly felt some concern with this island Lord Jie and smiled drily before looking back at the Yutian Island Truth Realization State cultivator. "Brother Chi Rue, what's going on? Why do I feel he's in the Lost Soul Ruins?" Tang Xiong was very shocked that GMO went in. He thought GMO just came to the outskirts. Lan Shirue was very shocked inside despite looking calm. He felt his spirit sense mark was in Lost Soul Ruins before but was now gradually leaving Lost Soul Ruins. He didn't know what Tang Xiong meant. Did Tang Xiong not know his spirit sense mark was leaving, or was there some problem with it? No matter what, he wasn't going to tell Tang Xiong this. He frowned for a while and said, "I also feel he's in the Lost Soul Ruins." "Is he not afraid to die?" Then he walked up to the middle-aged man and saluted with his fists. "Brother Jia, what's going on here? Why did the mist disappear? It doesn't seem to affect spirit sense much either." The middle-aged man smiled. "I just came here and haven't gone in yet, but I want to. What do you guys think?" Tang Xiong nodded. "Yes, I agree. What do you guys think?" A sharp-chinned cultivator immediately said, "I, Huang Qi, agree too. There was a level 9 spirit herb in there before, now is a good time to check." The balding cultivator next to him also nodded. "I, Gongja, agree too." Then everyone looked at Lan, who thought for a moment before saying, "This Lost Soul Ruins is very dangerous, I need to think about it. After all, it's not easy reaching truth realization state. The highest powered people in this region of the Heartless Sea are mostly here, it's not good if something bad happens." The truth realization state middle stage next to him heard this and also nodded. "I agree with Brother Lan, we need to think about it." Jiefeng suddenly smiled. "Then you guys think about it, we will go in first." Then, Jiefeng went in without hesitation. Seeing this, the 2 girls followed. Tang Xiong looked at Lan Shirue in confusion. According to his knowledge of him, he was no coward. He was a very adventurous guy. Now that the white mist disappeared, he didn't want to go into the Lost Soul ruins, plus, Emo was in there too. Was Lan Shirue not interested in this level 7 Pill King at all? Regardless, Tang Xiong didn't hesitate and went in, so did Huang Qi and Gongja. Moments later, there was just Lan Shirue and the other truth realization state cultivator. That cultivator asked, "Brother Lan, did you notice Yemo's trail?" Lan Shirue nodded. "That's right, when we came he was still near Lost Soul ruins, but now he's a few 100,000 kilometers away. Let's chase up quickly. Level 9 spirit herbs aren't as precious as a level 7 Pill King. If we control him, then so what if Tang Xiong gets all the level 9 spirit herbs? He would still need to come to us for help." "Ha, great insight, Brother Lan." The truth realization state middle stage laughed. "Hi Kai brother. I know your support for me, there will be benefits for you too." Lan Shirue smiled. The two sped off. "There's no soul pressure in here indeed. This illusion formation also seems to be lacking spirit power for support," Huang Qi said. The red-robed girl was about to say something but Jiefeng already spoke. "It really is so, we should be the first here otherwise, this illusion formation only needs hollow spirit state power to break it." The red-robed girl was straightforward, but she also knew what her father meant, and that was to not tell she came here before. Jiefeng meant that indeed. He wasn't afraid of the three, but it was better to be careful. This region was mostly populated by beast cultivators. He was able to take over a dense spirit chi island purely because of his power. Otherwise, the beast cultivators nearby would have devoured him whole. They passed through a street and Tang Xiong noticed his spirit sense mark. It was in a broken shop on the side of the road, but Tang Xiong didn't search it with his spirit sense. He knew Jiefeng's power, he would notice something immediately. He just acted normal and kept following Jiefeng. As long as this spirit sense mark didn't leave, he wouldn't need to worry. His only worry was that Yemo's soul was lost. If so, it was pointless even if he found Yemo. Jiefeng was a formation master, and when he came here he frowned. "Someone has been here and changed up the formations here." The two girls immediately knew it was the young man, but they didn't dare to say it. Soon, the group came to that dried-up lake. "There's a stealth formation here, it's been broken and there's a ruined formation door," Jiefeng said. The truth realization state level 7 cultivator Gongja said, "We can't scan spirit sense inside that formation door, but there's spirit chi seeping out. Clearly, this is the place of the high-level spirit herbs. There are 6 of us here, Island Lord Jia and Dragon Tang King are the strongest. Don't you think we should divide things here before we go in?" Jiefeng nodded and so did Tang Xiong. "What's your opinion, Island Lord Jia?" Huang Qi suddenly said. "How about this, we 4 truth realization state cultivators each get 1 share, Island Lord Jia's 2 daughters can get 1 share together. If there are things other than spirit herbs, we can divide it later." "I agree." Jiefeng nodded, the rest of the people also agreed. The group went inside. "Someone has been here and took 1 spirit range and most of the spirit herbs." Tang Xiong scanned the area and said heavily, Chapter 1222, stopped again. Everyone else saw this situation as well. There was just a ruined low-grade spirit range and low-level spirit herbs. The highest level spirit herb was only level 6. There were some rare ones, but none of them interested these truth realization state cultivators. There seemed to be a herb garden next to it, but it was empty. Judging by the ruins, some people moved it away not long ago. Only Jiefeng's 2 daughters happily went to dig up low-level spirit herbs. The rest of the cultivators didn't do anything. There was no way they were going to fight over low-level spirit herbs with hollow spirit state cultivators. Things were taken away. "I'm going to look somewhere else." Tang Xiong saluted with his fists and left this place. Huang Qi and Gongja glanced at each other and saluted with their fists. "Island Lord Jia, we'll be going other places too." Then, the two left here rapidly and only the middle-aged man and his 2 daughters were left. Jiefeng frowned and suddenly said, "Yukue, tell me again what you and Yuning saw." The green-robed girl nodded. "When we came in, there was that young man fighting with a female cultivator. He seemed to have the lower hand and we couldn't see his power. When the female cultivator saw us come in, she was about to attack us, but at that moment the guy counterattacked. The female cultivator had to give up attacking us and fight the male. We ran out at that time." Jiefeng nodded.
Cultivators couldn't be judged on looks. He believed EMO was a powerful cultivator who has been cultivating for many years. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dissipate the gray mist and come here, the younger sister also said. I saw his magic artifact was a purple kitchen knife. It seemed to be very strong. It seems that the one who fled when we came here was one of them. Dad, do you think it was the guy or the female who got away? Should we chase up? The green-robed girl asked. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, from now on, you two won't be allowed to leave the island alone again. If it wasn't for luck, you two would have been dead. The red-robed girl wasn't willing but still agreed. Jie Feng immediately said, regardless of who got away, the high-level spirit herbs are with them. If we chase up now, and there's immortal curlflower, that's the only spirit herb useful to your sister. We need to go now. That person's flying magic artifact is an extreme grade cultivation artifact. If we waste more time we won't be able to catch up. Tang Xiong's face was green now. There was just a simple spirit sense barrier formation before him with a spirit sense mark was trapped inside. This was the spirit sense mark he left on EMO. I underestimated you. You can even remove truth realization state cultivator spirit sense marks. It seems you have more secrets than I thought, Tang Xiong said and then took out a top-grade flying magic artifact before looking at the direction Lan Shirui disappeared to. In a blink, he disappeared from Lost Soul Ruins in a white beam. He realized why the Lost Soul Ruins was safe now and yet Lan Shirui didn't come in. He knew that EMO had left. Although Tang Xiong didn't know why EMO took his spirit sense mark but couldn't take off Lan Shirui's spirit sense mark, he wasn't going to let EMO fall into Lan Shirui's hands. A level 7 Pill King was crucial to the Dragon Tang Palace. He might become an overlord of an even greater region due to EMO. His palace was a little stronger than Chi Tian Island, but if EMO is taken away by them, it was no good for him. Jie Feng took his daughters out of the formation door and saw Tang Xiong leave. He immediately frowned. The red-robed girl said, Dad, I saw that person leave towards the north. Why did Dragon Tang King chase east? Jie Feng shook his head. I don't know, but that Lan Shirui left towards the east as well. It should be something between them. We don't need to worry, let's go north. Then, Jie Feng took out an extreme-grade flying cultivation artifact and left with his daughters. He was thinking about who the person inside the Lost Soul Ruins was. He seemed very important to Tang Xiong and Lan Shirui. Why did they leave in the opposite directions? Huangqi saw Jie Feng and Tang Xiong leave. Gongzhou also frowned but replied, ignore Jie Feng, he probably has his own business. We just need to follow Dragon Tang King. He left in the direction Lan Shirui went. I think Tang Xiong lost EMO while Lan Shirui was going in the right direction. That's right, Jie Feng doesn't know about GMO so he's not going to chase him for sure, Huang Qi immediately said. The two reached an agreement and immediately chased after Tang Xiong. Soon, the Lost Soul Ruins was desolate again. EMO put 8 extreme-grade spirit stones in Blue Moon and fled like crazy. Half a day later, he saw no one came so he changed directions. 5 days later, EMO breathed easy. He estimated that no one would be chasing up to him now. But before he could relax, he had the feeling of being watched again. Before he could think, a yellow beam faster than Blue Moon chased up and surpassed Blue Moon. EMO's heart sunk. Looking at this, it was clear the yellow beam came for him. He slowed down and stood in front of Blue Moon. If he couldn't beat this person he would run into the Heartless Sea and hide in the Golden Page world. The yellow light stopped and 3 cultivators got off. When EMO saw the 2 girls, he immediately knew what was going on. It was those 2 girls who suddenly came in that allowed him to see the wave of the female cultivator's spirit sense cultivation method. From that he learned spirit sense transformation and reached Purple Eye Soul Sever level 4. But it was due to him that they survived. Now, it seems that the 2 girls brought help and the middle-aged man in front of them was truth realization state peak stage already. He couldn't even beat an injured truth realization state level 6. Much less a truth realization state peak stage. EMO knew he had no chance at all. When Jie Feng saw EMO, there was a sliver of shock in his eyes. He could tell EMO was young, too young, yet his power was cauldron filling state level 2, but soon he hid his shock and saluted with his fists. I mean Zhu Island Lord Jie Feng, I was a rush to see you but I need to thank you for saving my daughters first. No wonder the 2 dared to roam around. Clearly their dad was very famous around here. EMO had a good impression seeing that this truth realization state peak stage was so polite to him so he saluted with his fists. Wan Bei EMO, Island Lord Jie, you're too polite, it was just an accident. I didn't intentionally save your daughters. Yemo felt uneasy. The two girls saw him fighting with the female cultivator. If they went to Lost Soul Ruins as well, they would know that the spirit herbs in there were in his pockets. Yemo knew what level 9 spirit herbs meant to truth realization states. There was no way of resisting if he wanted to rob him and kill him. Yemo instantly thought of two ways. One was to dodge the first attack and grab one of his daughters as hostage. The second was to dash into Heartless Sea and enter the Golden Page world, testing his luck. Yemo immediately gave up the first idea. It was obviously impossible to grab his daughter in front of him. He could only try the second method. Even if he had to give up Blue Moon, he would dash into Heartless Sea instantly. Yemo immediately went on full alert watching Jiefeng. Chapter 12:23, Giving Pills. Jiefeng waved his hand and an emitting aqua light appeared on his hand. This was Blue Extreme Rock, a level 9 material. This was equivalent to the Huang Star Rock he got. It was very rare, but Yemo didn't know why Jiefeng took this out. Jiefeng smiled. Yemo brother, I'm a bit older than you, so I'll call you little brother. Have you seen this rock before? Yemo nodded. If Wanbei isn't wrong, it's level 9 material Blue Extreme Rock. Very rare. Jiefeng nodded with approval. Keen eyes, brother, this is indeed Blue Extreme Rock, but now it's yours. Then he threw the rock to Yemo, but his flying ship didn't come near Yemo, as though he knew Yemo was on alert. This was a minor detail, but Yemo noticed it and felt grateful. This was the mannerism of a true respectable Chenbei. Yemo took it and a deep bone-chilling frost came. Yemo immediately knew this was no ordinary Blue Extreme Rock. This was a top-quality one. He took it and said in confusion, Wanbei can't take this for nothing. Jiefeng stopped Yemo from giving it back. You saved my daughter before, so this is a token of appreciation. Yemo wasn't going to take it before he knew why, no matter how much he liked it. He wouldn't believe that Jiefeng would chase up just to thank him. Then, Jiefeng said again, I heard people say there's immortal curlflower in Lost Soul Ruins, but although people say it's a level 9 spirit herb, it's actually beyond level 9. My eldest daughter's spirit roots are damaged and she can't cultivate, her body is also heavily damaged. Yemo immediately knew what Jiefeng meant. Even a truth realization state peak stage wasn't able to help a damaged body and spirit root damage to that degree. Clearly immortal curlflower was the best choice. Jiefeng clearly wanted an immortal curlflower. Yemo had 4 and now that the woman took one, he still had 3. Yemo gave one to Jiefeng without hesitation. Jiefeng didn't expect to get an immortal curlflower this easily. His hands were shaking with excitement. He cusped the immortal curlflower, not knowing how to show his excitement. Even the two girls behind were very excited. Half a moment later, the green-robed girl pushed him and he came back to his senses. He bowed to Yemo. Thank you, brother Yemo, I'm very grateful. Yemo quickly waved his hand. Jie Chenbei, you're too polite. It's my honor that one spirit herb can save your daughter. Jiefeng took out a jade box and carefully put the immortal curlflower in before putting it away. Then he said to Yemo, Brother Yi, you saving my daughter and your talent deserves a bow from me. You're the most genius cultivator I've ever seen. I believe your future is boundless. If you see my 2 daughters in the future, please help them a little. Yemo quickly said again, thank you for your words, Qianbei. If Qianbei doesn't have anything else, Wanbei will be leaving too. Yemo knew Jiefeng was easy to talk to, but not the guys from Dragontang Palace. That's fine. 3 days ago I saw Dragontang King and Lan Chirue go east. I don't know what they're doing. Jiefeng nodded and said strangely. Jiefeng didn't know the exact story between them, but from how Yemo left Lost Soul Ruins and Tang Xiong and them went in, as well as mentioning the person who went in, he reminded Yemo just in case. Jiefeng didn't know his little reminder made Yemo very grateful. At the same time, he had a different view on truth realization state cultivators. There was such distance between them and yet Jiefeng could chase up. Who knows if Tang Xiong and them could chase up too? Jiefeng nodded to Yemo. In that case I won't waste your travel time, do as you please, brother Yi. Yemo nodded and suddenly took out 2 jade bottles. Island Lord Jia, Yemo admires your honest character. It's my honor to meet a friend like you. I do need to go immediately. I don't have anything good, but I can give these 2 bottles of pills for the 2 girls. Jiefeng nodded and didn't mind. Seeing this, Yemo saluted with his fists and took off in a blue beam. He couldn't stay indeed, as he would bring trouble to Jiefeng. Jiefeng was powerful, but he was just by himself. Seeing this, the green-robed girl looked at Jiefeng in confusion.
Dad, you seemed very polite to that cultivator and gave him blue extreme rock to trade the immortal curlflower.
The red-robed girl immediately said, "Sister, didn't you hear Dad say he's the most prodigious cultivator?"
Of course Dad would take him seriously, but I'm happiest about big sister soon being able to get well.
Jiafeng nodded.
It's indeed due to EMO that we got the immortal curlflower this time, and I'm serious about him being the most prodigious cultivator I've ever seen.
He's not even 100 and he's cauldron filling state level 2. Have you seen a human cultivator reach cauldron filling state in 100 years? He's the first I've seen.
Ha!
The two girls were dazed, not expecting this. Dad, did you see wrong? If he could kill that at least disaster transformation state female cultivator, how can he be only cauldron filling state and not even 100 years old?
The green-robed girl asked in disbelief. Jiafeng nodded with certainty. I'm certain he's not 100 years and perhaps even younger than I imagined. The red-robed girl said, EMO is lucky that he met Dad. If he met that old monster Dragon Tang King, his bones would be devoured.
Jiafeng thought for a moment and said,
Yu Ning, you're right, but you can't underestimate him. Although we caught up to him, but if we fought we might not be able to keep him. Hearing this, the two sisters' mouths were wide open in shock and they looked at their father in disbelief. How could a mere cauldron filling state level 2 not be kept by their truth realization state peak stage father? Jiafeng was also confused. He was wary of me but not scared.
Clearly he had a way to get away.
Otherwise, a cauldron filling state wouldn't be that calm seeing a truth realization state cultivator.
Didn't you guys suspect that female cultivator's power?
I can tell you for sure based on your description that her cultivation essence giant hand was truth realization state level. EMO could escape from her and get spirit herbs. Clearly he killed that female cultivator already. Of course, he isn't able to injure me, but I'm not sure I can keep him. By the way, Dad, when the left he gave some pills to us, let's see what they are, the red-robed girl said. EMO smiled. EMO was just cauldron filling state and was too young.
He wouldn't have many good things.
Clearly, they were hollow spirit state level pills he gave to his daughters. He casually tipped them out and when the two spirit chi-emitting pills appeared on his hand, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 12:24, Giving Back in Gratitude. There were two break spirit pills in Jiafeng's hands. They were heaven grade level 5 pills. They were the pills hollow spirit state cultivators needed to break through to body condensation state and were special grade. At least a level 5 pill king was needed to concoct break spirit pill. Special grade ones might even need level 6 pill kings to concoct them. It was because of this that they were shocked. Jiafeng had break spirit pills but not special grade ones. He got his top grade break spirit pills using many spirit herbs and a huge favor. He got them for his daughters but now EMO gave him two special grade ones. This is break spirit pill, and special grade ones. The green-robed girl said in shock.
This EMO is so generous. Dad, let's see the other two pills.
Yu Ning, the red-robed girl said. Jiafeng put the two pills away and was shook. Even he was eager to see what the other pills were. He opened the jade bottle and Yokue and Yu Ning almost shrieked. Koan filling pills. Even Jiafeng took a cold breath in. He had two top-grade Koan filling pills. These were heaven grade level 7 pills. Top grade ones were even harder to get.
Even if you had Koan carrot, you couldn't concoct the Koan filling pill.
Level 7 pill kings were too rare. Even if you met one, he might not be willing to help you. Even 9-star sex had a limited supply of Koan filling pills and now he had two top grade ones. How could he not be excited? He thought EMO would be shocked by his generosity with the blue extreme rock. It was rare but he wasn't going to lower himself to take immortal curlflower from EMO for free. After he got the immortal curlflower, he no longer thought that way as immortal curlflower was much more precious than blue extreme rock. Now that he looked at the 4 pills, he knew who was truly generous. He felt guilty of what he thought before. When he gave the blue extreme rock, he might have had a little condescending manner or even a bragging intention. But GMO didn't show off at all as he believed his daughters truly needed these pills. Jiafeng was embarrassed by EMO's generosity and magnanimity. At this moment, Yukue and Yuning still hadn't woke up from their shock. Even though their father was truth realization state peak stage, it was hard for him to get 2 top-grade Koan filling pills. With their talent, they would have 90% chance of reaching cauldron filling state with these 2 pills. Dad, this EMO is too generous. He even gave top-grade Koan filling pills. Who is he? He has such high-level pills, Yukue said in shock. Yuning nodded and suddenly asked in confusion, Dad, why is your face a little red? Jiefeng smiled awkwardly. I thought I was being generous, but compared to brother Yimo I'm too stingy. He put away the pills inside. He's truly a genius. I've never seen a genius like him. This is unbelievable, really. Dad, just how long are you going to praise that Yimo for? Perhaps he got a large pile of koan-filling pills in the Lost Soul ruins, Yuning murmured. Jiefeng said with a straight face, I'm saying this because he's not only a formation grandmaster but also a level 7 pill king. What? How is that possible? The two sisters asked simultaneously. Jiefeng waved the pills in his hand. These pills were made less than 1 month ago. Clearly, he didn't get this from some ruin. He made it himself. Plus, I said the formations in the Lost Soul ruins were tampered with. Yimo was the first to go in, so clearly he did it. Obviously, he's a formation grandmaster and I'm sure he has other means. The two nodded. If it was really as Dad said, then Yimo was a prodigy amongst prodigies. People like him have a boundless future. Luckily we connected with him before and he has a good impression of us or he wouldn't give such pills. If you guys reach higher cultivation states and see him, it would only benefit you, Jiefeng said, then he sighed. If it wasn't that he wasn't interested in you two, I also want to chase him up to make him my son-in-law. Hearing this, the big sister Yukue looked down in embarrassment but the younger sister Yuning said, Sister and I can be considered beautiful in this region. Dad, why are your words so crushing? How do you know he isn't into us? Maybe he was but he's too shy to say it. So that means you're into him? Jiefeng asked. Yuning immediately said, I'm just saying. Jiefeng patted Yuning's head. You three sisters are all very beautiful girls and my pride, but as a father I won't lie to you. He looks at you and your sister very calmly. Clearly he's not interested in you two. I won't be wrong about this. If he can stay at Juin Island for a while, you two might have a chance. Dad, then call him Duin Zhu Island. Yuning didn't think much and said. Jiefeng knew this didn't mean his daughter was into Yimo but he didn't mind and shook his head. I understand why Yimo was running off in a rush. Why? Yuning asked. He's hiding from Tong Xiong and them. Jiefeng sneered. Lan Shirue said he didn't want to go into the Lost Soul ruins. I was suspicious. He's not someone scared of death. If there was no danger in Lost Soul ruins, then what could be more important than getting level 9 spirit herbs? Now that GMO appeared I understand why. He's a level 7 pill king. He must know Yimo is a level 7 pill king and that's why he left to catch Yimo. That person they said went in the Lost Soul ruins must be Yimo. But this Yimo isn't simple either, he drew them to the wrong direction. No wonder he's so young and dares to go into the Lost Soul ruins. He's indeed brilliant. Then why didn't Dragon Tang King go at first? Yuning asked. Jiefeng shook his head. I don't know that very well, but later Dragon Tang King went east, the same direction as Lan Shirue. Now it's obvious he went for Yimo too. Jiefeng suddenly said, we should help Yimo, they might come towards our direction if they don't find Yimo in the east. It's not a big possibility for them to catch Yimo but we should still help him. How do we help? Yuning asked again. Leave some traces and draw them to the southeast side, Jiefeng said. Yimo didn't expect his generosity earned Jiefeng's good impression in such outcomes. Lan Shirue was very annoyed. He chased for half a day and it ended up to be a cultivator's soul. Even if he didn't chase it, it would disappear soon. He gave up level 9 spirit herbs to chase the soul. He really didn't understand how Yimo took off his spirit sense mark and put it on a soul and led it this far. Could Yimo control souls too? He thought that he needed to go back and quickly meet up with Teng Xiong. If Yimo was in the Lost Soul ruins he would be losing out big, but before he left, Teng Xiong already appeared before him. Chapter 1225, Such an absurd cultivator. 15 days later, when Jiefeng took his two daughters back to Yinzhu Island, he met Teng Xiong and Lan Shirue who hurried over. The two saw it was just Jiefeng and his two daughters together and were stunned. They traced along the marks for half a month and didn't see Yimo at all. Island Lord Jia, what a coincidence. Lan Shirue laughed awkwardly. Teng Xiong said, yeah, what a coincidence, Island Leader Jia is very free now and he wanders around aimlessly. Ha, everyone knows. Jiefeng immediately knew what Teng Xiong meant. He was saying that he left many marks on his way and led the two here, but he pretended he didn't understand what the two were saying.
He frowned. What do you mean, Tang Dragon King? Is this entire Heartless Sea your Dragon Tang Palace? Can I not take my daughter around for a walk?
Lan Shirue didn't want the two to argue, so he quickly said, "Of course, please continue, we'll be going." Then, he pulled away Tang Xiong. He knew Jiefeng's power, although Tang Xiong was Truth Realization State Peak Stage and he was Truth Realization State Level 9, they might really not be a match for Jiefeng even if they attacked together. Tang Xiong knew there was nothing he could do to Jiefeng, so he could only turn away. Seeing the two leave, Jiefeng sneered.
Let's go, we can go back to the island, you can stay on the island and cultivate. Don't run around everywhere.
Yes, Yu Kuei and Yu Ning said dejectedly. After they left for a long while, Tang Xiong sneered.
Brother Lan, don't you feel strange? Since when did Jiefeng have the free time to roam around with his daughters for half a month?
Lan Shirue said calmly, so what if you knew he helped Yemo get away?
Yemo isn't here, we can't fight with him for no reason.
But we'll go visit that Inju Island one day. Tang Xiong nodded, showing he knew what Lan Shirue meant. They would go look for trouble with Jiefeng in the future, but now it was urgent to capture Yemo first. Lan Shirue paused and said that Yemo would go find your son Tang Yi. Do you not even know where your son is?
Is he not going to go back to your palace? Tang Xiong said in annoyance, it's because he won't be coming back that I'm annoyed. That bastard told his mother he would be going out for an adventure. Who knows where they will be going? Lan Shirue nodded. I think they might go to the Three Seas, why don't we go there? Tang Xiong nodded and the two changed direction. Little did they know they guessed the right direction as Yemo was going towards the Three Seas. Half a month later, Yemo had calmed down and took out Jiling's essence spirit and woke him up. Jiling saw the immortal curl flower and said in shock, "You really got the immortal curl flower." Jiling immediately said in gratitude, "Yemo, thank you." Yemo laughed. "I was lucky that I got out whole this time. Ji Chenbei, your essence spirit has been exposed for too long. You need to recover your body or the danger is too high." Jiling answered, "Just give me immortal curl flower and the yellow rock and set up a spirit gathering formation for me. I need 2 months to rebuild my body." Yemo asked in shock. "Ji Qianbei, is your body hidden in that rock?" Jiling nodded. "Yes, after that battle, everyone retreated and no one touched my body, so I sealed myself in my own formation. I didn't tell you as I didn't want you to be worried." Yemo knew what Jiling meant. If Yemo knew Jiling's body was still there, he would find spirit herb to preserve the body. That wouldn't be easier than finding the immortal curl flower. But now that Jiling had the immortal curl flower, after he rebuilt his body his power wouldn't drop at all and his talent would increase quite a bit. Yemo couldn't help being angry. Pill City had one truth realization state cultivator, and when he left the Infinity sect wouldn't stop him. Yet he didn't take Jiling's body and preserve it. Yemo felt assured now and gave the two things to Jiling. Then he set up a spirit gathering formation and even took out a spirit marrow pond for him. After this, Yemo set up a stealth restriction and defense formation in his room before letting Jiling rebuild his body while he manned Blue Moon. A month later, Yemo felt the spirit chi waves inside and knew it was the crucial moment for Jiling rebuilding his body and became even more careful. The second month was about to pass and Yemo watched Jiling constantly. He was only about 1 month from the rendezvous point. A few days passed and Jiling still didn't come out. Yemo was beginning to worry as Jiling said he would take 2 months at most, but now it was 2 months and 3 days. Just when Yemo wanted to check on Jiling's progress, a light flew rapidly towards him. Yemo stopped immediately. In a blink of an eye, it passed Blue Moon. Yemo recognized who it was and then immediately it flew back. Yemo's eyes went cold and Zissou appeared. Blue Moon had to stop as another light flew over. The woman who turned back was Meng Hanan. She was covered in blood and heavily injured. She didn't expect to meet Yemo here and said desperately, "I have no ill will for you, it's so great you're fine. May I ask where my disciple Meng Qi is now?" Before Yemo could reply, the other dashing light stopped in front of Blue Moon. It was a disaster transformation state level 4. The man saw Yemo and dazed before laughing in surprise and joy. "It's you, Yemo, this is all too easy." He gave up Meng Hanan and reached for Yemo. Yemo sneered and released Zissou. This disaster transformation state level 4 was from the Tong Hai cult. He could tell from the clothes. Instantly, Zissou clashed with the giant hand, blood shot out and the man backed off with fury and anger.
He underestimated EMO and lost 2 fingers to a body condensation state cultivator, but then, he saw clearly, EMO who was only body condensation state at the Chu 18 discs was now cauldron filling state level 2, EMO didn't leave him time to recover, Zissou swept over again, illusion cloud domain shattering strike, this was EMO's illusion cloud 8th strike. This was the first time he used it after creating it, EMO didn't dare to hold back against this disaster transformation state master and used all his might. Meng Hanan looked at EMO in shock. She didn't expect EMO to go from body condensation state level 7 to cauldron filling state level 2 in a few months' time. This was inhuman speed. She suddenly thought of the words EMO said to Yon Lanyi. She realized that it wasn't EMO sucking up to Yon Lanyi but telling him that he would be back for revenge. According to this progress, EMO wouldn't need much time to reach truth realization state at all. Meng Hanan subconsciously shivered. EMO was only cauldron filling state level 2 and could take on this disaster transformation state level 4 hunting her. If he reached truth realization state, wouldn't Yon Lanyi only be able to wait for death? Such an absurd cultivator, was Meng Hanan's only thought. Not only EMO's cultivation speed but also his battle power was insane. Chapter 1226, Magnificent Cross Level. That disaster transformation state level 4 cultivator thought he got injured in his overconfidence, but this cauldron filling state level 2 dared to attack him again. He was immediately furious. He raised his hand and a dark ring appeared in his hand. Just when Zissou hacked over, he released his dark ring. It immediately expanded in the air into a 10-meter-long dark ring. Inside, the ring was gloomy dark like the netherworld. Meng Hanan recovered from her shock of seeing EMO's drastic increase in cultivation level and called hurriedly, "That's Abyssal Prison Ring. Don't let him catch you inside. It's like hell inside, once you go in you can't come out." Meng Hanan had suffered greatly in this terrifying dark ring. She would have long been caught if she didn't have a few secret techniques. The disaster transformation state snarled, "Too late, a mere cauldron filling state level 2 dares to be cocky in front of me." In that instant, EMO and that disaster transformation state cultivator disappeared. There was only a huge dark ring floating above the heartless sea. Meng Hanan immediately wanted to go up and help, but before she could, she saw a purple beam flash out from the dark mist. At the start there was only one, but instantly, the purple rays expanded, turning into a purple sun rising up from the black mist. Thud, the obscurity of the dark ring disappeared while EMO's figure appeared in the middle of the purple. As the purple expanded, his figure also became clearer. Meng Hanan was dazed. Even though she was disaster transformation state level 2, if she was caught by it she wouldn't be able to break free. EMO was only cauldron filling state. How did he break free? Before she spoke, she heard that Tong Hai Cult cultivator say in shock, "Your domain is in early completion and you molded it into your sword technique." A cauldron filling state primary stage cultivator might know some little things about domain, but he wouldn't be able to control much. But he found that EMO's sword technique not only had a clear control of domain but was also molded together. His abyssal prison ring was also domain control, but he couldn't get the upper hand in domain control at all. At the same time EMO broke this cultivator's domain, he realized that he could only break free but not kill him. The difference in power wasn't something a domain could make up for, but EMO had made up his mind to kill this disaster transformation state cultivator. He wanted to kill Tong Hai Cult cultivators the most. Even if he couldn't kill Yon Lanyi now, it was good to kill a few of his dogs. So when EMO broke free from the abyssal prison domain, he called out Shadowless and used illusion cloud formation kill strike. He needed to create an opportunity for Shadowless, so he had to trap this cultivator, even if it was just for 1 second. Then, EMO followed up with a few spirit sense strikes, but he was disappointed to find that even so, he wasn't able to trap that cultivator for a second. His abyssal prison ring was too powerful. Not only did it instantly crush EMO's purple sword rays but also stopped EMO's formation kill strike from forming while blocking his spirit sense blades. The difference in power was too great. It was really hard to kill this disaster transformation state level 4. Meanwhile, the disaster transformation state cultivator was feeling more and more shocked. He felt EMO had endless means and he noticed his spirit sense hurting. So he used abyssal prison ring to protect himself without hesitation. A cauldron filling state level 2 was able to force a stalemate with him. He didn't dare to imagine this. His broken fingers weren't reconnected as he didn't have the time to do so. He didn't underestimate EMO at all now. He knew that if he did, he would be killed here. The disaster transformation state cultivator released another sword magic artifact. This sword had 4 blades and was a middle grade cultivation artifact. EMO felt the pressure from that cultivation artifact and was more desperate. He was scared that Meng Hanan would use this opportunity to go onto Blue Moon.
Jiling was still rebuilding his body. If he was interrupted, the consequences would be dire. Luckily, this didn't happen. Meng Hanan was also very shocked seeing this stalemate. She was sure that although she was disaster transformation state level 2, she was no match for Yemo. Even her domain wasn't in initial completion. Meng Hanan immediately attacked with a flying sword to help Yemo. This made Yemo breathe easier. With her help, he could kill this man for sure. He didn't even release his octagonal cauldron like he planned before. As soon as Meng Hanan came up, the disaster transformation state level 4's face changed. Yemo saw fear in his eyes. He wanted to run. How could Yemo let him escape? He used Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike. A long purple ray swept over. Even Meng Hanan felt the brilliance of it, but she instantly woke up. This was the perfect opportunity. Her flying sword also raised dense sword light sweeping at the disaster transformation state level 4. Seeing this, the Tong High Cult cultivator's heart shook. He had a bad feeling, and before he could think, he wanted to use the abyssal prison ring to block this magnificent purple ray. Clank! The purple ray clashed with the ring, activating more purple sword rays. These sword rays didn't span out but instead formed a formation, wanting to trap the disaster transformation state cultivator in his ring. The disaster transformation state cultivator grunted, and before he could leave, Meng Hanan's sword light came over. He was shook and spat a mouthful of blood before wanting to escape, but how could Gmo let him? He used Purple Eye Soul Sever again while letting Shadowless attack at the same time. His sword was still blocking Meng Hanan's sword light while the ring was covered by the purple sword rays. He couldn't block Gmo's spirit sense strikes anymore. It wasn't enough to kill him, but the spirit sense blades sunk his sea of consciousness into a brief pause. He felt his sea of consciousness ache while Shadowless charged into his meridians. The disaster transformation state cursed him before he could envelop Shadowless. Emo's purple sword rays hacked out. Meng Hanan saw this and stopped attacking. That extremely vibrant and flashy purple ray dazed her. She saw the disaster transformation state cultivator in despair, and her heart went a little cold. Although she helped GMO, she knew she only draw a little portion of the cultivator's attention. The disaster transformation state saw the purple ray come, but he couldn't call back his ring. He was screaming in his heart, "Just give me 1 second, even half a second would be good." However, the purple ray already came down on his head. The disaster transformation state glared hatefully at Yemo and escaped in essence spirit form. Yemo looked at this and didn't move. He knew Shadowless wasn't going to let it go. Indeed, Shadowless dashed in a black line and devoured the essence spirit clean. At this moment, a bloody mist exploded above the Heartless Sea, and Yemo took back the ring and a storage ring before landing on Blue Moon. Shadowless spun around Yemo and disappeared on him. Meng Hanan looked dazedly at Yemo. "Your cauldron filling state primary stage, but you killed disaster transformation state middle stage Yongyan." "Oh, he's called Yongyan?" Yemo asked. Meng Hanan nodded. "Yes, he's Yong Lanyi's niece. If it wasn't that he wanted me alive, I would have been long dead. Even if I die, I wouldn't live with someone like him." Yemo sneered. "Yeah, your status is royal and you can't live with other people. But your disciple has a peasant life and she can marry anyone." Meng Hanan looked down in guilt. "I owe Chi-Chi. Whether you believe it or not, I did use you, but I didn't use Chi-Chi. I left the spirit sense mark on because I was worried something would happen to her." Yemo waved his hand in contempt. "I don't want to talk to you, but I won't kill you. Leave." Chapter 1227, "You're actually a level 7 pill king?" Meng Hanan laughed at herself. "Leave? Where can I go? The Sea Cultivator Alliance is about to be named Yong. Where can I go? Yong Lanyi will only blame Yong Yan's death on me. Even if I run to South Peace State, he won't let me go. Sea Cultivator Alliance belongs to Tong Hai Sect now?" Yemo asked in confusion. Meng Hanan said sadly, "The reason I could stand my ground in the Sea Cultivator Alliance was because of the other Vice Alliance leader, Tai Ha. But this time, there were a lot of spirit herbs on the Feng Chu Island. The Tong Hai Sect got the least and Yong Lanyi was greedy. He didn't dare to start trouble with Song Hai Palace, so he came to the Sea Cultivator Alliance. Wang Song doesn't have the temperament of an alliance leader at all and is now Yong Lanyi's dog. Wang Song knew Tai Ha and I wouldn't agree, so before Tai Ha finished solitary cultivation, he suddenly attacked our power. Tai Ha was killed by their ambush and I was hunted out. Meng Qi is my disciple. I left a spirit sense mark on her because I was afraid of something happening to her.
The Three Seas power factions are complicated, her hollow spirit state power is too low. If she was in danger, I would know at any time.
Yi Mo sneered. So that meant marrying her to Yong Wuzi was out of goodwill too?
Meng Hanan said in guilt, although I agreed to Yon Lanyi's proposal, I never wanted to marry Chi-Chi to Yong Wuzi, but I couldn't resist at the time. I wanted to wait for Brother Tai to finish solitary cultivation and let him say that Chi-Chi was in solitary cultivation.
So what if she was? If Yong Lanyi is forcefully going to take her away, what are you going to do?
Yi Mo asked her coldly. Meng Hanan said melancholically, I can't protect her.
Yi Mo said in derision. Since you can't protect her, why won't you let her go?
Meng Hanan looked up and said calmly, because she still has a sliver of chance on the island.
You think she can live if I let her go?
Even if I can't protect her, she would be able to stay alive if she married to Yong Wuzi. If I let her leave Ling Island and go out into the Heartless Sea, I'm sure she won't survive for 3 months.
Tragic things will happen to her. You think everyone is as powerful as you? Yi Mo was lost for words. He felt Meng Hanan was right. In that situation, there was no other way but to marry her to Yong Wuzi. As for escaping to South Peace State?
Meng Qi didn't have an extreme-grade flying cultivation artifact. Even if she had a low-grade flying cultivation artifact, how could she run from the Tonghai sect? Even if she got out, would she be able to escape all those spirit beasts? Thinking about this, his disgust for Meng Hanan lowered a little. As for her tricking him, it was just a deal. He wasn't close to Meng Hanan, he didn't need to waste time on that. Meng Hanan asked again, where did Chi-Chi go? Yi Mo replied, she went back to her home, I sent her off, she's very safe.
Yi Mo breathed easy, believing Yi Mo. She fell silent for a while before saying, Yi Mo, I know you're no ordinary person.
You were able to escape through Chu 18 discs, meaning you're at least a level 8 formation grandmaster.
I saw you wrongly before.
I'll make a deal with you, I'll come with you to search for the immortal Curl Flower regardless of life and death.
I just want you to take me to leave Heartless Sea.
She looked at Yi Mo's extreme-grade flying cultivation artifact, clearly hoping it would take her to leave Heartless Sea. Without it, even with her disaster transformation state power, she might die in the Heartless Sea. Not everyone was as lucky as Bien Fengta. Yi Mo smiled faintly. He really didn't like this Meng Hanan's character and he already got Immortal Curl Flower, he didn't need her. Meng Hanan continued, I didn't tell you clearly before, the place with Immortal Curl Flower is Lost Soul Ruins. I didn't go in when I went there because it was too dangerous, but now that I have nowhere to go, if you're willing to take me to any state, I can help you. Yi Mo realized that the reason she said this was because she didn't know how dangerous the Lost Soul Ruins was at all, but from another perspective, she indeed had nowhere to go. Yi Mo thought and wanted to point her to South Peace State. If she was careful, she would be able to reach there. Just when Yi Mo wanted to talk, he heard a loud laugh. Yi Mo rejoiced. He immediately knew Ji Ling had finished reconstructing his body. He turned around and saw Ji Ling walk out happily. Ji Chenbei, you've succeeded. Yi Mo called out in surprise and joy. Ji Ling laughed. Brother Yi Mo, I owe you big time. I thought my cultivation level would stop at disaster transformation state in this life, but now because of your immortal curl flower, I can progress one step. Yi Mo said, if it wasn't for me, how could you be in that state? Alliance leader Meng, why are you here? Ji Ling saw Meng Hanan and asked. Meng Hanan said in surprise and joy, it really is you, Ji Chenbei, how are you? If Ji Ling was here, why didn't he appear when Yi Mo was fighting that disaster transformation state level 4? Ji Ling said, come here, why are you standing outside? Meng Hanan glanced at Yi Mo and before she said anything, Yi Mo quickly said, Alliance leader Meng, please get on. Ji Ling didn't know the story between the two, but clearly he was happy to see Meng Hanan. Ji Ling asked immediately, how is Brother Lu lately? Meng Hanan bowed and said sadly, Brother Lu is gone, it's Wang Song who controls the Sea Cultivator Alliance now and he joined the Tonghai cult. I have nowhere to go now, I wanted to find a big state to go but I didn't expect to meet Chen Bei here. How is that possible? Brother Lu is very powerful, how can he suddenly die? Ji Ling asked. Meng Hanan replied, he died 100 years ago, he was ambushed in the Heartless Sea and wasn't able to make it out. After that, Wang Sun became alliance leader. Tai Ha and I became vice alliance leaders. Ji Ling sighed. Moments later, Ji Ling continued, Alliance leader Meng, when I came to Ling Island, you and brother Lu were very welcoming.
So you don't need to be too polite here. Don't worry, if you have nowhere to go, you can come with us. Brother Yemo is very nice, don't worry. Meng Hanan breathed easy, thank you Ji Qianbei.
Then she said to Yemo, thank you Marshal Brother Yi, please don't mind what I did on Chi-Chi's account. Since Ji Ling agreed, Yemo wasn't going to make him lose face, so he quickly said, Sister Meng, you're too polite.
It's my honor you can come aboard Blue Moon.
But then she thought of what Ji Ling said and looked at him in shock.
Ji Qianbei, you said Marshal Brother Yi got you a mortal curl flower? He went to the Lost Soul ruins and came back out alive? Ji Ling nodded. If it wasn't for Brother Yi, my life would be long gone. It's my luck that I was able to meet Brother Yemo.
You're right, he got the immortal curl flower from the Lost Soul ruins.
I wanted to ask about it as well.
Yemo recounted what he saw inside the Lost Soul ruins simply. Hearing the story of Feng Chun and Miao Huizhen, the two were speechless. Yemo didn't want to keep talking about this. He looked at Ji Ling. Ji Qianbei, I heard that you can reach higher cultivation levels after using the immortal curl flower, is that true?
Ji Ling nodded.
That's right, I'm disaster transformation state peak stage peak now. If I have truth spirit pill or truth carrot pill, I can reach truth realization state.
Before Yemo replied, he laughed.
I'm not worried about that, you're level 7 pill king, it won't take more than a few years for you to be able to concoct the truth spirit pill. Meng Hanan heard this and looked at Yemo in shock before saying in a daze, You're a level 7 pill king?
Chapter 1228, Brushing Past, Ji Ling looked at Meng Hanan and asked, You know Yemo but you don't know he's a level 7 pill king? Yemo quickly told how he knew Meng Hanan. Meng Hanan listened while thinking.
Not even the 3 Cs had a level 7 pill king.
The highest was a level 5 pill king. Meng Hanan was very smart and knew how to talk.
Plus, she wanted to follow Yemo, so she cared more about what she said. After talking for a while, Yemo's view of her changed a little again. The more Meng Hanan knew about Yemo, the more she was shocked. She just knew that Yemo got first place in the highest caliber Pill King tournament in South Peace State and dared to go against the 9-star sects Lightning Cloud sect and Infinity sect. He even set up MOU City, and what shook her more was that there were level 7 or above Pill Kings there. One of them was a level 8 Pill King. At this moment, she realized Yang Lanyi was really nothing compared to Yemo. The Tonghai sect only had 3 truth realization state cultivators, at most comparable to a middle-class 9-star sect.
Yemo wasn't even afraid of top-class 9-star sects, much less a Tonghai sect. Yang Lanyi was only in the Heartless Sea. If he went to South Peace State, he wouldn't dare to challenge MOU City. Knowing that Yemo was going to North Far State, Meng Hanan had made up her mind that she was going to go with Yemo no matter what.
Such a young level 7 Pill King, clearly, he could reach higher levels in the future.
It was already quite something that Ji Ling looked at Yemo so favorably.
Plus, there was a level 8 Pill King in MOU City. If she didn't grasp this opportunity, she would be an idiot. Meng Hanan was experienced in life, and although she hadn't been with Yemo for long, she could tell Yemo took relationships and emotions seriously, or he wouldn't help Meng Chi get away. Although she didn't know how Meng Chi got away, Yemo was a formation grandmaster, so clearly there were means she couldn't imagine. It was because she knew Yemo's character that she was certain as long as she didn't betray Yemo and helped him wholeheartedly, she would get his recognition one day. Ji Qianbei, are you going back to South Peace State or North Far State now?
Yemo asked without considering what Meng Hanan thought, if Ji Ling was to go back to South Peace State. Great, let him take Meng Hanan away.
If he was going to North Far State, it was also good as they could discuss formations together. With a disaster transformation state peak stage cultivator, he was much safer on the way. Ji Ling smiled. I was troubled that we didn't have time to discuss formations. I didn't expect your formation skills to have reached that of a level 9 Grandmaster. We can talk about it on the way, so I'll go North Far State as well. Yemo was also very happy hearing this. However, Meng Hanan was the happiest hearing this. How could she not know Yemo didn't really like her? If Ji Ling was going to South Peace State, she would have to follow. Then she wouldn't be able to stay with Yemo. 2 days later, Ji Ling, who was discussing formations with Yemo, suddenly looked north and said, There's another middle-grade flying cultivation artifact with 2 people on it.
They seem to be going the same direction. Yimo, are those your friends?
Yimo's spirit sense was powerful but not as powerful as Ji Ling's, so he couldn't see. However, he was almost certain it was Bien Fengta and Tang Yi. He immediately controlled Blue Moon to chase up, and indeed, he saw the two. The two also noticed Yimo and moved their flying cultivation artifact over. The three were very happy to see each other.
Yimo then introduced Ji Ling and Meng Hanan. The five soon got to know each other well.
Blue Moon changed directions to fly towards North Far State. When Bien Fengta and Tang Yi learned that Yimo got immortal curl flower from the Lost Soul ruins and cured Ji Ling, they were also shocked. It seemed to them that there was nothing Yimo couldn't do. Blue Moon went faster and faster and the five people got closer. Yimo didn't expect when he left South Peace State alone that he would have a 5-man squad in less than a year. At this moment, on the island Yimo and Bien Fengta arranged to meet, there were 5 Truth Realization State cultivators. If Yimo was here, he would recognize them to be the 5 from the Dragon Tang Palace. If Yimo didn't meet Bien Fengta and them on the way, they would have ran right into their hands. Sometimes, the difference between life and death was just that final line apart. The reason they came here was because they found marks of Yimo's formation. They were going to the 3 Seas, so they passed here and came down to check. Tang Yi was no formation master, but he could tell the remnants here made by the same person as the ones he saw in the Lost Soul ruins. The other people could tell as well. It seems Yimo did indeed come from the 3 Seas, but will he go back? Lan Shirue asked. Tong Xiong nodded. Indeed, if I'm not wrong, Yimo will go back to the 3 Seas. Perhaps he is behind us. I think we should send 2 people to guard here and the remaining 3 should go to the 3 Seas. If Yimo goes to the 3 Seas, he will have to pass by here. No matter who finds Yimo, we must control him together. The people all agreed, and eventually Gongja and Huangqi stayed behind. South Peace State Pill City. Pill City was still the same Pill City, but it wasn't as prosperous as before. But as the only 10-star city, there were still lots of cultivators gathered here. At one Pill King estate, there was a youth who was only nascent soul state level 2 and a gray-robed cultivator sitting opposite each other. It was Mo Yushin and Zhao Shuntian. Yimo had conflict with the Pill City and wasn't going to come back, so Changshan Pill King brought Mo Yushin back here. Zhao Shuntian sighed. Even this didn't do anything to that Yimo. Don't go out walking around anymore. He's a level 7 Pill King and has Yu Chicho and Xing Guanxing helping him. He's getting stronger and stronger. If you want revenge, you need to hurry up and get stronger. I heard that Yimo is already body condensation state. The difference between you two is too great. Mo Yushin nodded hatefully. Master, I know. If it wasn't for you this time, I would have been killed by him, but my power is too low right now. I can't get revenge. From today onwards I will cultivate very hard. Zhao Shuntian nodded. Your surname is also Yi and you look very similar to him. I even suspect that you two might be related. Mo Yushin said, so what if he's related to me? I will kill him for sure. I have enmity deep as the sea with him. If I can't kill him, my Dao heart can't be fulfilled. Master, Zhao Shuntian nodded. I'm only going to help one of you, even if that Yimo is Yi Kai's descendant, it's the same. I haven't seen your father Yi Kai, but since I agreed with your grandpa Yi Wusua, you don't need to worry. I will treat any of his descendant who comes to me with the authenticating object as my own kin. Mo Yushin said, I've never seen my father as well. I heard my mother say he left when I was very young to look for grandpa. Master, I've heard that Yimo came from North Far State. Does he have family there? Chapter 1229, Magical Beast Named Koan. Zhao Shuntian looked at Mo Yushin and said plainly, I know what you mean, but regardless, don't think of using the teleportation formation to North Far State. Without an appropriate reason, even the Grand City Lord of Pill City wouldn't be able to use that to get there. As though feeling his tone was too serious, he said, your only mission now is to cultivate. Perhaps your grandpa Yi Wusua has ascended to the immortal realm. Even if you can't kill Yimo in the cultivation realm, as long as you can ascend to immortal realm, you can kill him there. Plus, you're in the Pill City. Do you not know the power of the Pill City? Your cultivation resources will only be better than Yimo's. Yes, master. Mo Yushin agreed, though still wanting to say something. Zhao Shuntian waved his hand. You don't need to say it, I know what you mean. Don't think about that Xiao Shirin now. When your power is high, it's not a problem at all. In the air above the deep region of the Heartless Sea, Blue Moon dashed past rapidly. This was the 5th month they had met, and during this time, Yimo was always in solitary cultivation. Other than Bianfengta and Tang Yi who discussed their cultivation experiences, Jiling also started solitary cultivation to consolidate his power.
As for Meng Hanan, she often went into solitary cultivation after Yimo. She would come out and talk with Bianfengta and Tang Yi occasionally. In the Golden Page world, Yimo was cauldron filling state level 4 peak now. He stopped cultivation for now and started on forgery and pill concoction. Yimo knew his time was short even with the time formation disc. The reason he was concocting pills was because he wanted to reach level 9 pill king as quickly as possible to concoct the truth spirit pill for Jiling. As for forgery, it was Biksu he got large amounts of forgery materials on Ling Island. Time went by quickly and 2 months later, Yimo still didn't ease up. When he used up the ordinary level 7 and level 8 spirit herbs as well as those forgery materials, he began cultivation again, after the 11th month. Yimo broke through to cauldron filling state level 6 and stopped his cultivation. He had to stop as the extreme grade spirit range he got from the Chu 18 discs had disappeared after he and the time formation disc devoured it like crazy. Other than this, Yimo still had a half extreme grade spirit range and the Herb King spirit range as well as the extreme grade spirit range from Ice God Forbidden Grounds. Yimo buried the low grade spirit range below the Golden Page world as it wasn't much use to Yimo now. The longer he used the time formation disc, the higher the amount of spirit chi he used up also multiplied, but he couldn't stop mid-cultivation. Yimo also found that if he used an extreme grade spirit range to provide spirit chi for the time formation disc, it would waste up to 90% of the spirit chi. No matter how well he set up his direct spirit chi formation, it was useless. This meant that the best thing to power the time formation disc were spirit stones or higher spirit sources. They had to be put directly into the time formation disc. Otherwise, using a formation to redirect it would cause waste. Yimo left the Golden Page world inside. If he couldn't find more extreme grade spirit ranges, it would be hard for him to progress into disaster transformation state rapidly. He couldn't touch any of the spirit ranges he had now. That half extreme grade spirit range would at most let him reach cauldron filling state level 7, he might as well bury it under Mou City. As soon as Yimo came out, Meng Hanan came out too. She and the rest of the people saw Yimo was already cauldron filling state level 6 and were speechless. In just a year, Yimo went from cauldron filling state level 2 to level 6. What speed was this, Yimo? You broke through again? How are we going to live? Tang Yi felt his confidence was struck. Bianfengta smiled. Yimo already gave us so many cauldron essence pills. Are you scared you can't reach disaster transformation state? I'm already cauldron filling state level 8 peak. I've never cultivated so fast before. Yimo told them with a sigh, my cultivation speed will be slowing down now. The three thought Yimo was being humble and didn't mind. Blue Moon sped away while the four discussed about cultivation and benefited each other quite a lot. The other three didn't care much about some of Yimo's cultivation experience at first, but as questions were being brought up, they were shocked to realize that no matter what question it was, Yimo could easily provide an answer, despite him having the lowest cultivation level of them. Luckily, they were used to Yimo's absurd talent and began to accept this fast. They would ask Yimo about things they didn't know and he answered them all. This was the power of the three birth chant. Soon, 3 days passed again. Just when they were talking about forgery, Bianfengta took out his middle grade flying cultivation artifact to show off. The difference between low grade and middle grade was hundreds of times in price. Tang Yi said sourly, Yimo has extreme grade flying cultivation artifact but I don't see him showing off. You only have a middle grade flying cultivation artifact. However, he was the only one with a low grade flying cultivation artifact. Bianfengta smiled. Hee, let's not compare with Yimo, he's not normal. But Tang, don't be jealous. Do you know how hard it was for me to get this? I searched more than 100 years just for the materials and used half of that time to ask this very famous level 8 forgery grandmaster to forge it for me. Tang, I must say, there aren't a lot of forgery masters amongst beast cultivators. You've probably never even seen a level 8 forgery grandmaster. Tang Yi was lost for words but he couldn't argue. Yimo knew that Bianfengta had the right to brag. His middle grade flying cultivation artifact was the top notch in middle grade. Meng Hanan looked at Bianfengta and suddenly smiled at Yimo. Martial brother Yi, you're probably going to become a forgery grandmaster soon, right?
Meng Hanan knew Emo was a level 9 forgery great master, but there was a huge gap between forgery great master and forgery grandmaster. Emo smiled. That's right, I've just reached forgery grandmaster. I can only forge some low-quality, low-grade cultivation artifacts. In his 11 years of solitary cultivation, in the time formation disk, he used all the forgery materials he had, and now his storage ring was filled with extreme-grade spirit artifacts and low-grade cultivation artifacts. Some low-grade cultivation artifacts even reached level 3. Emo didn't expect that with this, everyone would look at him like he was some monster. Tengyi looked at Emo speechlessly.
Is there something you don't know? You're probably a grandmaster level rune maker, right? Emo smiled.
I can only make low-level runes, not even middle level, so you guessed wrong. There was another laugh, and Ji Ling came out of solitary cultivation after consolidating his power.
He sighed.
Many years ago, my master told me that the greatest prodigy would be able to be an expert in more than 2-side cultivations, pill concoction, forgery, formations, rune making, and so forth.
Emo brother, you're an exception. I've never seen a cultivator more prodigious than you.
I'm sure if you studied rune making, you would soon become a grandmaster too.
Emo quickly got up. Jiling Qianbei, you finished consolidating your power?
Jiling nodded and sat down, joining their conversation. Emo said, with Blue Moon, it will be about a year until we reach North Far State.
This is just as I expected.
Jiling said, we've been lucky and had no trouble along the way. We didn't meet any powerful beast cultivators. Plus, your extreme grade cultivation artifact is too fast. Many beast cultivators can't be bothered chasing up.
If we encounter a truth realization state beast cultivator who isn't scared of trouble, we won't be enough. Emo nodded. Jiling Qianbei is right.
If my Blue Moon was a half-immortal artifact, then we might have already reached North Far State.
Meng Hanan suddenly asked, Martial Brother Yi, have you heard of the magical beast koan? Chapter 1230, In High City. Emo nodded. Of course he knew about koan.
In one ancient record it said, in the deep north there's a fish, its name is koan.
Koan's size is thousands of kilometers, it can transform into a bird named Pang. Pang's back is thousands of kilometers.
It flies in anger, its wings like clouds dripping from the sky. This meant that Pang was transformed from koan, and Pang's speed was extremely fast. There was nothing that could compare. His Blue Moon had the tail feather of the 9-feather golden Pang. That was a level 10 material. It was said that 9-feather golden Pang only had very little of the magical beast Pang's bloodline. Meng Hanan nodded. I heard that koan once appeared in the Heartless Sea. It was just one small koan egg. I don't know where the egg fell from, but it hatched and was already level 7. Almost everyone came wanting to get it. Even if they couldn't get the beast, getting a scale or a drop of blood was also very good.
Tong Yi immediately nodded. That's right, I've heard of it too.
The big states were too far away, but almost all the sea region powers were all out. Even the peak truth realization state cultivators of the big states came later on. Meng Hanan said, that koan disappeared. It's unknown if someone captured it or it escaped itself.
However, this koan was injured many times and left behind 3 scales. One of them is the backward scale. Emo seemed to understand what Meng Hanan wanted to say. Koan's scale itself was beyond level 10 material. Meng Hanan nodded.
Yes, the koan scale, the backward scale, was taken by a truth realization state peak stage of the Heartless Sea, and one of the scales landed in the public city of the Heartless Sea, in High City.
The last one is gone.
Jiling suddenly said, Hanan, you mean that with Blue Moon's speed, if it has one koan scale,
it would immediately become a half-immortal artifact, right? Meng Hanan smiled.
Yes, I heard Martial Brother Yi say Blue Moon is too slow, and I thought of this. If one day Martial Brother Yi goes to In High City, he might be able to buy it. The backward scale is a top-grade defense magic artifact material, but the forward scale is a top-grade flying magic artifact material. Ji Ling said seriously, if Yemo's Blue Moon gets the forward scale, it would definitely be more than a half-immortal artifact. It would be an immortal artifact for sure.
Emo looked at Ji Ling in confusion. Ji Qianbei, how can you be so sure? Ji Ling smiled.
Because Lu Qianbei told me that your blue moon already used the 9-feather golden Peng's tail feather. It's still a part of the Pang bloodline. If it has Kuan scale, it would really become the Kuan Pang. Yimo was interested. He had offended too many people, and if his blue moon became an immortal artifact, then he could run if he couldn't beat them. And now, Yimo knew the power of truth realization state cultivators. His flying cultivation artifact was much better than Jefeng's, but he was still able to catch up to him after he left a long while earlier. This meant that with his current power, he couldn't escape from truth realization state cultivators, but soon Yimo calmed down. He knew that was impossible. He didn't know what that city was, and even if he did, how could he get it? If that scale was so easily attained, then it would have long been taken away by truth realization state cultivator. Meng Hanan saw Yimo look at her and she shook her head. You don't need to look at me, I don't know Yinhai City either. I've just heard people talk about it. Yimo smiled. I learned something today. If I can really go to the Yinhai City one day, I might be able to find it there. But now, we should hurry up and get a move on, Jiling suddenly said. I actually know that Yinhai City, my ancestor went there once when crossing the Heartless Sea. So, I have the sea markings for it, but it's said to be in the deepest part of the Heartless Sea. It's a neutral city. There are spirit beasts, beast cultivators, human cultivators, and even ghost cultivators, but they can coexist in harmony. Then Ji Qianbei, try using your compass and see how far it is from here. We can help Yimo see. What if we can really buy it? I still have a few million spirit stones, Teng Yi quickly said. Meng Hanan laughed. Tang, if it's really on sale there, you might only need tens of thousands of extreme-grade spirit stones. Tang Yi blushed. I have top-grade spirit stones, not extreme-grade. RTAA patted Tang Yi. Tang, Sister Meng is joking with you, can't you tell? If the scale is really there, even a few 100 million top-grade spirit stones wouldn't be enough. Jiling said seriously, if it's really a Kuan scale, then a few 100 million is indeed not enough. He then looked at Yimo and asked, Brother Yi, if you want to go in High City, I can help you find the approximate location. But, I can tell you for sure that even if there is Kuan scale, it's impossible for us to buy it. Even if we buy it, we can't take it away. Yimo thought for a long while before saying, Ji Qianbei, would there be danger in that city? It's in the depth of the Heartless Sea and most of them are beast cultivators, Jiling agreed. I don't know the current Yinhai City, but a few thousand years ago, it was said that all cultivators lived in harmony. However, harmony is established on power. Without it, it's impossible. Yimo said without hesitation, Ji Qianbei, although I don't have enough spirit stones to buy the Kuan scale, I still want to go see it. Even if we don't go in, I can know an approximate location. Before he found his daughter Yimo, who was still in North Far State, he wouldn't stop traveling between South Peace State and North Far State. It was impossible to set up a teleportation formation as it took an entire state to set that up. He wasn't as wealthy as an entire state. Jai Ling heard this and said immediately, who has a compass? Meng Hanan took out the highest grade compass, so Ji Ling used it. After calculating for a long while, he told Yimo to take Blue Moon a little west. Another 10 days, Ji Ling told him to go northwest. Just like this, they kept on changing until 1 month later, Ji Ling finally told Yimo to stop. He pointed at the Big Sea region. It's around here. I don't know the exact location as I haven't been here. What do we do? Tang Yi asked. Yimo just wanted to say find a nearby beast cultivator and ask when he saw 2 lights dash across his spirit sense. He immediately flew over with Blue Moon. Blue Moon was so much faster than the 2 beams traveling and caught up instantly. It was 2 cauldron-filling state cultivators, both primary stage. They immediately took out their magic artifacts, waiting anxiously. Yimo didn't talk and styled Tang Yi. Tang Yi immediately knew what Yimo meant. He was the only beast cultivator here. Tang Yi saluted with his fists. Brothers, we're just coming past here. We want to ask where the Yinhai City is. Can you please tell us? The 2 heard this and breathed easy. The red-haired beast cultivator saluted with his fists. We just came from there. Just go west about 60,000 kilometers from here and you'll arrive. Thank you, please go as you wish, Tang Yi said happily. This distance was really just a moment for Blue Moon. Yimo saw the 2 leave with glimmering eyes. He felt that the beast cultivator seemed to be hiding something. Chapter 1231, Meeting Someone Familiar Outside Inhai City. When they arrived at where the two beast cultivators pointed them to, they faced a 100-meter-long rock. It was derelict like a small island. They landed on this rock but couldn't find the entrance. How do we get in? Bien Fingta looked around and asked in confusion. Ji Ling said, there should be a formation here. I didn't ask precisely how to get in. Yemo could already tell there was a formation here, but neither he nor Ji Ling found the entrance. Just when he wanted to check carefully, another flying magic artifact came over. It was a low-grade cultivation artifact. As soon as it stopped, an eagle-eyed cultivator got off. He was disaster transformation state level 6. He landed on the rock and scanned Yemo and them without saying anything. Then he waved at his flying magic ship. Two girls got off. One seemed to be the master and the other seemed to be the maid. The woman behind was carefully helping the woman ahead. The woman being held was cauldron filling state, and thus that was just to show her status. Yemo scanned them and didn't care anymore. He focused his eyes on the eagle-eyed male cultivator, wanting to know how he would get into the city. The cultivator glared back coldly at Yemo but then scanned Ji Ling and didn't say anything. His expression showed that he didn't consider Ji Ling a threat. He took out a black jade card and swiped in the air above the rock and a door appeared. Yemo's eyes focused. This was a void formation door. He never even realized it before and neither did Ji Ling. This void formation door was much more powerful than the one he saw at All Herb Mountain Range. Let's go in. The man turned back and said to the two women. Just when they wanted to go in, Yemo suddenly said, wait. The eagle-eyed man's power rose drastically and he stared coldly at Yemo. What? Are you going to stop In Sha from going in the city? Yemo didn't answer him but looked at the other blue-dressed girl. You're Guang Wei? The blue-dressed girl shook and looked up. Then, she immediately saw Yemo. Yemo. It was indeed Guang Wei. Yemo didn't expect the North Far State Immortal Herb Valley's disciple Guang Wei would be here. He also said in joy, it really is you, Martial Sister Guang Wei, how are you here? The woman whom Guang Wei held said coldly, we're going, stop wasting time. Yes. Guang Wei looked down in horror again. Yemo felt this was wrong. It was already strange she appeared here, but it also seemed her status was lower than a maid. Before the two could get in, he stopped them. What do you want to do? The eagle-eyed man came up and released his magic artifact. It was a pair of yin-yang locks, a top-grade cultivation artifact. Yemo couldn't even be bothered talking to him. He took a step forward and pulled over Guang Wei from that cauldron-filling state female cultivator and sneered. If you want to fight, then fight. Seeing that Yemo was about to release Zissou, Ji Ling waved his hand at him and Yemo thought before stopping. That cauldron-filling state middle-stage woman looked at Yemo in shock. Yemo pulled Guang Wei away from her and yet she couldn't resist at all. You're asking to die. In Sha's killing intent rose and his yin-yang locks were humming. However, Yemo saw that he didn't really intend to attack. It was more that he was trying to make Yemo attack first, but he clearly overestimated himself and Yemo didn't move at all. Just then, another cold voice sneered and a skinny man appeared. He scanned them before looking coldly at In Sha. Who dares to fight outside the Inhai city? The man didn't expect Yemo to not even release his magic artifact after he put on an act for so long. He quickly put away his yin-yang locks and lowered his power while saluting with his fists. Law enforcer, these people dare to rob my cultivation woman. I bought this cultivation woman for a huge price at the Inhai city and I was planning to use her to reach disaster transformation state tertiary stage. Yemo was shook when he saw this skinny man. He was truth realization state primary stage and his cultivation method was very eerie. When he heard this man say Guang Wei was his cultivation woman that he planned to use to break through, Yemo was furious. Guang Wei helped him many times in the herb plane. How could he watch while she was taken as a cultivation woman? Seeing that the man instantly took back his power and talked very respectfully to the law enforcer, Yemo knew that the status of the law enforcer was very high. He also realized why the man didn't truly attack him. He was trying to make him attack first. In this way, he would be caught by the law enforcer. Yemo felt grateful to Ji Ling. Seeing the law enforcer look coldly at him, Yemo knew that this In Sha must be familiar here and they were here for the first time. Of course the law enforcer would help In Sha. Yemo immediately saluted with his fists. Law enforcer, Guang Wei is my martial sister. As for being a cultivation woman,
This is bullshit. Yemo was betting that this law enforcer wouldn't care about such trivial matters, and so he straight up denied robbing Guangwei. Guangwei also said, "Yes, law enforcer, I'm not someone's cultivation woman." The law enforcer sneered. "I don't care what's going on between you guys. If anyone dares to fight here, I will kill them. You must solve any conflict more than 100,000 kilometers away from here." It was so indeed. Yemo went up and saluted with his fists. Yes. Seeing this, Yin Sha was furious, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to get her back. If he still wanted to fight, he would have to face the law enforcer. He glared hatefully at Yemo and didn't go in the city. Instead, he stood on the side waiting for Yemo and them while sending a few messages with his communication bead. If Yemo went in, he would go in. If Yemo left, he would follow. It seemed as though he was certain he would be able to take Yemo and them on. The law enforcer acted as though he didn't see this and scanned Yemo. "Other than that blue-robed woman, it's your first time here?" Yemo heard and knew that the law enforcer knew clearly that Guangwei was bought by the man, but he couldn't be bothered caring. Yemo quickly replied, "Yes, law enforcer, we want to go to Yinhai City, but it's our first time here and we don't have the black card, so we can't go in." The law enforcer nodded. "Yes, you need to buy the Yinhai card, from 1 to 100 spots. Which one do you want to buy?" "For 10 and below, I have them here. For 10 to 100, you need to buy it at the Yinhai City." Yemo just realized that this law enforcer wanted to do this, so Yemo immediately asked, "May I ask, law enforcer, how many spirit stones are required for 10? 10 million spirit stones, usable for 10 years, the manager said calmly. Yemo was shocked. It was this expensive. Just an entrance card was 10 million spirit stones. Just how expensive were the things inside? Plus, he didn't even have 10 million spirit stones. Knowing this, Yemo didn't plan to go in anymore, as though seeing Yemo's hesitation. Guangwei said pitifully, "Martial brother Yemo, my master is still in the Yinhai City like me." It seemed that he had to go in now. Her master was being auctioned off as cultivation woman too. Meng Hanan could tell Yemo didn't have enough spirit stones, so she immediately took out a storage bag and said, "There's 50 million here, you can use it first." Yemo nodded gratefully and gave the law enforcer 10 million. Yemo used the card he got and swiped in the air. That void formation door appeared again. Yemo walked in and Jiling and them followed. Chapter 1232, Yinhai City is a small world. Yemo thought that meeting a void formation door, the city would be a submerged city without a lot of plants, but when they came in, he realized he was wrong. They stood at a huge grassy plain and there was a wide stone road. At the end of the road was an ancient city door. There were 3 words, Yinhai City. The dense spirit chi here made Yemo feel there was at least an extreme grade spirit range here. "It's here, my ancestor said there was a grassy plain in here," Jiling said. Yemo felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't tell why. He was sure he had never come here before. Bian Fengtai gasped, "This is the perfect place to hide, but it's a pity that now it's a public city. Everyone knows about this place. If I knew about this place alone, I would cultivate and hide here." This spirit chi, Yemo heard this and finally realized why this place was familiar. When he was in the ice god forbidden grounds and saw Qingru, that big tree was a small world. It was Qingru's small world. After Qingru went inside, it turned into a blue bead. He found that this city had the same chi as Qingru's small world. Thinking about this, Yemo was surprised and cold sweat ran down his back. If his guess was right and the Yinhai City was a small world, then if this small world was someone else's, they were under this person's complete control. If the Yinhai City had no owner, then he was scared, but if it was someone else's small world, should he leave immediately? If he didn't, wouldn't their every action be monitored by someone? Meng Hanan saw Yemo didn't go in and instead frowned. She immediately asked, "Martial brother Yi, what's going on? Let's go inside first." Yemo thought there was no point staying here. If it was someone else's small world, they had already come in. Plus, this city had existed for countless years and Jiling didn't tell any strange stories. Regardless whether the small world belonged to someone else, it had nothing to do with him. Thinking about this, Yemo breathed easy and laughed. "Yes, let's go in." Despite this, Yemo had made up his mind he would leave here as soon as possible. After walking out a short distance, Yemo saw that Insha also walked in. There was also another disaster transformation state peak stage next to him and a disaster transformation state level 8. It seemed they were keeping an eye on him. Yemo sneered, "So what if it was disaster transformation state peak stage?" Yemo searched around with his spirit sense carefully and after a while, he took it back. He felt he thought too much.
This might be a small world, but it probably wasn't controlled by someone. When they came in, the men also followed, but Yemo knew they didn't dare to attack in the city at all, so he ignored them. As Ji Ling said, Yemo saw a lot of beast cultivators inside and many human cultivators.
Yemo even saw more than 10 ghost cultivators. More absurdly, Yemo saw 4 spirit beasts who hadn't morphed yet. This strange mix made the city seem very busy.
Stores and stalls were everywhere, as well as hotels, spirit rest towers, and pill shops. Yemo didn't see truth realization state cultivators walking around, but he knew there would be quite some truth realization state cultivators here. Yemo didn't know how big the city was at all because there were spirit sense barrier formations everywhere. Yemo needed to find a quiet place to ask what happened to Guangwei and why she and her master were caught here. Guangwei's master was Ming Xan. Yemo remembered her wanting to marry him into the sect and felt sad.
How could she be doing well after being captured here? Yemo had respect for Ming Xin.
As the sect leader of Immortal Herb Valley, she didn't have any bad intentions towards him after he rejected her. This was very rare. In the cultivation realm, power was everything, and yet Yemo was only a foundation establishment state cultivator at the time.
Indeed, Ming Xin was a little unhappy, but that was it.
So regardless, Yemo was going to come help. The second thing was to look out for the Kuan scale. Yemo saw the men didn't keep following them after he went in. They just stood at the city door. Soon, Yemo and them found a hotel to stay in. After getting into a room, Yemo set up a sound restriction immediately.
Seeing this, Ji Ling nodded. Yemo, you're a natural at formations and restrictions.
Yemo smiled but looked at Guangwei and asked, Martial Sister Guangwei, tell me what happened at the Immortal Herb Valley.
Why are you and your master being sold as cultivation women? However, Guangwei said desperately, I will tell you about this later, okay? When I was bought off 3 days ago, my master was still in the market. I don't know how she's doing now. Can we go see?
Hearing this, Yemo immediately said to the group, why don't I go see with Martial Sister Guangwei and you guys wait for me here? Ji Ling immediately said, I'll go with you.
Yemo shook his head. No need, fighting isn't allowed here.
This can't be solved with numbers.
Who else has spirit stones? Lend me some.
Tang Yi was about to take out his spirit stones, but Meng Hanan stopped him.
Yours aren't enough, use mine. Then, Meng Hanan gave Yemo a storage ring.
This belongs to my sea treasure tower. Yong Lanyi wanted to capture me greatly because of this.
You can use it. Yemo took it and scanned with spirit sense. He then immediately looked at Meng Hanan with shock. Before Yemo could say any words of gratitude, Meng Hanan smiled. I said I would be following you, this can be my fee. Yemo saluted with his fists to Meng Hanan.
Thank you, Sister Meng, no matter what you did before, from how you helped me out today.
I won't betray you. Meng Hanan pushed Yemo and said, hurry up and go rescue them. If possible, I want to leave here early, I have a bad feeling here.
Yemo was a little shaken. Meng Hanan's instincts were too accurate. Yemo also knew now wasn't the time to be wasting time, so he pulled Guangwei out of the hotel and said, take me to that market. Guangwei quickly brought Yemo across a busy street. Yemo was thinking about the storage ring Meng Hanan gave him on the way. It shook Yemo too much. Yemo saw more than 500 million top-grade spirit stones and a few hundred extreme-grade spirit stones. Other than this, there were mountains of spirit herbs, ores, and materials. There weren't level 9 spirit herbs, but he saw more than 10 level 8 spirit herbs. As for pills, Yemo didn't see any, probably because Meng Hanan knew he was a pill king, but since Meng Hanan provided him with this many spirit stones when he needed them the most, Yemo had planned to provide her with pills. Yemo knew this amount of spirit stones was probably 99% of the Sea Treasure Palace's wealth, and yet Meng Hanan gave it all to him.
Chapter 1233, I'll have this female cultivator. Guangwei took Yemo across a few streets before coming to a huge square. There weren't a lot of cultivators here and Guangwei didn't stay here. She turned and took Yemo behind the square into a huge hall. Yemo was certain this was the first time he had seen a hall this big. Even 9-star sect Black Eye Sect's hall wasn't even 1% as big as this. There were all sorts of glamorous stones hanging on the ceiling, shining down on the hall brightly. There were a lot of people here, almost in every corner. Yemo scanned with spirit sense and there were all sorts of strange things here. He even saw a few ghost cultivators dealing cultivator souls.
As for spirit beasts, and golden core or even nascent soul cultivators and essence spirits, they was all too common. Seeing this Yemo sighed, if an ordinary person came here he would be scared into psychosis. Guang Wei looked around frantically immediately and wasn't able to find the person she looked for a long time. She looked extremely worried, clearly her master had been bought. That would only result in death. Yemo patted her shoulder.
Don't worry, let's go to where your master was before.
Guang Wei heard this and realized that she had been too worried. She quickly took Yemo to the innermost place in the palace. There was a row of more than 10 female cultivators. They were all very beautiful, but their faces were numb. Clearly, they knew the fate that beheld them. All of them had restrictions placed on them. If there wasn't someone specific to release them, they wouldn't be able to get away. Yemo saw this and felt very uncomfortable, but he knew there was nothing he could do, whether it was on Earth or in the cultivation realm. Such things happened and it was impossible to eradicate. If Yemo had enough power, he would kill all of these human traffickers and let all the abducted people go, but he didn't have enough power.
Power was his greatest weakness right now.
Even though he was progressing very fast, compared to the powerful beings here,
he was still a far cry away. Weren't you a cultivation woman bought only a few days ago? Why did you come back?
A fat seller who was body condensation state level 7 saw Guang Wei and asked in disbelief. Yemo sneered.
Fat pig, who did you call a cultivation woman? Keep your month clean.
The fat cultivator shivered and didn't dare to talk. The status between people who were being marked as for sale was different than the free people here. Even though one appeared here again in different status, it required different treatment. As for reproaching, even if Yemo slapped him a few times he wouldn't dare to do anything.
He offended a higher level cultivator as a lower level cultivator. But Yemo didn't know the rules here, so he didn't hit this fat man. Tell me, where is my master? Guang Wei asked immediately. The fat man looked at Guang Wei in confusion for a while before asking, You're talking about the woman who came with you that day?
Yes, her.
Where is she now?
Guang Wei asked desperately. The fat man dazed and said, She has an average look, so no one wanted her.
A dual cultivation hotel has pre-ordered her but just hasn't taken her away. Yemo was furious. That was the brothel of the cultivation realm.
Anyone would be able to use that cultivation woman for cultivation until she died. Dual cultivation hotels were many times crueler than brothels.
But Yemo was confused. Ming Xian was pretty like a beautiful young woman. Her looks were no lower than Qin Muxin and even prettier than Guang Wei.
How could she be average looking? Guang Wei didn't realize this and quickly said, Bring my master out, we'll buy her. The fat man had a sliver of joy but put on a hard face.
But she's been pre-ordered by the dual cultivation hotel, I can't regret.
How could Yemo not know what the fat man meant? He sneered. If she's still here, then don't waste time. Bring her here. As for spirit stones, I have plenty. If she has one hair missing, I will tear down your stall. The fat man immediately replied, Okay, I'll get her sent over immediately. He ignored the last bit of Yemo's sentence. Many cultivators wanted to do this, but none of them could, plus this wasn't his stall, he was just working here. He took out a communication bead and sent a message. 10 minutes later, a triangular-eyed man brought a middle-aged female cultivator over. Yemo looked at her and could tell she was indeed Ming Xian, but her face was ruined. Yemo saw, and he realized that she did this herself. The people selling her wouldn't ruin her face, master.
Guang Wei saw Ming Xian and ran over immediately. The fat man saw this and laughed.
The higher Ming Xian's status was, the more he would earn. Ming Xian saw Guang Wei with Yemo and was dazed for a moment before asking,
How are you with Yemo? How can he be in a place like this?
Guang Wei quickly said, Master, I'll tell you this later.
Yemo saved me and took me here to save you.
Luckily you're still here, master. I was so scared. Guang Wei couldn't control her sadness and was about to cry. Yemo patted Guang Wei's shoulder, signaling her to calm down before saying to Ming Xian Shenbei, I didn't expect that after the farewell at Broken Leaf City we would meet again in the distant Heartless Sea. At this moment, she realized that Yemo came to save her.
She asked shakily in surprise and joy, Yemo, you saved Guang Wei? And now you came to save me? Yemo nodded. It was just luck that I saw Guang Wei.
She's my friend, so I'm willing to help her.
Plus, Wan Bei respects Ming Xin Xin Bei's character. Ming Xin sighed in her heart about fate. In a few years, she not only could see Yimo's cultivation level but needed Yimo to rescue her. But she thought more about karma. She didn't even give Yimo anything but just didn't oppress him, and now she had this opportunity of redemption. For someone like her, she would rather die than dual cultivate with countless cultivators. Yimo said to the fat man, "Tell me, how many spirit stones?" "Hurry up." He smiled. That dual cultivation hotel offered 5 million top-grade spirit stones, but since you intervened you can pay 7 million. Yimo sneered in just when he was about to speak. His spirit sense saw the eagle-eyed man come over here. Regardless whether he came for him, he needed to finish this deal now. Thinking about this, Yimo threw over his storage bag and said, "This is 7 million, done deal." The fat cultivator took it in joy. He didn't expect that he made such a high bid, and Yimo didn't even argue. But before he could count it, the eagle-eyed cultivator's voice sounded, "Wait. I, Yin Sha, will have this female cultivator." He pointed at Ming Xian. Chapter 1234, Scam Deal. Guangwei heard this and began to worry, but Yimo didn't seem to hear the man talking and said to Guangwei, "Let's go." "Wait." Yin Sha stopped the two without hesitation. He then turned to the fat man and said, "Pang Meng, what are you doing with your business? Are you not going to follow the Yin High City rules? I clearly saw that your deal hasn't finished. Why is she leaving?" Before the fat cultivator could respond, Yimo said coldly, "I already paid spirit stones, with which I did you see with that the business hasn't finished?" Yin Sha looked at Yimo in contempt. "Both of my eyes saw the deal wasn't finished. Don't speak if you don't know the rules." Then he said to Pang Meng, "Has the sale of this female cultivator finished?" The fat cultivator subconsciously shivered. "No, it hasn't. I haven't gotten the time to talk about the second part with this friend when you came." He then looked worriedly at Yimo and said, "Friend, the sale of cultivation here is indeed a two-part process. We just done the first part of the deal." Pang Meng had a clear mind, and after seeing the buyer of Guangwei come and seemingly have great enmity with Yimo, how could he not know what happened? Yimo frowned. It was his first time here and he didn't know that much. Pang Meng explained, "The first step is to use spirit chi just to reach an agreement and give me the spirit stones. The second part is I need to remove the cultivation woman's restrictions and you need to pay again for that." Yimo finally realized how this Pang Meng was planning to scam him. The first step for 7 million was just the beginning. Then he needed him to remove the restriction, and thus he could ask for whatever price he wanted. Usually, one needed the person who set the restriction to remove it. It was very hard for others to do so. Even so, it would require the power of the cultivator to be much higher than the one who placed the restriction. Otherwise, just one mistake and the restricted person would die. If the person who placed the restriction was truth realization state, then it would be very hard for another truth realization state to remove it. Yimo sneered, "Fat man, so you're saying I need to give you more spirit stones to finish the second part of the deal?" Pang Meng smiled. "You're right, friend. It's indeed so. But the second part of the deal won't be much more expensive than the first part." Yimo was furious. "Won't be more than the first part." This was clearly a huge scam. Without a doubt, if he didn't agree to the second part, he wouldn't get his money back for the first part. Yin Sha suddenly said, "No matter how much spirit stones he pays, I will pay 1 million more. I'll have this female cultivator." Pang Meng looked happy and gave the spirit stones back to Yimo, seemingly helplessly. "Sorry, someone is bidding a higher price." Yimo couldn't control his fury anymore and sent a spirit sense sword over. Pang Meng spat a mouthful of blood suddenly and then looked at Yimo with a pale face. He pointed at Yimo. You dare to attack in this business hall." Then he pressed the alarm button like crazy. Moments later, 2 cauldron-filling state tertiary stage cultivators came. "You pressed the alarm button?" The cauldron-filling state glanced coldly at Pang Meng. Pang Meng nodded his head like a chicken. "Yes, 2 law enforcers, this person is making a deal here, but not only does he disobey the rules, he also attacked me." He then pointed the blood on the ground and was furious. "You dare to attack him here?" The cauldron-filling state's tones went icy cold while his partner blocked off Yimo's exit. Seeing this, everyone stopped what they were doing to watch the show. If it was somewhere else, he would kill these 2 cauldron-filling state cultivators and this Pang Meng.
but he knew he would be dead for sure if he did that here. Emo immediately went up. Law enforcers, this fat man is lying in front of you. He said I attacked him, but there are surveillance formations here and many people saw.
I didn't even move my hand, how did I attack him?
That cauldron-filling state cultivator heard this and left. Moments later he came back and said to the other cauldron-filling state, he didn't attack indeed.
Wait, he attacked me, I spat blood because of that. Pang Meng shrieked. The cauldron-filling state who checked the surveillance said, do you have evidence? If you have evidence that he attacked you, we will take him away immediately. But if you have no evidence and you dare to question us, then don't blame us. Pang Meng's heart went cold. He knew Emo used a spirit sense attack. Spirit sense attack didn't have any cultivation essence waves. How was he going to find evidence? He also knew the two law enforcers knew this, but they had no evidence. Emo sneered. Perhaps you felt your blood wasn't fresh and wanted to spit, or maybe you're sick. Who knows? The cultivators around laughed. A body condensation state cultivator getting sick? Was that possible? Seeing that they were going to leave, Pang Meng pointed at Emo. This man didn't finish his deal with me and was going to take away a cultivation woman. He won't even let someone else bid. That is breaking the rules here. The cauldron-filling state was unhappy that he wasn't able to catch Emo when he clearly attacked the fat man. Now that there was something else that involved Emo, his face immediately sunk. You're quite bold, but you won't even get a chance to regret if you think this is your place. The cauldron-filling state took our spirit artifact handcuffs. Insha smirked. He knew this cultivator would be dead if the law enforcers took him. Emo understood the rules approximately here. Even if the law enforcers wanted to help Pang Meng, they needed to get things clear publicly. How could he let the two take him away? He would truly be done for then. Emo said, law enforcers, are you just going to listen to one side of the story and you can take people away? If that's the case, then I need to report to the city lord. The other cauldron-filling state stopped his partner from cuffing Emo and said coldly, when did you see us listen to one side of the story? You didn't follow our rules, we can't take you away? Emo laughed. Many people saw what happened and there's surveillance formations. You two never asked my side? You just listened to the fat man and said I disobeyed the rules? Is this the rules of High City? If High City is really like this, then count me unlucky. Oof. A cultivator came and said, since when did High City become a place that only listens to one side of the story? Anyone who comes here is equal, even we are equal. This was a disaster transformation state tertiary stage cultivator. Emo sneered, equal my asshole, yet he said it so seriously. The two cauldron-filling states saw this disaster transformation state cultivator and their faces changed immediately and bowed. Manager. The disaster transformation state ignored the two and looked coldly at Emo. If you don't give me your reason, I will kill you on the spot. Emo was contemptuous, kill him on the spot? A mere disaster transformation state level 7 dared to make such bold statement. He killed a disaster transformation state level 4 when he was cauldron-filling state level 2. Now, he was cauldron-filling state level 6. But Emo still answered, Manager, my deal with Pang Meng clearly finished, but he said it didn't. Instead he wants to sell the female cultivator I bought to someone else. Is this a domineering act? If everyone does what he does, who dares to make deals here? Pang Meng quickly bowed and said, Manager, this cultivator is bullshitting, the deal clearly isn't finished. There's not only surveillance formations here but also many eyewitnesses. He's lying on the spot. Insha also said, yes manager, I indeed saw the deal wasn't finished, but he was forcefully saying it was. The disaster transformation state cultivator looked coldly at Emo. Is that so? Chapter 1235, Tough Foreign Cultivator. Emo said in no rush, Manager, please let me ask this fat man a few questions. The manager said indifferently, ask. Emo looked at Pang Meng and said coldly, you said that your cultivation women are two-step deals, right? That's right, we've only done the first part of the deal, not the second part. Pang Meng immediately said, okay, then did we finish the first part? Did you get my spirit stones? Emo asked with scorn. Pang Meng didn't know what Emo meant, but he nodded. Yes, the first part of the deal is over. You gave me spirit stones and I gave you the cultivation woman. Yemo suddenly raised his voice and questioned, so that means she's mine now? What right do you have to let someone who was mine be involved in another deal? Are my spirit stones fake or is this something you always do? Pang Mang was dazed and couldn't react.
Those cultivators who came here had to do the second part of the deal, as if they didn't, even if they got their cultivation woman, they wouldn't be able to use her.
She would die very soon, he thought and immediately knew what GMO meant. He said loudly, "You're right, but if you want to do the second part of the deal and I disagree,
then the cultivation woman you buy will die for sure.
If you're going to do the second part of the deal with me, then the deal isn't over.
The first part one can regret at any time and I can refund your spirit stones, you must give her back to me." Yemo calmed his tone and said, "So you're saying that after the first part of the deal,
you must agree for the second part to proceed? Am I not allowed to disagree? Or do I have to make the second part of the deal? Is this coercion?"
Pang Meng said coldly, "It's up to you if you want to do the second part of the deal. You can disagree, I'm not forcing you to agree, but if you agree, then I get to decide your cultivation woman again." Pang Meng sneered because he knew that Yemo needed him for the second part of the deal.
Otherwise, the cultivation woman would die for sure.
He bought this cultivation woman with his spirit stones and he knew her. There was no way he was willing to let her die. Yemo ignored this fat man and saluted with his fists to the manager.
"Manager? From the start to the end, I've never asked to do the second part of the deal, but this man is forcing me to do the second part of the deal and wants to take back my cultivation woman. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance formation or ask people around here."
"I want to ask." Just then this fat man said, "The second part of the deal is up to me."
Since he knows this, why is he forcing me to do the second part of the deal?
The manager suddenly glared coldly at Pang Meng.
"Is that the case?"
Pang Meng shivered. He thought that Yemo would definitely do the second part of the deal, but instead he didn't mention it at all. If Yemo would rather let the cultivation woman die and lose 7 million than agree to the second part of the deal, then he would have dug a hole for himself. He couldn't deny what he did, so he could only nod.
"Yes, but manager, he must," Yemo sneered again. "I get to decide what to do with this cultivation woman, why should I do the second part of the deal? I never wanted to do it."
Pang Meng's heart sunk. This cultivator's heart was so cruel and tough. The reality was in front of him and he couldn't make an excuse for himself.
He could only bow to Yemo.
"I didn't know you didn't intend to do the second part of the deal, friend. It's my fault, I apologize." Yemo ignored him and saluted with his fists to the manager. "Manager, if you didn't come over, I would have been taken away because I didn't want to do the second part of the deal. And the cultivation woman I bought would be taken away for no reason. I believe in Inhai City, I believe the city will give me justice." A sliver of a glare flashed across this disaster transformation state cultivator's eyes. He scanned Yemo and said, "I understand the specific situation now. The city will deal with the 2 law enforcers. As for this person who forced you to do the second part of the deal, you can make 2 requests that don't hurt his life."
Yemo immediately said, "Yes, thank you, manager, you indeed do things with justice. I came to the right city."
Then, Yemo looked coldly at Pang Meng.
"My first request is compensation. The 11 cultivation women here are a little lacking. But it's barely enough. I want them whole."
Pang Meng heard this and looked fearfully at the manager. The manager said expressionlessly, "Yes, remove their restrictions immediately and give them to this customer." Before Pang Meng could reply, another cultivator outside the circle came in and bowed.
"Yes, manager, Mo Quan will do this immediately."
It was a disaster transformation state peak stage cultivator. He removed the 11 cultivation women's restrictions and brought them to Yemo.
"Friend, how about I remove the restriction of the cultivation woman you bought before and complete the deal?"
Yemo sneered. He dared to play such little tricks.
Yemo waved his hand. "No need.
I can do whatever I want with the cultivation woman I bought.
Outsiders don't need to intervene." He grasped the reason of the forced second part of the deal. If he agreed now, his reason would be no more. Killing intent flashed across his eyes, but the middle stage peak stage didn't say anything and left. The manager nodded and asked, "What's your second request?"
Yemo said, "Thank you, manager. My second request is to slap this Pang Mang who dared to scam me." The manager nodded without care.
Without the order of the city lord, no one is allowed to kill, you understand this, right? Yemo quickly said, "Yes, manager, I won't kill. I'm a foreign cultivator, I don't dare to kill in Inhai City.
I'm just slapping him, at most making him spit blood. If he didn't scam me so hard before, I wouldn't make such a request." Some people already began to feel sorry for Pang Mang, just from how he got 11 cultivation women back instead. This slap wouldn't be simple. Pang Mang broke into a cold sweat, looking at the disaster transformation state peak stage seeking help, but the disaster transformation state peak stage didn't seem to see this. "Hurry up and slap him," the manager said. Yemo heard this and went up without hesitation.
Slapping Pang Mang's chest, people saw Pang Mang didn't seem to move, but his eyes became more dazed. The manager looked at Yemo and thought this cultivator was so vile.
A foreign cultivator dared to do things to this extreme. He was this young and powerful, clearly he had no simple origin. Then the manager said to the two cauldron-filling state, "Go receive your punishment in the law enforcer hall."
The two shivered and replied, "Yes, manager."
The manager glanced coldly at Yemo before disappearing. At this moment Pang Mang woke up from his daze and pointed at Yemo shakily. You destroyed my dantian." Then Pang Mang spat blood again as he fell to the ground in a spasm. Pang Mang was done for. This was worse than killing him. Some cultivators looked at Yemo fearfully. A foreign cultivator dared to use such extreme means. He greatly offended the manager. Ian Shah looked at Yemo coldly, but he was shocked. He didn't expect Yemo to be this cruel, but clearly, he had offended the manager. How could Yemo not know this? But he didn't care. He was about to leave immediately. Chapter 1236. Cause for the incident, Yemo took Guang Wei and the 11 female cultivators and left the hall.
When they came outside, Yemo stopped and looked at the 11 cultivation women.
"You all have nascent soul state or hollow spirit state power. I can't take you guys away now, so I'll give you guys a few flying magic artifacts and you can run yourself."
"Xianbei, you're not going to use us as cultivation women?"
One pink-dressed hollow spirit state primary stage heard Yemo's words and asked shakily.
Yemo smiled. "Do you think I'm someone who needs cultivation women?"
"I can't bring you guys with me in Inhai City. As for whether you can live or not, it's up to your fortune."
The 11 cultivation women didn't believe this was real at all. After Yemo and Guang Wei and Ming Xin disappeared, they realized that they didn't even thank Yemo. When they wanted to chase up, Yemo was already gone. The pink female cultivator first reacted and asked an older yellow-robed female cultivator, "Sister Sinyu, what should we do now?"
She bowed in Yemo's direction first before saying, "If we leave Inhai City now we'll be dead for sure, but if we stay here it's very safe. I heard this city often holds an exchange social, so we'll wait for one to come, and when it ends, we'll leave with those who came here. Then I can send a message to my sect and ask for help." The rest of the girls also agreed. Yemo was helpless. That was indeed all he could do.
He couldn't allow these female cultivator to be ruined in the dual cultivation hotel.
He also hoped that if one of his friends or family fell in such a situation, there would be someone to help them like that. He helped Meng Qi, thinking the same thing. He hoped that if Yemo was in trouble, there would be a cultivator to help like him. Yemo and Guang Wei brought Ming Xian back to the hotel and introduced them to everyone else.
Tang Yi and Bian Fengta weren't at the hotel. Meng Hanan said they were adamant on searching for news about the Kuan scale, so they went out.
After the people had a talk, Yemo set up a few more restrictions before letting everyone sit down. "Marshal Brother Yi, what do we do about the restriction on my master?" Guang Wei asked. Ming Xian waved her hand and said shakily, "Yemo, thank you. If you and Guang Wei didn't come, I don't even know what would have happened. I'm not afraid of the restriction, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to die when I want to."
Yemo signaled Ming Xian to sit down. He wasn't afraid of even truth realization state restrictions.
His 3 birth chant could even give birth to cultivation methods, much less restrictions. Plus, Yemo knew her restriction was just placed by a disaster transformation state cultivator. "Ming Xian Xianbei, if you trust me I can help you remove the restriction," Yemo said. Ming Xian said firmly, "Help me, I trust you." Yemo held Ming Xian's hand and checked her meridians. He immediately had an understanding of this restriction. In less than 8 minutes, Yemo completely removed her restriction and let her recover her power. feeling cultivation essence come back to her body again. Ming Xian immediately got up and thanked Yimo excitedly. Other than gratitude, she felt more shock. It was very hard to remove a restriction you didn't place, and yet Yimo removed hers easily. She didn't even have any hope to remove it, but Yimo actually easily allowed her to recover. Yimo took out some storage rings, giving one to Ming Xian and another to Guangwei while saying, "Go get a change of clothes and then we can talk."
Ming Xian nodded and took the storage ring before getting up with Guangwei. Yimo then said, "There are 2 face-preserving pills as well." Face-preserving pills? Guangwei and Ming Xian looked at Yimo in shock. Meng Hanan also said this and looked at Ming Xian and Guangwei in envy. Face-preserving pill. Which woman didn't want to keep her youthful look forever?
A woman valued her looks more than her life, Yimo nodded. Yes, but it was made by me 20 years ago, so it doesn't look very good.
Guangwei held the storage ring excitedly and wanted to go try immediately. Ming Xian looked gratefully at Yimo again and didn't say anything.
She took Guangwei inside to shower and change. Yimo looked back at Meng Hanan and also took out a jade bottle.
"There's one more here, it's yours."
Meng Hanan took the bottle from Yimo and quickly said, "Perfect, I've been looking for one for decades, but now I really got one."
"Thank you, Yimo." Yimo smiled.
"Sister Meng helped me so much, I haven't thanked you yet. A mere face-preserving pill is nothing." Jiling looked at Yimo and shook his head. "You have so many good things on you. When you were at the Pill King tournament, I even wanted to ask for a rare flame for you from Lu Qianbei, but it seems I underestimated you."
Yimo smiled. "Ji Qianbei, do you want one too?" Unexpectedly, Jiling nodded. "Yes, I'll have one. My granddaughter must be really worried about me this time. I can give one to her."
"I don't need one for myself."
Yimo took out a prepared storage ring and gave it to Jiling.
"Ji Qianbei, here are some things I've prepared in some of my formation experience. It's yours now, Qianbei." Jiling nodded and took it. He knew Yimo was wealthy and he didn't need to be too polite with Yimo. Soon, Ming Xian and Guangwei came out.
Ming Xian's face hadn't recovered yet. Clearly she hadn't eaten the pill yet. Yimo asked, "Ming Xian Qianbei, what happened? And before you came to Heartless Sea, do you know about Peihai City's MOU?" Ming Xian thought and said, "You probably know who the #1 solo cultivator in North Far State is, right?" Yimo nodded.
"Yes, Ling Zhongtian, Disaster Transformation State Peak Stage Power. It's said he's the strongest in North Far State."
Ming Xian nodded.
"That's right, there are 3 great Disaster Transformation State cultivators in North Far State. Wang Yu sex Shan Fei, Jade Woman sex Tang Mengrao, and then Ling Zhongtian.
They're all Disaster Transformation State, but Ling Zhongtian is the strongest.
I heard he's near Truth Realization State cultivator and he can fight people at higher levels than him.
Even Truth Realization State primary stage cultivators won't be able to beat him."
Yimo had a pretty good impression of Ling Zhongtian, whether it was seeing his temperament at the herb plane or due to Su Changji's relationship with him. Ming Xian said, "I have a disciple called Qin Muxin, you know, right?" Yimo quickly said, "Yes, I know Marshall's sister Muxin. I saw her at South Peace State.
She's now South Peace State's 8-star sect Heartless Valley's core disciple." Chapter 1237, North Far State Internal Conflict. "Huh, you saw Muxin at South Peace State?"
Ming Xian got up excitedly and so did Guangwei. Yimo let the 2 sit down before saying, "Yes, Ming Xian Qianbei, she's doing very well now and is a level 1 pill king, you don't need to worry for her." That's good, it's so good to join 8-star sect," Ming Xian said and then sunk down in her chair.
"She wasn't fortunate enough to be your wife." Yimo felt awkward and didn't know what to say, but luckily Ming Xian thought of something and said in shock, "That's right, I heard you went to South Peace State." Yimo replied, "Yes Qianbei, I came from South Peace State and I'm planning to cross the Heartless Sea. I met Marshall's sister Guangwei on the way." "You're really crossing the Heartless Sea?" Ming Xian murmured and then stared at Yimo. "What's your cultivation level?" Yimo was scared about talking about his cultivation as his progress was too abnormal, ordinary people couldn't comprehend it. But now that Ming Xian asked, he could only reply, "I'm cauldron filling state level 6.
Ming Xian heard this and after a long while, she sighed, "Yimo, I knew you were a prodigy before but you far exceeded what I expected."
"Cauldron filling state level 6, this is rare in the entire North Far State and yet you're so young. I feel like I've been wasting my life compared to you. Ming Xin paused and said.
Yimo, don't call me Qianbei anymore, your power is much higher than mine.
Hust call me Ming Xin or Sister Ming Xin. Yimo smiled. I call Mo Xin and Guangwei Martial Sister. If I called you sister, things would be messy.
I'll still call you Qianbei. Plus, I have a different view than others. Just because power is higher doesn't mean you're a Qianbei.
Guangwei was shocked even more.
When she first saw Yimo, he was only Foundation Establishment State, and she even saw when he formed his Golden Core. Yimo's Golden Core was above the 9 grades, and her big martial sister said Yimo's future was boundless. Now it really did seem so. Ming Xin hesitated and nodded.
Okay then.
Yimo saw that she didn't ask about other things, so he asked, Ming Xin Qianbei, you talked about the 3 disaster transformation state cultivators and machine martial sister, what happened?
Ming Xin answered, the reason Ming Xin could go to South Peace State is because of 8-star sect Jade Woman sect's Tang Mengrao's recommendation.
Tang Qianbei saw Mushin and believed she was a pill concoction prodigy. It was such a waste for her to stay at North Far State, so she recommended her to go South Peace State. Then, Ming Xin sighed, in the North Far State, the 3 disaster transformation states were the foundation pillars, but the usually united 3 disaster transformation states one day fought with each other.
Why? Yimo heard this and asked in shock. Ming Xin shook her head.
I don't know specifically, but it was over a woman.
Tang Mengrao Qianbei and Shanfei Qianbei fought with Ling Zihongtian Qianbei. It's said that the battle was so intense that a few mountains were destroyed.
That battle went on for a few days and eventually, both sides were injured. It's said that Ling Zhongtian Qianbei took a woman and she was from the Jade Woman sect.
My status was too low and I didn't dare to ask who it was.
Yimo frowned and said, Ming Xin Qianbei, tell me first what happened afterwards. Ming Xin continued, after Ling Zhongtian Qianbei left, he disappeared and no one heard from him again. But soon after, things happened in North Far State. The Beast Tide appeared not only at Broken Leaf City but also Peihai City. Usually they come and go, but this time they didn't go and had more numbers and powers.
Ling Zhongtian wasn't there and those solo cultivator couldn't unite to fend off the spirit beasts.
Shanfei Qianbei and Tang Mengrao Qianbei went separately to Broken Leaf City and Peihai City despite their heavy injuries. Yimo's heart sunk. Jing Gwen and them were all at Peihai City. He asked desperately, Ming Xin Qianbei, Peihai City was also attacked?
Ming Xin nodded.
Yes, Tang Mengrao Qianbei went to Peihai City. We followed her there to help her, but there were disaster transformation state beast cultivators in that beast tide and more than 10 level 9 spirit beasts.
Although many North Far State cultivators went to help, there were too many. Was Peihai City broken in? Yimo asked anxiously. Ming Xin shook her head. When I left, it wasn't.
A powerful cultivator came and stopped the beast tide. I didn't see clearly, but that powerful cultivator seemed on par with Tang Mengrao Qianbei.
Yimo breathed easy and then asked, you left? Ming Xin replied, yes, although Tang Mengrao Qianbei was heavily injured, she was in the middle of the battle constantly.
Her injuries got worse and worse. A lot of cultivators from Jade Woman sect died. There were only me and 2 disciples following Tang Qianbei and a few solo cultivators. Seeing that she was about to die, we wanted to take her to escape. During our escape, my sect's Lu Yuetang also disappeared. Eventually, we had nowhere to go, so we went into the Heartless Sea. Ming Xin sighed, although Guangwei and I got away, we were heavily injured. We could only find an island to recover. We stayed a few months on that island with arid spirit chi before recovering. Then, we went to find Tang Qianbei, but we lost our direction. We just wandered around for another 3 years, but we still didn't find our direction. We decided to stop by an island and cultivate while we thought of a way. Yimo sighed. Ming Xin was only Hollow Spirit State Tertiary Stage and Guangwei was worse, Golden Core State Level 9. It was extremely fortunate that nothing happened to them in those years in the Heartless Sea, Ming Xin said. Before we could find an island to stay on, we were captured by beast cultivators. They wanted to rape us, but when they saw we were both virgins and our talent was good, they changed their mind. They knew they would get much better profit by selling us.
Guang Wei looked down in embarrassment when Ming Xian said this. Then you and Marshall's sister Guang Wei were brought to Yinhai City? Yimo asked. Ming Xian nodded.
They spent about half a year to reach Yinhai City.
Then you know what happened.
Chapter 1238, The Formation at City Lord Estate. Yimo's face went bad. He had a good impression of Ling Zhongtian and the Wang Yusek Shan Fei. He was recommended to South Peace State by Shan Fei. Although he gave them the spirit recovery pill, Shan Fei also protected Mou and set a hollow spirit state cultivator there. However, it didn't matter to him why they fought. He was worried about Mou, Song Yangzhu, Yiling, Song Yangzhu, and the rest. Meng Hanan suddenly asked. Sister Ming Xian said that the three most powerful people in North Far State all got injured and then the spirit beast attacked. Could there be some shenanigans there? Yimo also felt this thing was very dodgy, but he hadn't gone back to North Far State and couldn't be sure if someone plotted this. Ming Xian wanted to comfort Yimo upon seeing his worried face, but Yimo suddenly asked. Ming Xian Xianbei, that means when you left Peihai City, it was about 4 or 5 years ago? Ming Xian nodded. Yes, it's indeed been almost 5 years. Yimo was at a loss. 5 years, so much could happen in 5 years. He set up a teleportation formation at Mou and could only hope that if Peihai City was really broken into, they would be able to leave through that. Ming Xian said again, Yimo, don't worry. When I left, a powerful being came and humans gradually had the upper hand. As soon as they got the upper hand, countless cultivators would flock to help. Yimo sighed. He could only think like that. Ming Xian said gratefully again, Yimo, thank you for giving me this many pills. Yimo nodded. Ming Xian Xianbei, if you don't want to stay in North Far State, you can come back with us to South Peace State this time. Ming Xian heard this and didn't say anything. After a long while, she responded, I can't go, I have Immortal Herb Valley. If you can take someone away, then take Guang Wei. Her talent is really good, it's a waste for her to stay in North Far State. Guang Wei's eyes went red and just wanted to say something when Yimo got up and opened the restriction of the room. Tingyi and Bian Fengta came back looking excited. Yimo looked at the two and asked, you two seem very happy? Tang Yi laughed. It's because we heard about the Kuan scale. It's really here, but it's in the City Lord Estate. Each year it would be taken out for show, but it's not for sale. Bian Fengta said, every year, the City Lord Estate would hold a cultivation resource trade social. Before the social, the City Lord would show the Kuan scale to everyone. There are about 3 months till the social, we can stay here for 3 months. Yimo was thinking about Peihai City, but even without it, he wasn't going to stay here for 3 months. He felt very uncomfortable here. We can't stay here for 3 months, Meng Hanan suddenly said. She also felt very uncomfortable here. Yimo nodded. Indeed, we must leave here immediately. Then, he said again, I want to visit the City Lord of Yinhai City. Regardless if I can get the scale, I must try. You want to visit the City Lord? Tang Yi immediately waved his hand. You don't need to go, you won't be able to see him at all. It's said he's very powerful and doesn't see guests. How can you see him? How would I know if I don't try? If I really can't, we'll leave the CE immediately, Yimo said. Meng Hanan suddenly said, Marshal Brother Yi, I'll come with you. Yimo nodded. Let's go now then. As soon as they walked out, Meng Hanan said, Yimo, if you have Immortal Curl Flower, you might really be able to get the Kuan scale. Yimo shook his head. He only had one last Immortal Curl Flower, he wasn't going to swap it. Perhaps this was the last one in the entire cultivation realm. Meng Hanan sighed. She knew it was probably impossible to get the Kuan scale without something like the Immortal Curl Flower. The City Lord Estate was right in the middle of the city. It was grand and luxurious. There was a huge square in front of it. The square was covered in blue spirit bricks, filling the place with spirit chi while making it seem royal. Yimo thought of Bright Moon City when he saw this city. When they came to the border of the square, they were stopped by 2 body condensation state cultivators. Stop, this is the City Lord Estate. No one is allowed to come near, otherwise we have orders to kill. Meng Hanan thought Yimo would make the 2 body condensation state go report and then go in, but Yimo just took out a jade slip and gave it to the body condensation state. Give this jade slip to the City Lord, it's very important to him. Of course, you can choose to not give it, but if you can be responsible for that, you can do it.
Then, Yemo came to the border of the square and didn't wait for the two to respond. Meng Hanan looked at Yemo in confusion. Yemo, are you sure just a jade slip is fine? What should we do? Should we leave now? Yemo proposed. Let's go to the spirit rest tower ahead for 2 hours. If he still doesn't come, then we'll leave immediately. The two guards looked at each other. After a while, the body condensation state said, what should we do? Should we chase up and give it back to him? The other cultivator shook his head. Even if we give it to him, if it's something the city lord needs, we won't get away with it. But we don't have the power to give it to the city lord. The cultivators were so desperate they were about to cry. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, bring the jade slip in. The two heard this voice and were shaken, but they quickly reacted and bowed. We greet city lord. Then, the two quickly passed the square and went into the city lord estate. Yemo and Meng Hanan quickly came to the spirit rest tower and opened a room. They went in and didn't talk. Meng Hanan glanced at Yemo and didn't say anything. She felt Yemo seemed more troubled after he left the square. Her guess was right. Yemo was a level 9 formation grandmaster. He wasn't a top level 9 formation grandmaster, but it was impossible for ordinary formations to trick his eyes. Knowing this, he still saw a huge formation outside the city lord estate. It wasn't a spirit gathering formation nor defense one. It was a refining formation. Yemo felt that Inhai City was like a small world, and now he saw a refining formation. He immediately knew that someone was trying to spirit control the small world. Chapter 1239, The Deal with the City Lord. If the Inhai City was really a small world and if it was spirit controlled, then even a single grass fate would be controlled. Thinking about this, Yemo broke out in a cold sweat. What if the city lord invited all the powerful people in the 4 states to the city and closed off the small world? Thinking about this, Yemo felt it was very possible. The city lord held the social every year. Who knew if he would have a big one after he spirit controlled the small world? To other cultivators, Inhai City was indeed very safe and fair. With this, if they held a huge social, how many cultivators would come? Yemo didn't dare to imagine. Yemo understood now why the Inhai City had such a good reputation. It was intentional. If this was the case, then this city lord was too scary. But why did he not spirit control this place even after a few thousand years? Yemo knew he couldn't discuss this with Meng Hanan. They had to leave first. Yemo and Meng Hanan didn't wait very long. After they just drank their first cup of spirit tea, a middle-aged cultivator came with a pale-faced man following behind him. He seemed like a ghost behind him. The middle-aged man set up a restriction before looking at Yemo calmly. You went to the city lord estate to find me? Do you know the consequences if your jade slip contains lies? Yemo felt a powerful pressure as soon as this man came. This man definitely was the city lord Insu. But Yemo didn't expect him to be such a handsome man. He seemed only about in his 30s. His black hair casually landed on his shoulder. His body had good ratios too. He seemed like the perfect man. Even Meng Hanan was amazed by his looks. But what put Yemo on alert was that Insu was truth realization state level 9 and his power was no weaker than Lu Wuhu. Yemo got up and saluted with his fists. Wan Beino's city lord is very busy. I don't dare to trick you at all. City lord, please have a seat, and you too. The middle-aged man saw that Yemo called himself Wan Bei but didn't seem to act like one at all and was a little surprised, but he nodded and sat down. However, that ghost-like person behind him remained standing. Meng Hanan helped Insu pour 2 cups of spirit tea and also bowed. Wan Bei Meng Hanan greets city lord and this master. Insu looked at Meng Hanan and nodded before looking at Yemo again. Yemo took out a jade bottle and gave it to Insu, saying, City lord, please have a look. This is the thing I mentioned in the jade slip. I know this thing is very precious, but I don't dare to guess how precious it is. Insu took the jade bottle and opened it. His face changed immediately. He sniffed it before covering it in shock and looked at Yemo in disbelief. This really is 10,000 year stalagmite marrow, a level 10 spirit medicine. And there are 10 drops here. Where did you get this? Insu rejoiced that he had come. Everyone knew about it, but it was too rare in the cultivation realm. It could not only repair spirit sense and soul but also give birth to spirit roots. Those who couldn't cultivate could develop spirit roots by using it. Meng Hanan also looked at Yemo in disbelief. She thought the most precious thing on Yemo was immortal curl flower, but there was this too. She really couldn't distinguish which was more valuable. You wouldn't show this to me for no reason. Tell me, what do you want? Insu frowned but didn't give back the stalagmite marrow. Emo immediately saluted with his fists. City Lord. The thing Wanbei wants is only owned by you. Tell me. Insu frowned. He felt that the thing Emo wanted wouldn't be simple or he wouldn't take out the 1,000-year stalagmite marrow. Emo nodded. Wanbei heard City Lord has a Koan scale, so I want it. Would you be able to give it to me?
Hearing this, Insu's eyes flashed with a sliver of bleakness.
He stared coldly at Emo and asked, do you think 10 drops of the stalagmite marrow can trade for the Koan scale? Plus, even if I give it to you, you think you can keep it?
Meng Hanan's heart sunk. She believed the 10 drops were very precious and it wasn't impossible to trade for the Koan scale.
The City Lord said this, clearly meaning that he didn't want to trade with Emo. Emo immediately showed a horrified look and saluted with his fists. Wanbei doesn't know the value of the Koan scale. I thought 10 drops of the stalagmite marrow would be able to trade for it. Wanbei was too ignorant. Please forgive me, City Lord. Luckily this is the Inhai city, or else Wanbei's actions would be too outrageous.
Hearing this, the City Lord's face eased up a little.
No matter, you didn't trick me on your jade slip after all.
Although Inhai City doesn't dare to compare power with South Peace State's Pill City, it's the #1 fair place.
Emo immediately said, thank you, City Lord. Wanbei won't waste your time anymore.
Before the City Lord could nod,
Emo went to grab the stalagmite marrow while smirking inside. 10 drops couldn't trade for a Koan scale? Who was this guy tricking?
Of course, if that Koan scale belonged to a mature Koan, then even thousands of drops wouldn't be as valuable as it, but Meng Hanan said the Koan was a newborn and was only a level 7 spirit beast. The stalagmite marrow was Yemo's and the City Lord couldn't stop Emo from taking back his own thing, so he could only put it down awkwardly on the table and let Emo take it.
Meng Hanan suddenly understood why Emo saw the City Lord here. It was a public place. Even if the City Lord wanted it, he couldn't rob it, or the reputation of justice and fairness the city had set up for countless years would disappear. Meng Hanan admired Emo greatly now. If they really went into the City Lord estate, then even if they never came back out it wouldn't cause much drama. The City Lord suddenly said, how long do you plan to stay in the city? 3 months later there will be a huge social and there will be many precious things there.
Although they might not be as precious as the Koan scale, they will be very rare.
Emo laughed in self-mockery.
I probably can't stay here for 3 months. I'm actually a level 9 spirit pill master. I'm planning to go back to the hotel and concoct the stalagmite marrow into spirit root purifying pill and then sell it before I leave.
Hearing this, Insu's face changed immediately. He didn't expect Emo to waste it like that.
A level 9 spirit pill master dared to use it for pill concoction? Wait.
Seeing that Emo was going to leave, Su called him back. He didn't trade, but that didn't mean he didn't want the stalagmite marrow.
If this idiot used it for pill concoction, how could he get it? Chapter 1240, Bringing About the Calamity of Death. Emo sneered. He knew the value of the stalagmite marrow wasn't cheaper than the Koan scale. This guy asked how long he was planning to stay in here so he would attack once he left the city.
But Emo wasn't going to do things according to his will. He said he was going to waste it.
He didn't believe Insu would be able to hold his temper. If he could do even that, Emo could only stay in the city and not dare to go out, because if he went out, he would die. Emo had a very clear sixth sense from cultivating the 3 birth chant. He saw there was no luck here when he saw Insu. He either succeeded or died here. Now that Insu stopped him, Emo quickly saluted with his fists.
Xianbei, do you have any other orders? Insu nodded.
Yes, it's too much of a waste to use the 10,000-year stalagmite marrow to concoct level 9 spirit pills. It's not as valuable as the Koan scale, but it's very rare. Even Meng Hanan could tell that Insu wanted to trade for the 10,000-year stalagmite marrow but couldn't find an excuse. The City Lord had to trade it with Emo now since he knew Emo was going to waste it as soon as he got back. Emo took out another sha fruit and said, City Lord, I suddenly remembered I have a level 9 spirit fruit. If I use both of them to trade, would you be willing to?
It's actually level 9 spirit fruit sha fruit?
Insu looked at Emo in shock again. Just how many good things did this young cultivator have? Meng Hanan was more speechless.
Every time Emo took out something, it was something she didn't expect.
Even if he was going to give Insu away to trade, he didn't need to give something this precious. Great, we can trade now. The Cohen scale is very precious, but what you give me is more important. Insu took out a red jade box and gave it to Emo. Emo gave the Sha fruit and stalagmite marrow over without hesitation. The Sha fruit wasn't completely mature, but it was still a level 9 spirit fruit. Emo did this so Insu would have no other excuses. Emo took the jade box excitedly and saluted with his fists to Insu.
Thank you, City Lord, Wanbei will be leaving now.
He didn't even open the jade box and took Meng Hanan to leave immediately. There's a restriction on the jade box. How do you know it's the Kuan scale inside?
Meng Hanan immediately asked. Emo said heavily, I was sure it is as soon as I got it.
Plus, he won't be cheating me on this, it doesn't suit his identity.
Meng Hanan nodded and said worriedly, but I think that City Lord. Emo waved to her. Let's talk when we get back. How could he not know that the City Lord wanted to kill him?
It was so obvious, whether it was for the 10,000-year stalagmite marrow or the level 9 spirit herb.
Plus, he now had the Kuan scale. Emo was certain that Insu wouldn't let him leave High City with the Kuan scale.
He needed it to attract all sorts of cultivators to come here and settle or trade, but for Emo, it was fine as long as he had the Kuan scale. As soon as Emo left, Insu looked at the jade bottle and the fruit for a long while before saying coldly, I didn't expect a mere cauldron-filling state cultivator would have this many good things.
Just how many more secrets does he have to be able to reach cauldron-filling state in 100 years?
The shadow-like figure behind him suddenly said, Master, why trade with him? We can just find an excuse to kick him out of the city and I'll go kill them, simple.
Insu shook his head. If we kick away a cultivator for no reason, it would cause drama.
Plus, I'm only lending it to him for a few days, my spirit sense mark is on there.
If he touches it, I will know. That cultivator definitely has a lot of secrets. He might leave the city, keep a close eye on him. If he leaves, then follow immediately.
Even if we send 2 truth realization states, I want you to bring his secrets back to High City.
Yes, Master, the shadow answered. As soon as Emo and Meng Hanan came back, the rest of the people came up. How was it? Did the City Lord show you the Kuan scale? Tang Yi asked. Emo nodded.
I'll let Sister Meng tell you. Ji Qianbei, I need to go into solitary cultivation now.
Set up restrictions on this hotel, don't allow any spirit sense to come in. Before I come out, don't leave the hotel. As soon as I come out, we'll leave immediately.
Hearing this, everyone agreed. Emo went inside his room and set up a few restrictions before going into the Golden Page world. It was dangerous to go in the Golden Page world here, but he couldn't care about it.
After coming back from the square,
he knew that the City Lord hadn't completely spirit-controlled the High City. With Jiling Qianbei and his restrictions, it would be enough to stop the spirit sense or a truth realization state peak stage cultivator. As soon as Emo went into the Golden Page world, he suddenly felt uneasy, but he shook his head as he couldn't find the problem. He took out the red box immediately and saw the hidden spirit sense mark on there.
Emo carefully opened it and saw a palm-sized scale. It was faint blue. This was indeed the Kuan scale. The next moment, Emo took out Blue Moon.
Although he was just a level 3 forgery grandmaster, and could only forge low-grade cultivation artifacts,
he didn't plan to completely integrate the scale into Blue Moon.
He only needed it to upgrade Blue Moon's quality. Emo didn't hope for immortal artifact, but a half-immortal artifact should be fine. He would fully integrate the scale into Blue Moon when he was a level 7 forgery grandmaster or later.
Emo also planned to add in a few bitter bamboo leaves. Then, Emo released the Mist Lotus Heartfire, but before he started to melt the Kuan scale, he felt something was wrong and put away the Mist Lotus Heartfire. Moments later, he spotted a very small spirit sense mark. He was shocked. If he clumsily molded the scale into Blue Moon and didn't find this spirit sense mark, it would mean that Insu would know wherever he went. There was a restriction covering the spirit sense mark. If he touched the scale, then Insu would immediately know. Thinking about this, Emo came out of the Golden Page world immediately and wiped the sweat from his head. If Insu couldn't sense his spirit sense mark, would he come to this hotel immediately?
That was highly possible. He couldn't risk that. Luckily, he was a level 9 formation grandmaster. He carefully peeled off that restriction and then put the spirit sense mark and the restriction into the blue lightning source bead he got from Tian Alfing. Then, he put the bead back into the red box and breathed easy. He checked the scale many times over and made sure there was no spirit sense mark before going into his Golden Page world.
Meanwhile, he left that jade box in his room. Emo didn't know that when he went into the golden page world, Insu immediately felt his spirit sense mark disappear. He frowned and was about to do something, but he noticed the spirit sense mark again. Insu sat down but wanted to catch Emo, this insect cultivator, even more. He wanted to know all of Yemo's secrets. Chapter 1241, Heaven Flame that ascended like crazy. After going in the golden page world, Emo didn't have that feeling of unease anymore. He immediately knew that the feeling was caused by the jade box. If he didn't send that jade box out, perhaps Insu would be at the hotel already. Emo released the Mist Lotus Heartfire, and this time he threw the scale in. He thought that Mist Lotus Heartfire was a heaven flame and red colored, so it would be able to mold the scale, but 8 minutes later, Emo was disappointed. The scale only melted a little bit. With this speed, he would need a few days to melt it, and that was just the first step. How many days would he need to fuse it with Blue Moon? Soon, Emo realized that time wasn't even the problem. If his fire melted the scale this slowly, he wouldn't be able to fuse. This was the simplest method in forgery. Realizing this, the reason he wasn't scared of Insu was because he was a forgery grandmaster. If he got the Koan scale, he could mold it into his Blue Moon. Once Blue Moon was a half-immortal artifact, even truth realization state cultivators wouldn't be able to catch up to him. However, the reality was that his Mist Lotus Heartfire wasn't enough to mold the Koan scale. Emo felt very annoyed. His brain operated rapidly to think of a way out. If he didn't deal with the city lord, he really wasn't scared of those disaster transformation state cultivator, but he was facing truth realization state cultivators now. Emo couldn't think of any other way other than upgrading Blue Moon. In order to do that, he needed to mold the scale, but other than upgrading his Heaven Flame, there was no other way. Thinking about the Mist Lotus Heartfire, Emo remembered he still had a Flame Lotus Heart. It was given to him by Lu Wuhu and he hadn't used it. Emo immediately took it out, and felt its scorching heat. Without the need for Emo to do anything, the Mist Lotus Heartfire had already swept it away. Emo looked satisfiedly and believed his Heaven Flame would be able to reach green color this time, but Emo was soon disappointed. The Flame Lotus Heart was devoured rapidly, but his Mist Motu's Lotus Heartfire only became a little darker. It was still red. Emo took out the Koan scale. It melted faster but wasn't enough to upgrade Blue Moon. Emo put down the Koan scale dejectedly while thinking how he could upgrade Mist Lotus Heartfire. He took out all the ores Meng Hanan gave him and put them in front. He was planning to test them all to see which material would be useful for the Mist Lotus Heartfire. Soon, Emo was surprised to see his Mist Lotus Heartfire lean towards a blue ore. Emo immediately remembered that it was the ore he got from the Chu 18 discs. It was a little hot and he felt it would benefit him at the time. Now, Emo realized it would benefit the Mist Lotus Heartfire. Emo took it over immediately and it was soon swept into the Mist Lotus Heartfire. The Mist Lotus Heartfire exploded after devouring that blue ore. The heat rose drastically. Emo felt the flame getting hotter and hotter. Emo was shook. He had already spirit-controlled Mist Lotus Heartfire. How could he feel the heat? Soon, Emo felt that he was slowly losing control of the Mist Lotus Heartfire. It was as though it was going to fly out of his hands. Emo knew things weren't good. He quickly burned some blood and used 3 birth chant to control the Mist Lotus Heartfire. Luckily, bad things didn't happen and the flame gradually calmed down. Moments later, the Mist Lotus Heartfire started to show a green color. After another 15 minutes, the flames turned aqua. 15 minutes later, when Emo saw the flame turn into a blue color, he was astonished. He realized what the blue ore did. It could upgrade any rare flame into a blue color. Such a terrifying ore. This was the rare treasure of the world. Emo was sure that the blue ore was much more valuable than the Koan scale. Many people thought it was hard getting a rare flame, but it was much harder to upgrade it. If it was below red color it wasn't too bad, but after red, it would be countless times harder. Yet this blue ore could upgrade his Mist Lotus Heartfire to blue color. It was too absurd. Emo couldn't think of an ore that was this powerful. Not even a level 10 ore would be able to do that. Emo rejoiced that he made the decision to take the ore. It was perfect for him. Half a day later, the Mist Lotus Heartfire had calmed down and a water blue flame jumped around on his palm. Emo was surprised and overjoyed. He could feel the terrifying power of the Mist Lotus Heartfire. He felt he could even use it to attack a truth realization state cultivator. Mist Lotus Heartfire now gave him endless hope. He admired the flame for 15 minutes before taking out a few materials to test. They all soon melted into liquid. Emo used very little spirit sense and cultivation essence to control it. Usually, it would take him a day to forge a low-grade cultivation artifact, but now it only took him 4 hours.
Plus, aesthetically speaking, it was much prettier than before. With the Miss Lotus Heartfire's upgrade, Yemo's forgery skills and pill concoction both improved. Putting this newly forged low-grade cultivation artifact aside, Yemo took out the Kuan scale and threw it into the flame. Now, the scale melted rapidly. In just moments, it was done. Yemo quickly took out Blue Moon and molded the scale into it while throwing out hand signs and inscribing formations. He couldn't completely mold the scale into Blue Moon, but just partially was enough for now. 3 days later, the Kuan scale was gone and Blue Moon let out a phoenix-like howl. It seemed a little more alive. Yemo was overjoyed. In order to better control Blue Moon, he started to spirit control it again. A day later, Yemo got up. Blue Moon was now a half-immortal artifact. He desperately wanted to test its speed. A big part of his plan had succeeded. He only needed to hide Blue Moon's chi and then leave High City. Chapter 1242, Battle Disaster Transformation State again. Yemo heard that immortal artifact would have divine damnation when completed, but he didn't see any divine damnation. It was probably due to the incomplete laws of his world. Second, he didn't completely mold the Kuan scale and, more importantly, his Blue Moon was just barely half immortal artifact. It was still a far way away from immortal artifact. Plus, half-immortal artifacts didn't have divine damnation anyways. Yemo's Blue Moon wasn't completely upgraded, so its chi was exposed. Yemo couldn't perfect it more for now, but he could inscribe some stealth formations on it to cover its chi. Then, Yemo left the Golden Page world and put away all the restrictions. Yemo put the red jade box back into the storage ring before coming out of the room. He came out and saw Ji Ling and them discussing something. Their faces were very serious. "What's going on?" Yemo asked in confusion. Ji Ling answered, "Hanan told us about your deal with the city lord." "Yemo, this was too risky. If we leave the city now, perhaps we'll be followed." Yemo nodded. "Ji Qianbei, it's not just probable, it's certain that we'll be followed. There's no way that the city lord won't hunt us. But we should leave now in case anything else coming up." "Marshal Brother Yi, are we leaving now?" Huang Wei asked in confusion. Yemo nodded in certainty. "Yes, we must go now as fast as possible." He didn't talk about Blue Moon. He wouldn't say anything about this before going out of High City. No matter how confident he was in his formations and restrictions, he wouldn't do such a thing. Who knows if Su would be able to hear it? Seeing that Yemo had made up his decision, Jiling didn't ask and quickly packed away all the formations and restrictions. Moments later, they left the hotel. At the same time, Yemo noticed that there were many people watching them outside the hotel. But Yemo was sure they weren't sent by the city lord. Su didn't need them. When the seven came to the city gates, Yemo saw that Sha was waiting outside the city for him. There were 2 disaster transformation state cultivators next to him. Yemo didn't see that cauldron-filling state female cultivator. Huang Wei looked worriedly at Yemo. "Yemo, these people seem to have been watching us. What do we do?" "Ignore them, let's just leave." Yemo ignored Sha's murderous eyes and walked out. As expected, no one stopped them from going out. When they came to that huge grassy plain, Yemo swiped with the card and a void formation door appeared. "Go in quickly," Yemo said and went in. Moments later, the 7 appeared on that huge rock again. Yemo breathed easy. He felt free here again, not oppressed like in High City. "I feel much more comfortable," Meng Hanan sighed. Yemo didn't ask about her feelings and took out Blue Moon. "Quickly get on, we need to leave." Jiling immediately saw the stealth formations Yemo had added. He thought of the Kuan scale. Did Yemo really refine it? He didn't ask Yemo about it as now wasn't the time. When they got on Blue Moon, Sha and them quickly followed. However, they were on a top-grade flying cultivation artifact instead of the low-grade flying cultivation artifact from before. When they got on, Ji Ling and them found that Blue Moon wasn't any faster than before but instead a little slower. Tengi also noticed this and said, "Yemo increased the speed to max, we need to run." Meng Hanan answered for Yemo, "We can't increase to max speed yet. If we do, the nearby truth realization state cultivators would know that ordinary flying magic artifacts wouldn't be able to chase up to us and will come after us immediately." Sister Meng is right. But Yemo had another reason, that Sha was too cocky. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't teach Sha a lesson. Thus, they couldn't go too fast. A few hours later, Yemo stopped Blue Moon. Meng Hanan asked in confusion, "Marshal Brother Yi, we just got 100,000 kilometers away from High City, why did you stop?" Meng Hanan thought now was the time to speed up. Yemo knew what she meant. He pointed at In Sha.
I don't like that guy, I want to teach him a lesson. Yemo knew that even if the city lord was going to attack him, he wouldn't do it in front of In Sha and them. Outside the no-fighting range, In Sha wanted to stop Yemo and them but saw Yemo stop himself. Before they said anything, Yemo came out of Blue Moon and said to In Sha, "If you want to fight, hurry up. I don't have much time."
Hearing this, In Sha and them laughed.
A cauldron filling state level 6 pointed his finger at a disaster transformation state level 6 telling him to hurry up and fight? Was there something funnier than this in the world? Only Guang Wei looked worried.
She knew In Sha was disaster transformation state middle stage while Yemo was cauldron filling state.
How could he beat In Sha? Meng Xian didn't know In Sha's power. Meanwhile, Meng Hanan and them didn't worry about Yemo at all. Yemo could kill disaster transformation state middle stage Zhong Yan at cauldron filling state level 2, he was now cauldron filling state level 6.
Even if he was no match for In Sha, he wouldn't lose by much. In Sha turned around to the two disaster transformation state tertiary stages and saluted with his fists. "Two brothers, watch him and don't let the others run, watch how I teach this kid a lesson."
In Sha then released his yin yang lock and his power rose drastically.
There were explosions in the air due to his pressure. Yemo saluted with his fists at this moment. "Friend, it was my fault that I took Guang Wei away before, but she's my friend." In Sha and them were dazed. Yemo was being very cocky just then as though he didn't fear anyone, but now he was scared. In Sha snarled, "What?
Scared now? It's too late. Weren't you very cocky at the trade hall?
Destroying someone's Dan Tian and taking 11 cultivation women. I'll tell you right now, even if I let you go today, you think you can get away?
Keep fucking dreaming."
Yemo frowned and took out a red jade box.
"This is a blue lightning source bead, it's very precious. I'll give it to you, friend. Please let me go."
Then, he opened the jade box to show In Sha and threw it over at him. In Sha immediately wrapped the box with his cultivation essence and checked it carefully before opening it.
It was indeed a blue lightning source bead. He was overjoyed. This was more precious than 7 or 8 cultivation women. If it was some lightning spirit root cultivator, this was the best thing for them.
It was a priceless treasure for them. He didn't expect that Yemo gave him something this precious before he even attacked. Clearly he had more precious things. Yemo didn't even wait for him to finish and released Zisu. Rings of purple ray emanated like a beam from Zisu and they covered the heavens as they swooped towards In Sha. Instantly, In Sha couldn't be seen anymore. There were just purple rays. Illusion Cloud 7 strike, formation shatter. Yemo's strike locked the surrounding space and at the same time, he sent over a few spirit sense transformed blades. In Sha didn't take this cauldron filling state level 6 cultivator seriously and casually let out his yin yang lock. He didn't want to kill Yemo, he wanted Yemo alive, but instantly, he felt something was wrong. The space around him froze and it was hard for him to use his magic artifact. This is domain, initial completion domain. In Sha was extremely shocked. Even his domain wasn't an initial completion, yet a cauldron filling state cultivator had achieved this. In his shock, In Sha forcefully used his yin yang lock. He broke free of Yemo's domain instantly and the yin yang lock swept towards the purple rays. But at this moment, there were piercing pains in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 1243, framed. This was a spirit sense cultivation method. In Sha was completely shook. He started burning his essence blood without hesitation and forcefully shattered the spirit sense blade. Thud thud thud. In Sha's yin yang lock swirled, clashed with the purple ray, and instantly let off a terrifying cultivation essence explosion. The seawater below was parted by this explosion, although the yin yang lock broke Yemo's domain and blocked most of Yemo's purple ray. A small part of the purple ray still slipped through, a blood light flashed and his arm was taken away by the purple ray. In Sha lost an arm because he underestimated Yemo and didn't use a defense magic artifact. Yemo didn't feel that well either. The powerful cultivation essence swirl knocked him flying back and he also spat a mouthful of blood. Yemo knew that although he wasn't afraid of In Sha, the difference in power was too great. In Sha was much stronger than that Yong Yen. "You dare to injure me." In Sha was furious, but Yemo didn't go back to Blue Moon. Instead he used 2 more lightning arcs. Hearing 2 thuds, In Sha was dazed. The 2 lightning arcs didn't attack him but his broken arm, which was instantly disintegrated. In Sha was so angry he spat blood again.
He could reattach the broken arm previously, but how could he do that when it was turned to dust? Without a powerful spirit herb, he would have to stay one-armed forever. Spirit herbs that could grow back lost limbs were rare even in the cultivation realm. The immortal curl flower could do it, but could he get that? The 9-color lotus could as well, but he couldn't get that either. When Yemo flew back to Blue Moon, Insha woke up. He indeed only had one arm now. As his fury grew, Blue Moon flew again. Chase, I'm going to kill him. Insha had lost his reason, but the 2 other disaster transformation state cultivators he was with were calm, and that disaster transformation state peak stage cultivator said, Brother Ian, you're too impetuous and underestimating, otherwise that cauldron filling state level 6 wouldn't be able to injure you. Indeed, we need to chase up and kill him. If that cultivator reaches disaster transformation state, ordinary disaster transformation states won't be a match for him. The disaster transformation state level 8 also nodded. That's right, that cauldron filling state cultivator is too terrifying. He's only cauldron filling state level 6, but his domain is in initial completion. His lightning style attacks are also too terrifying. Once he's disaster transformation state, no one in disaster transformation state would be able to take him on. Insha calmed down now too. He realized he was too careless. But any disaster transformation state cultivator wouldn't take things seriously when they fought a cauldron filling state cultivator. I must kill this person or my mental state won't be calm, Insha said word by word. The disaster transformation state peak stage smiled. Their flying cultivation artifact may be extreme grade, but it's not fast enough. We'll be able to catch up in about half a day. Ming Xian didn't know Insha's power, but after Guanwei told her, she began to worry. Now, Yemo had cut off one of Insha's arms with only cauldron filling state power. Ming Xian was very shocked. She had seen too many cultivators fighting people above their cultivation level. But not someone as absurd as Yemo. Everyone else didn't seem surprised at what Yemo did. Tang Yi asked again, Yemo, we should hurry up and go now? Yemo shook his head. No need, wait another half a day. Yemo didn't know if the City Lord Estates people were watching him, but he had a feeling they wouldn't let him go. Half a day later, when Insha's top-grade flying cultivation artifact appeared before them again, Yemo said, we can go now. Then, Yemo put 8 extreme-grade spirit stones on the Blue Moon and activated its max speed. Those 3 disaster transformation state cultivators thought they were about to catch up to Yemo, but before they could make a plan, they saw Yemo's flying cultivation artifact suddenly accelerate more than 10 times faster than before. It flew away like a blue moon, not leaving behind a single mark. The 3 were dazed and subconsciously stopped their flying cultivation artifact. How could they chase at this speed? Yemo had already disappeared from their sights. Fuck, this bastard has been playing with us. The disaster transformation state level 8 cursed. He came to help Insha because he was interested in Blue Moon, but now he couldn't see Blue Moon at all. It's actually a half-immortal flying artifact, so powerful. The disaster transformation state peak stage said, Insha murmured, so he wasn't afraid of us chasing. Such a calculated cultivator. Wait. The disaster transformation state peak stage suddenly stared at Insha. Insha and the other cultivator subconsciously looked at this disaster transformation state peak stage. The disaster transformation state peak stage asked coldly, Brother Insha, he has a half-immortal artifact, can we chase up to him? Insha subconsciously shook his head. Of course not, we only have a top-grade flying cultivation artifact. Suddenly, Insha thought of something and took out that jade box. You mean, the disaster transformation state peak stage nodded. Yes, if he can get away, why give something as precious as the blue lightning source speed to you? Don't you feel it's strange? That cultivator is very decisive, he destroyed your arm after severing it. Do you think someone like that will kindly give you the blue lightning source speed? The disaster transformation state peak stage asked. Insha also recounted how cruel and calculated Yemo was in the trade hall. He immediately began to sweat. Just when he was hesitating, 2 figures flew by and landed in front of them. The 3 immediately stopped their discussion and looked at these 2 with respect. They were truth realization state cultivators without any doubt. The man at the front seemed very charismatic and wore a mask. The cultivator behind him was like a ghost. The masked cultivator saw the red jade box and his eyes turned frigid. He took the jade box and opened it. 1 blue lightning source speed laid in there, the coin scale was gone.
His spirit sense mark was on the bead. The masked cultivator's hands were clearly shaking due to excitement. He stared coldly at Insha and asked, "Where did you get the jade box?" Insha told everything, not daring to hide anything. "You're saying he has a flying half-immortal artifact?" The masked cultivator asked emotionlessly. The three shivered and just kept nodding. They finally realized why Emo gave them this jade box. It was a huge trap. The masked cultivator was so furious that he was shaking. He was worried about the Cohen scale and came to kill Emo personally, but he still got away. "Master, we can chase them now. Even without the mark, we might not fail," the shadow said. Insu nodded and looked coldly at the three. "Kill them." He hated these three insects for ruining his plan. "Yes," the shadow said and loomed over the three. Even the disaster transformation state peak stage just managed to take out his magic artifact before he was frozen by the shadow's domain. Then they were all crushed to nothing. "Chase," Insu said, looking in the direction Insha had pointed at. Chapter 1244, Flustered Tang Mangrao, "You've really successfully upgraded it?" Meng Hanan looked at Blue Moon's speed in disbelief. This was definitely the speed of a half-immortal artifact. The rest of the people realized why Emo had such confidence in their escape. He had upgraded the extreme-grade flying cultivation artifact to half-immortal artifact. Even truth realization state cultivators wouldn't be able to catch up to them unless they also had a half-immortal artifact. Emo nodded. "Yes, but I don't know if it's reached a half-immortal artifact yet. My means are limited, so I've just simply molded the Kuan scale into Blue Moon. I can't even cover its chi. I did it with formation means." "Ha, luckily I'm a formation Grand Master." Hearing this, everyone felt assured. This meant that they were safe, but Emo didn't feel easy. He felt more concerned with Insu after knowing that the Kuan scale was this strong. He looked at Ming Xian and Guangwei asking seriously, "Ming Xian Xianbei, did you two ever disclose that you came from North Far State?" They both shook their head, but Ming Xian said worriedly, "When we were captured, those people just wanted to sell us. They didn't care where we came from. But in my storage ring, there's the jade card of the immortal Herb Valley's sect leader. They were taken away by those beast cultivators." "Taken away by a few beast cultivators?" Emo frowned but immediately said, "It should be fine. Those few beast cultivators would need about a year or so to reach High City. During this time, we would have long reached North Far State already. As long as we go back to South Peace State, even if Insu goes there, he won't dare to do anything." "Emo, you're saying High City Lord would cross the Heartless Sea too?" Tang Yi asked in confusion. Emo nodded. "It's hard for ordinary people and even ordinary truth realization state cultivators, but if it's a truth realization state peak stage cultivator with an extreme grade flying cultivation artifact, then he might only need 2 years or less." Ji Ling nodded. "That's right, Lu Wuhu Qianbei once crossed the Heartless Sea. He went to the West Store State and only took 4 years. He wasn't even truth realization state peak stage at the time, he was only truth realization state level 7. That time, he almost died in the Heartless Sea. But if it's a truth realization state peak stage cultivator with an extreme grade flying cultivation artifact, there would be no danger in crossing the Heartless Sea." Emo nodded. For Insu and his shadow, it would be good if he didn't go out looking for trouble. No one would dare to look for trouble with him. Imagine, if Insu flew over the 3 seas or the Dragon Tang Palace, would any of them attack even if they could beat him? Blue Moon sped across the Heartless Sea at a speed that even Emo felt amazed. Emo was sure that if Blue Moon became an immortal artifact, then it might only take 3 months to cross the Heartless Sea or even less. Thinking about that, Emo felt excited. He needed to hurry up and improve his forgery skills. A week later, Tang Yi and Bian Fengta were enjoying Blue Moon's speed, but Emo saw that Ming Xian was a little worried. He thought about it and realized what was going on. He immediately asked, "Ming Xian Qianbei, do you know in which direction the coral island is that Tang Mangrao Qianbei is hiding on? We can go see." Ming Xian said gratefully to Emo, "I don't know as well, I was lost, but it's in the direction towards North Far State. We just need to watch out along the way. Perhaps we can see it." "Okay." Emo didn't have a spirit range to cultivate with, so he manned the ship himself. 2 months later, Ming Xian suddenly pointed at a huge island. "I've seen this island before. We flew south from this island for a month and it was Tang Mangrao Qianbei's island."
Yemo heard this and rejoiced.
This meant that they were at most a month away from North Far State. The half-immortal artifact was indeed fast, Ming Xian said 1 month, but it only took 3 days to arrive at that coral island. Yemo saw there were marks of a stealth formation. We don't need to land, there's no one on the island, Jiling said. Yemo nodded. Ming Xian Xianbei, someone has set up a formation here, but that person has gone. There are no marks of battles. Ming Xian breathed easy. Tang Mengrao Qianbei probably recovered and went back to North Far State. Let's go to North Far State now. With Blue Moon speed we can probably reach there in 1 month.
Yemo nodded.
But he didn't agree that Tang Mengrao had recovered. Yemo didn't believe that on this spirit chi-deprived island, a disaster transformation state peak stage cultivator would recover this soon without top grade pills. Blue Moon changed direction and flew towards North Far State rapidly.
A few days later, Yemo suddenly slowed down and looked at Jiling. Ji Qianbei, did you notice the battle to the west? Jiling nodded.
Yes, one female cultivator is being attacked by 2 beast cultivators.
That female cultivator seems heavily injured. Could it be Tang Mengrao Qianbei? Ming Xian asked worriedly. Yemo smiled. Ming Xian Qianbei, don't worry, it's just 2 disaster transformation state primary stage cultivators, we'll go look at it now. Then, in a few breaths, they arrived at the battle.
That female cultivator was seriously injured. She was running north as she was fending off the 2 beast cultivators. Yemo, hurry and go over, it's Tang Mengrao Qianbei.
Ming Xian said. Ming Xian's scream caught the attention of the beast cultivators. That injured female cultivator immediately saw Ming Xian and seemed surprised and joyful. She immediately flew over towards Yemo and them. The 2 beast cultivators saw Yemo's flying magic artifact and were also overjoyed. Yemo opened Blue Moon restriction and let Tang Mengrao onto Blue Moon. Tang Mengrao didn't see Jiling, but she saw Yemo was only cauldron filling state level 6.
However, this flying magic artifact was very powerful.
Before she could ask Ming Xian how she knew Yemo, she said desperately, I'm seriously injured, fly north.
Those 2 beast cultivators won't be able to chase up. However, soon she was surprised.
Yemo didn't flying Blue Moon, instead, he stopped and smiled at Meng Hanan.
Sister Meng, there are 2 disaster transformation state cultivators. I'll leave the disaster transformation state level 1 to you and I'll take on the disaster transformation state level 3, how about it?
Meng Hanan rolled her eyes. I thought you were going to leave the level 3 to me.
Yemo laughed and charged at the disaster transformation state level 3 with Zisu. Meng Hanan also let out her flying sword and attacked the disaster transformation state level 1. Before Tang Mengrao could ask Ming Xian who Yemo was, she looked at Yemo in shock. She completely couldn't understand why this cauldron filling state level 6 dared to fight a disaster transformation state level 3. Jiling smiled. Tang Mengrao, don't worry for Yemo, he has many means, but you need some pills. Then he gave 2 pills to Tang Mengrao. Eat these pills and recover first. Tang Mengrao just saw Jiling now and called out in surprise and joy, your South Peace State's Jiling Qianbei.
The Formation Grand Master? Jiling smiled. That's right, you still remember me. I'm Jiling, we met at Pei Hai City before. He let out a sigh. Ming Xian, what's going on? How did you meet Jiling Qianbei? Did you go to South Peace State? How is that possible? Tang Mengrao asked in shock.
Chapter 1245, Endless Means. This is a long story. After Yemo beats that guy I will tell you. Ming Xian pointed at Yemo. Tang Mengrao just realized there were still people fighting and immediately began watching. She was confused why Jiling didn't help, since he was the strongest here. The disaster transformation state level 3 saw that Yemo dared to stop him and gave his friend to a disaster transformation state level 3 female cultivator and was dazed. He immediately realized what was going on. She wanted to let this cauldron filling state cultivator stop him for a while, and after the female cultivator killed his friend, then she would help this cauldron filling state. Realizing this, the disaster transformation state level 3 sneered. A mere cauldron filling state cultivator dared to stall him. He would soon know that it was only a matter of a few breaths for him to kill him. The disaster transformation state level 3 wanted to kill Yemo quickly, so he used a black veil before Yemo even let out his magic artifact. With this, Yemo felt the sky darken as though surrounded by countless wretched souls. Soul-devouring flag. Yemo immediately recognized this magic artifact. He had a 5-color soul-devouring flag, but after he reached higher cultivation levels, he never used it again. However, this cultivator's soul-devouring flag was hundreds of times more powerful than his. As soon as it came out, Yemo felt there were countless souls calling for him, and even his mind became restless. This was definitely Thousand Illusions' soul-devouring flag, or else it wouldn't have such an effect. It was very hard for soul-devouring flags to upgrade. After the 5-color soul-devouring flag, there was the 100 Abyss soul-devouring flag, then the 1000 Illusions soul-devouring flag. 1000 Illusions soul-devouring flags not only needed high-level materials but also relied on devouring souls and cultivator essence spirits. The more essence spirits and souls it devoured, the more powerful it got. Eventually, it might even become a half-immortal artifact, in order to reach that level. It would need countless souls and essence spirits, and they must be high-level ones or things would be really slow. The 1000 Illusion soul-devouring flag was equivalent to a middle-grade cultivation artifact. Yemo's essence spirit was as powerful as disaster transformation state middle-stage cultivators, and his mind was very firm from cultivating next to the bitter bamboo. Even the 1000 Illusion soul-devouring flag wasn't able to catch him off guard. With the use of 3 birth chant, his mind calmed down as he released Zisu. The disaster transformation state cultivator thought that his soul-devouring flag was sure to take the cauldron-filling state cultivator's soul. But instead he saw a purple ray sweep over. It was just one ray at the start, but soon it turned to a whole patch. He formed a domain that was Illusion Cloud Division Strike and instantly broke the 1000 Illusion soul-devouring flag. The disaster transformation state cultivator felt space stagnate after Yemo used the purple ray. He was shocked. He realized instantly what was going on. This cauldron-filling state level 6 cultivator was using a domain. This meant that he wasn't here to hold him off, but he really had the power to fight with him. This disaster transformation state cultivator underestimated Yemo, but not to Shah's extent. Realizing Yemo's power, he didn't dare to underestimate Yemo at all. He burned essence blood to break free of Yemo's domain and then closed his hands. 9 skulls appeared out of thin air and shot out tens of dark rays that broke Yemo's purple sword ray's domain. Then, the 9 skulls spun around Yemo, getting faster and faster while making an ear-splitting screeching sound. Tens more black rays shot out of the skulls. Yemo didn't expect this disaster transformation state cultivator to react so fast. His plan of utilizing his opponent's carelessness failed, so Yemo released the octagonal cauldron. Even Ji Ling and Tang Mengrao realized this cauldron was no ordinary thing. Meng Hanan just realized that Yemo had such a defense magic artifact. He didn't even take it out when he fought Yang Yan. A piercing sound struck the octagonal cauldron and made it wobble, but even so, the octagonal cauldron still spun rapidly above Yemo's head, protecting him. The disaster transformation state found in shock that his 9-skull formation didn't affect the cauldron-filling state cultivator at all. He had never seen a cauldron-filling state cultivator this powerful, forcing a stalemate with a disaster transformation state cultivator. Tang Mengrao looked at Yemo in more disbelief. He realized now why this cauldron-filling state level 6 was fighting the stronger enemy. He was clearly stronger than the disaster transformation state level 3 female cultivator. Yemo knew that if he didn't use Shadowless to help, he wouldn't be able to kill this disaster transformation state level 3 by himself. He was much stronger than Yang Yan, who was disaster transformation state level 4. When Yemo called out Shadowless, he used Lightning Sword. At this moment, the disaster transformation state cultivator just realized that Yemo was actually a lightning cultivator. Immediately, he wanted to retreat. He was a beast cultivator, but he used the demon cultivation method. It was in the soul-devouring category. This type of cultivator feared lightning cultivators the most because lightning style naturally countered them, as soon as Yemo used Lightning Sword. This disaster transformation state quickly protected himself with the 9 skulls while also releasing a dark blue cultivation artifact Flying Sword. Yemo immediately knew his lightning was countering this cultivator and used more lightning arcs. His spirit sense was powerful and his lightning arc sword was in initial completion. With his full-powered attack, he instantly suppressed that disaster transformation state cultivator. Tang Yi saw this and couldn't resist anymore. During this trip, he never had a chance to fight. His heart was itching to battle. He just released his golden dragon drill and charged up. The disaster transformation state cultivator was already having huge pressure fighting with Yemo, and now that Tang Yi came too, he was more worried.
Tang Yi was only cauldron filling state level 9, but he was already scared of Emo, this maniac.
If this Tang Yi was also like Emo, he would be dead for sure. He couldn't help his partner and swept up his soul-devouring flag to shoot rings at Emo and Tang Yi. He was planning to run. Emo could tell what this disaster transformation state level 3 was thinking. He shot out a few spirit sense blades over without hesitation and signaled Shadowless to be ready. Shadowless had been cooperating with Emo for many years and knew what Emo meant. Plus, he was very picky with food now, so he was already drooling for this disaster transformation state level 3 cultivator. The disaster transformation state level 3 knew now was the best time for him to retreat, but before he could, he felt his sea of consciousness ache. His control of his magic artifact stagnated for a moment. The disaster transformation state level 3 immediately knew things weren't good. This was Spirit Sense cultivation method. He didn't expect this cauldron filling state level 6 to not only know domain but also have a Spirit Sense cultivation method. The disaster transformation state level 3 couldn't keep his soul devouring flag anymore. He burned essence blood without hesitation, trying to break free of the Spirit Sense blade. As soon as he did, he felt his meridians ache. Shadowless didn't use much effort to ambush this disaster transformation state level 3. It was now that this disaster transformation state level 3 realized how bleak the cauldron filling state cultivator he was fighting with was. He had means that were indefensible. He roared and spat many mouthfuls of blood, and Shadowless was instantly forced out. At the same time, a few huge explosions sounded. The 9 skulls blocking the lightning sword and the golden dragon drill completely shattered. Chapter 1246, North Far State Number 1 Beauty. The explosion sent Tang Yi flying more than 1,000 meters and his golden dragon drill was also blasted away. Emo had the octagonal cauldron and was in a better state. But even so, he spat a mouthful of blood from the concussion. That disaster transformation state level 3 instantly wanted to get away and didn't even have time to take back his soul-devouring flag and flying sword. He knew this was his only chance of escape, but how could GMO let him get away? He hacked with Zisu and the long ray instantly came before the disaster transformation state cultivator. His face changed. He didn't expect Yemo's octagonal cauldron to be so tough. The self-destruction of his 9 skulls didn't even force Yemo back. Instead, he came at him with such a speed. He didn't even earn half a second for himself. He set up a cultivation essence wall and wanted to take a strike as the price to get away. But his cultivation essence instantly paused again. Shadowless was only a little bit slower than Yemo and also counterattacked. Crack! Yemo's purple ray sliced through this cultivator's armor like tofu and brought about a bloody mist. That disaster transformation state cultivator looked in disbelief at his body that was hacked open by Yemo. He died to a cauldron filling state without that chance to even run. This was a head-on attack too, not an ambush. Also, he was disaster transformation state level 3. He wasn't even afraid of disaster transformation state middle stage, and now he was killed by a cauldron filling state cultivator. An essence spirit seeped out and before it could escape, Shadowless charged over and gulped it down. The essence spirit was completely devoured. Yemo took this cultivator's storage ring and magic artifact and just wanted to take back Shadowless, but Shadowless charged towards the essence spirit of the other cultivator. The disaster transformation state level 1 didn't expect his comrade to be killed by Yemo, and he who already had the lower hand was killed by Meng Hanan in his shock. His essence spirit didn't escape Shadowless either. Meng Hanan sighed. You won first indeed. Yemo smiled. Tong helped me. Then, Yemo looked back at Tong, who said first, next time, I'm not going to fight a cultivator higher level than me, it's lethal. Dianfengta laughed. He knew what Teng Yi thought. Yemo also fought with disaster transformation state cultivators and his cultivation level was lower than them. This made Teng Yi's confidence rise, but he forgot he was Teng Yi, not Yemo. Tang Mengrao took a cold breath in. Today she witnessed a cauldron filling state level 6 cultivator kill a disaster transformation state level 3 in a head-on battle. She knew the power of this disaster transformation state level 3 who had hunted her for a few months. He was equivalent to disaster transformation state middle stage. If she didn't see this with her own eyes, she would never believe it. Yemo greets Tang Mengrao Qianbei. Yemo came back to Blue Moon and saluted with his fists. You're Yemo? Which Yemo? I heard the person who got pill concoction Hall of Fame number 1 was also called Yemo. He created the spirit weaving pill, Tang Mengrao said. Yemo smiled. That's me. How are you here? Didn't Sean D say you went to South Peace State?
Tang Mangrao looked at Yimo with uncertainty. Yimo could only say, "That's right. One Bei just came back from South Peace State and saw Ming Xian Qianbei and Martial Sister Guangwei on the way. Then we came to find you, Qianbei. You crossed the Heartless Sea?" Tang Mangrao asked in astonishment. "Your only cauldron-filling state, you dare to cross the Heartless Sea?" Ming Xian quickly came up and told Tang Mangrao what they did. "So you guys went to that coral island to look for me?" Tang Mangrao asked gratefully. Ming Xian nodded. "Yes, Yimo went to that island to save Qianbei, but Qianbei had already left."
Tang Mangrao said gratefully to Yimo, "Thank you, Yimo. When I heard you got first in the tournament, you were only Foundation Establishment State, but in a few years you're actually Cauldron Filling State Level 6. I've seen too many prodigies, but never one as insane as you." Yimo couldn't reply to that. He heard that way too much, but he felt his progress was too slow. He wanted to get into truth realization state as soon as possible. Tang Mangrao then said, "Half a year ago, I left that island. I didn't have a good flying magic artifact, so I could only fly on my flying sword to go back to North Far State. On the way I saw those two beast cultivators. They saw I was heavily injured, so they wanted to capture me. I fended them off for a few months, but my injuries were getting worse. If I hadn't encountered you guys, I would eventually have died in the Heartless Sea." Yimo saw her chi was in rapid recovery. Clearly Ji Ling had given her some pills. He was hesitating if he should ask her about North Far State now. Ming Xian looked at Yimo and knew what he was thinking. She looked at Tang Mangrao and asked, "Tang Qianbei?" Yimo was very worried about the North Far State. "I told him a lot of things, but there are some things I don't know." Tang Mangrao looked at Yimo and nodded. "Yimo, you're very great. I approve of you more from what I've heard. North Far State still needs your help. I was going to tell you anyways." Tang Mangrao cleared her thoughts and said, "You guys must feel very strange as to why Martial Brother Shan, I, and Lin Zhongtian would fight. I didn't explain to Ming Xian because even if she knew, there was nothing she could do. To be honest, I owe you, but we can talk about that later." Tang Mangrao turned to Yimo. "Yimo, you've been to Pei Chi Island, right?" Yimo was shook. Few people knew he went there. He wore a mask at the time. Tang Mangrao knew clearly because people had investigated him. He nodded. "That's right. I did go and I bought a Dihua beast core in an auction." Tang Mangrao nodded. "The island's #1 Merchant Association's leader Ao Jun's son Ao Qilong was also killed by you, right?" Yimo smiled. "I wanted to kill that Ao Qilong, but he didn't die to me. He was killed by a Golden Core State Level 9 cultivator called Mo Qianli." Mo Qianli? You mean the one who uses Evil Soul Strand, ranked #3 on North Far State Golden Core State's Hall of Fame? Tang Mangrao asked in shock. "Yes, that Ao Qilong chased me, but Mo Qianli also followed. Then he killed Ao Qilong. But when he wanted to kill me, I killed him," Yimo said calmly. Tang Mangrao said, "The reason I know this is because Ao Jun also has a daughter called Ao Qiandai. She's very talented and is Hollow Spirit State peak stage in her 20s. Not only that, she's the #1 beauty of North Far State." Yimo frowned. He felt Tang Mangrao wouldn't mention a merchant association for no reason. Tang Mangrao sighed. "Ao Qiandai is my personal disciple." Chapter 1247, Ao Qiandai's Revenge. Qiandai had been cultivating in the sect, and 2 years after Ao Qilong was killed, she learned of this. She was furious and immediately went back to the Ao Chang Merchant Association from the sect. She swore she would get revenge for her brother. "So she found out everything about you. At the time, she was only Hollow Spirit State Level 4. Speaking of this, Yimo's eyes went cold. If Ao Qiandai was going to attack Mou, she didn't need to ask people to help. Her Hollow Spirit State peak stage power was enough. Seeing Yimo's terrifying glance, even though Tang Mangrao was Disaster Transformation State Tertiary Stage, she shivered and said immediately, "Yimo, sit down first, let me finish." Yimo's eyes calmed down. He knew there was no point in worrying. Tang Mangrao said guiltily, "I did this wrong. After she found out her brother's death was related to you, she went to look for trouble at Mou. I knew this, but I didn't stop her." Yimo's eyes went cold. Although he knew power was everything in the cultivation realm, Tang Mangrao, being one of the respected masters in North Far State, allowing her disciple to do such a thing made him extremely uncomfortable.
Ao Qilong wanted to kill him out of greed and he failed, yet Tang Mangrao let his sister seek revenge on Mou. Tang Mangrao seemed to know Yimo was extremely unhappy and didn't dare to look at Yimo's face. She continued, everyone knew Mou was protected by Wang Yu sect, and Wang Yu sect even sent hollow spirit state cultivator Su Jianhu to stay there. Because Qian Dai was from our Jade Woman sect, she also joined forces with Wang Yu sect to attack Mou. There was no way Mou could stop the only two 8-star sects in North Far State. Yimo's face grew colder and colder. He said coldly, I had a deal with Wang Yu sect. They said they would protect Mou and now instead they helped attack it? Tang Mangrao looked down and said, Qian Dai's fiancé is the #1 prodigy of Wang Yu sect EE. After Qian Dai told him about this, he immediately went to Peihai City and wanted to help Qian Dai annihilate Mou. Su Jianhao wasn't going to go against the #1 prodigy of his sect, so he left before they attacked. Yimo's face went ice cold. He completely realized that it was hollow to rely on other people at any time. His 3 spirit recovery pills weren't even as useful as one sect member's word from the Jade Woman sect. Yimo's eyes were so cold that even Meng Hanan was shook. Yimo had decided that if Mou had been annihilated, he would slaughter Jade Woman sect and Wang Yu sect clean. He wasn't going to let go of Tang Mangrao either. She would need to take the consequences for her actions. Meng Xin shivered seeing Yimo's face. She had always seen Yimo's nice side and never killing intent this dense. One could see how important the people in Mou were to him. How could Tang Mangrao not feel this? Before Yimo's battle with the disaster transformation state level 3 she wouldn't care, but now she knew Yimo had the power to annihilate the Jade Woman sect. If he cultivated a few more years. Even the 3 masters of North Far State combined wouldn't be enough to take on Yimo. She also felt that everyone on this flying magic artifact all followed Yimo except for Meng Xian and Guang Wei. Tang Mangrao cast these thoughts aside and continued, Mou was protected by formations. Qian Dai and EE were hollow spirit state peak stage and primary stage respectively, and with the few nascent soul state cultivators from Ao Chang Merchant Association, the level 5 formation didn't last long. Where is Qi Ziyu from Peihai City? Yimo asked. Tang Mangrao immediately replied, Qi Ziyu was said to have persuaded Qian Dai but was almost killed by her. Qi Ziyu left and didn't dare to help anymore. Yimo was shook. He didn't expect Qi Ziyu to be able to do this. But soon, he realized that Qi Ziyu was just putting in a word for Mou. He wasn't going to really lose anything. Qi Ziyu knew he went to South Peace State and didn't know when he would come back. He was leaving an alternative path for himself. No matter what, as long as Qi Ziyu didn't attack Yimo, he wasn't going to do anything to him. Without hesitation, that Qian Dai was a very arrogant woman. She reminded him of Wen Sai. Both were very beautiful and both were extremely cocky. Tang Mangrao breathed. At this moment, Ling Zhongtian brought a golden core state level 9 cultivator to Mou. When he saw the Ao Chang Merchant Association and their nascent soul state cultivators, he destroyed their dantians without saying anything. Yimo rejoiced. He didn't expect Lin Zhongtian to be this helpful. But indeed, no one other than Lin Zhongtian could help Mou at the time. Tang Mangrao sighed. Qian Dai and Yi knew Lin Zhongtian. They were shook by his actions. Lin Zhongtian destroyed the 5 nascent soul state cultivators from her father's Ao Chang Merchant Association. Her second uncle was amongst them. She cursed at Lin Zhongtian, asking him how he dared attack her people. Lin Zhongtian sneered, saying he also dared to attack her. Tang Mangrao said with greater disappointment, hearing Lin Zhongtian's words. Qian Dai cursed and cried saying Yi was useless and had watched her get harassed. Yi impulsively killed the golden core state level 9 brought by Lin Zhongtian. Lin Zhongtian was furious and cursed, Bastard, you dare to kill Li Qishan? I will eat you alive. Hearing this name, Yimo soon remembered who it was. When he stole Qi Hong's storage ring and escaped encountering 2 cultivators fighting in the sea, one of them was Li Qishan. He was only golden core state level 8 at the time. He helped Li Qishan kill the golden core state level 9. Li Qishan told him to go back to report that the Ao Chang Merchant Association had conspired with spirit beasts and tricked cultivators to go out and then supply golden core state cultivators golden cores to them. Li Qishan was a nice person and he had given him a middle-grade spirit artifact. He didn't expect such a heroic hot-blooded cultivator was killed by EE. Yimo immediately detested this EE extremely. Tang Mangrao sighed. After Lin Zhongtian caught EE, he was going to kill him on the spot, but Yi said if Lin Zhongtian dared to kill him, his sect leader Shan Di would get revenge.
Lin Zhongtian laughed and completely destroyed Yi's Dan Tian. He then said, I know you're the #1 prodigy of Yu sect, but today I'm going to destroy this prodigy. I won't kill you, I want to see how Shan Di is going to get revenge.
I, Lin Zhongtian, am an upright man, I don't fear someone coming for me. Great! Yi Mo clapped his hands.
Well done, kill that bitch Qian Dai as well. Tang Mangrao felt a little awkward but continued. Qian Dai saw this and her face changed. Then, she sent a sound transmission to Lin Zhongtian. I don't know what she said, but when Lin Zhongtian heard this, his face changed and he grabbed Qian Dai, leaving Peihai City. Yi Mo felt this was completely unreasonable. Why would Lin Zhongtian do that? Chapter 1248, Rape of Ao Qian Dai. Tang Mangrao nodded. It indeed happened. Ever since he took away Qian Dai, there was no more news of them.
When Shan Di and I rushed to Peihai City, he was furious to know Yi's Dan Tian was ruined.
He was going to fight with Lin Zhongtian with his life. I was worried they would fight, so I could only follow behind them. Shan Di had a tracing spirit beast, and after nearly 4 months they found Lin Zhongtian. Shan Di fought with Lin Zhongtian without saying a word. I found my disciple Ao Qian Dai, I told her to come to the side and then I tried to break up the fight. But Qian Dai came crying to me saying that Lin Zhongtian used her as a cultivation woman and raped her.
Even Ji Ling and Ming Xian didn't believe this, much less Yi Mo. They had all seen Lin Zhongtian before. There was no way he would rape a girl, but it might really be possible that he used her as a cultivation woman. He was disaster transformation state peak stage and Qian Dai's talent was absurd. Who knew if he would use this girl to break through? My head buzzed at the moment, but I would never believe that he would do such a thing. Qian Dai is my disciple and I know her well. She's a bit arrogant, but she would never lie. I thought Qian Dai wanted to use me to help Shan Di teach Lin Zhongtian a lesson, but I felt things were wrong. I asked Lin Zhongtian if he raped her. Tang Mangrao's tone went sad and low.
Lin Zhongtian said nothing. I was furious. Lin Zhongtian was a role model for cultivators in North Far State and yet he did such a thing. A 1,000-year-old cultivator raped a 20-year girl. No matter how much he wanted to reach truth realization state, he can't do such a thing. In my fury, I fought Lin Zhongtian as well. Yi Mo sighed. He felt there was something strange here, but he didn't know exactly what. Tang Mangrao continued. Then you know what happened, we were all heavily injured. Lin Zhongtian fled with Shan Dai and when we traced them again, we had no more clues. Then, the beast tide came. The beast tide came too coincidentally. There was the possibility that someone deliberately caused conflict between the 3 cultivators, but according to Tang Mangrao, this was no accident. Yi Mo frowned. Ao Qian Dai had the greatest suspicion for causing all this. If she didn't cry she was being harassed, would Yi kill Li Qishan? There was nothing else he could do as his power was too low compared to Lin Zhongtian. But Ao Qian Dai was just an arrogant girl. She was only 20 and spent most of her time cultivating. How could she have such calculations? Yi Mo frowned. Tang Mangrao thought it was Yi Mo being disgusted with Qian Dai. After all, she was indeed planning to annihilate Mou. Tang Mangrao explained, actually, casting away Qian Dai's actions towards Mou, you can't really blame her for the other things. After all, she's very young and the things Lin Zhongtian did were also overboard. He destroyed the Dan Tian of the 5 nascent soul state cultivators without asking anything. One of them was her second uncle. Yi Mo sneered. Tang Qianbei, I'm calling you Qianbei not because I respect you but because you protected North Far State all these years. To be honest, you don't deserve to be a Qianbei. If it was me instead of Lin Qianbei, I would kill them all. Looking at her bad face, Yi Mo sneered again. Then, I would annihilate the entire Ao Chang Merchant Association. As for Yi, would I destroy his Dan Tian? Keep dreaming, I would kill him straight away. Lin Zhongtian Qianbei is too soft. He let out a sigh. Tang Mangrao's face looked bad. Someone like Lin Zhongtian deserves to be human? If it's because of his contributions to North Far State before, then he can indeed be a Qianbei, but someone like him raped my 20-year-old disciple. Even an animal wouldn't do that. Yi Mo said in contempt, rape? Did you hear Lin Zhongtian Qianbei say that? If you didn't,
Then stop saying bullshit. Plus, even if it was rape, who knows if it was your disciple seducing him? Tang Mangrao heard this and got up saying coldly, "Emo, you're crossing the line." Xiandia's actions were a bit over the top, but she didn't do any harm to Mou. Why say such things? You had a bad opinion of her, but you don't need to attack a young girl. Lin Zhongtian didn't deny it. How can it be fake? As for killing Yi, you don't need to kill me. If you have the power, go say it to Shan Di. Then, she moved to go outside. I can't afford to sit in your high-level flying magic artifact, I'll go myself. Your kin are people but not mine. Yi Mo sat and didn't move. If Tang Mangrao was going to leave, he would open the restriction immediately.
He wasn't going to keep such a woman. Ming Xian pulled Tang Mangrao's hands.
Tang Xianbei, Yi Mo isn't such a person. You must have a misunderstanding. Sit down first. Blue Moon is a half-immortal artifact. It's very smart.
It can reach North Far State in half a month.
Tang Mangrao was dazed. She didn't expect Blue Moon was a half-immortal artifact, but she didn't keep leaving anymore. Seeing this, Ming Xian breathed easy and looked carefully at Yi Mo. Yi Mo, I know you wouldn't say such words without reason. Tell us your reasoning. Yi Mo sneered.
It's simple. Ao Chang Merchant Association conspired with spirit beasts to trick golden core state cultivators out into the deep sea and harvest their golden cores. Those cultivators not only need golden core but also the cultivator's essence blood.
I don't know if nascent soul state cultivators have been traded. What? Tang Mangrao looked at Yi Mo in disbelief. Who dared to do that? Was the Ao Chang Merchant Association crazy? Moments later she calmed down and looked at Yi Mo. Yi Mo, what right do you have to say this? You went to South Peace State, so how would you know?
Yi Mo said coldly, because I saw it with my own eyes. I was collecting herbs on the Heartless Sea and I saw Ao Chang Merchant Association's huge ship. Their elder Hao was reaching nascent soul state, so the ship was parked and two golden core state cultivators saw my flying spirit artifact. They wanted to invite me on board, but I rejected. There were hundreds of golden core state cultivators on there, all gathered by the Ao Chang Merchant Association. A few months later, I saw two cultivators fighting on the way back. One of them was a golden core state level 8 brought to the deep sea by the Ao Chang Merchant Association. The other was a golden core state level 8 from Ao Chang Merchant Association. They were fighting because the golden core state level 8 escaped. He ran from the 100 cultivators traded to the spirit beasts. What? Tang Mangrao knew Yi Mo wouldn't be lying, but she was shocked again. Yi Mo continued, after the golden core state level 8 escaped, he was going to bring the news back to North Far State. But he was hunted and had nowhere to go. He met me and wanted me to bring the news back. I'm a lazy person, so I killed the Ao Chang Merchant Association's person and told him to bring the news himself. Yi Mo stared at Tang Mangrao and said word by word, that cultivator is called Li Qishan, the one killed by the number 1 prodigy of Wang Yu sect. You tell me if I would kill him when I see him? This scum killed Li Qishan, who risked his life to bring back the news. Yet Lin Zhongtian Shenbei just destroyed his Dan Tian. He went too easy on him. Tang Mangrao heard this and stood up dazedly, murmuring, "Wrong, we were all wrong." Chapter 1249, Biggest Suspect. At this moment, Tang Mangrao realized that regardless of whether Lin Zhongtian raped Ao Qiandai or not, it wasn't important anymore. They were all schemed against. Ao Chang Merchant Association dared to sell golden core state cultivators to spirit beasts. They had become enemies of humanity. Lin Zhongtian could only destroy the 5 cultivators Dan Tian in such a situation. He was already being very lenient. If it was her, she would kill those 5 nascent soul state cultivators without hesitation and destroy Ao Chang Merchant Association completely. No wonder Yi Mo said he would kill Yi straight away. The heroic righteous cultivator Li Qishan was killed by Yi under the provocation of a woman. How could he not be furious? Still, Tang Mangrao felt something was wrong. Did Yi really kill Li Qishan under Qiandia's provocation? Then, this would make Lin Zhongtian kill Yi, resulting in her and Shan Di attacking Lin Zhongtian. Shan Di was only in her 20s, how could she have such schemes? This was impossible. When Shan Di was fighting Lin Zhongtian, she said she was raped by him. Then, she would fight Lin Zhongtian as well. If this was really calculated, then it was all chained together. Tang Mangrao shook her head. She wouldn't believe this was all a coincidence.
The only thing Emo didn't understand was why Lin Zhongtian didn't defend himself when Ao Qiandai said he raped her. Why did he take her away at the last moment? There was no way a disaster transformation state peak stage cultivator couldn't even control something as insignificant as lust. But he wasn't too sure about the cultivation woman part, as he didn't know Lin Zhongtian that well. Who knew if he went crazy for once to reach truth realization state? Emo suddenly asked, Sect Leader Tang, when did the marriage between Yi and Ao Qiandai get proposed? Who brought it up? Hearing Emo call her Sect Leader Tang, she felt a little sad but replied immediately, 10 years ago, I went to Wanyu Sect to find Martial brother Shandi. Qiandai wanted to go with me no matter what. After we came back, Martial brother Shandi brought Yi over to propose. I asked Qiandai and she was fine with it. How old was she 10 years ago? Emo asked. Tang Mengrao answered, she was 22. This meant that she reached Hollow Spirit State peak stage at 27. She was indeed a prodigy. Is Yi very handsome? Emo asked. Tang Mengrao shook her head. No, Yi is very average looking, with a square face and thin eyes. But he's indeed the prodigy of North Far State. Emo sneered. Sect Leader Tang also knows of the matters between men and women, you know what young girls and boys love. Tang Mengrao heard this and blushed, she never actually experienced it. She spent most of her time in cultivation. She really didn't know what young girls and boys thought. Emo sneered. Ao Qiandai is said to be #1 beauty in North Far State. It's very normal that Yi came to propose, but I don't believe a 22-year girl wouldn't like a pretty boy. Maybe a few decades later it would be different, but a 22-year-old girl wouldn't care about talent first. Emo stared at Tang Mengrao. So it doesn't make sense she would agree to the proposal from an average-looking man. I'll ask you another thing, when Ao Qiandai is at Jade Woman's sect, does she go home a lot? Tang Mengrao subconsciously shook her head. How can you be sure all young girls like pretty boys? Perhaps Qiandai isn't like that. She has been cultivating with me, and although she's a bit arrogant, she's very mature. She uses most of her time to cultivate, of course she doesn't have time to go home. Emo said plainly, she's mature, but Tang Qianbei, you aren't. There's no way that she wouldn't miss home at such a young age. She doesn't have much contact with home, her brother died for a few years and she wasn't furious. Why did she become furious after a few years? Of course we can understand that, as she didn't know at the time. But she's a Hollow Spirit State peak stage and Jade Woman's sect is an 8-star sect, so she could easily find a few Hollow Spirit State cultivators to go with her. Why did she call up Yi? Emo waved his hand, seeing Tang Mengrao was about to say something. Don't tell me that MOU had Wanyu sect's cultivators guarding, even if she didn't invite Yi. Do you think the Wanyu sect cultivators would help MOU? Tang Mengrao shook her head. No, Tang Mengrao knew Emo was suspicious of Qiandai, but she couldn't help but try to explain. She was only 22 10 years ago. If she could get along well with Yi, why couldn't it have been due to something other than looks? Plus, when they went to get revenge against MOU, Qiandai isn't a god. How would she know that Lin Zhongtian would go to Peihai City at this time? You overestimate her. She's only a girl in her 20s and she's only in her 30s now. Emo said calmly, I didn't say it's definitely her, but she is the most suspicious. She's not a god, but after she annihilated MOU she could have stayed there and waited for Lin Zhongtian. As long as Lin Zhongtian went to Peihai City and saw her, I think she would have a way to agitate Lin Zhongtian to kill Yi. This time, Tang Mengrao didn't rebuke him. She knew Emo was very reasonable with that. Thinking about this, Tang Mengrao actually began to believe Emo's words. But the innocent Ao Qiandai was said to be a very calculated person by Emo. Tang Mengrao not only didn't believe this but also revoked the Nathian. Meng Hanan said, Sister Tang, I feel Martial Brother Yi has some reason to his words. Many girls' schemes aren't based on age. Sometimes, young girls can also be very calculated. Ao Qiandai's actions have holes in them. If she really cared about her family, she wouldn't know of her brother's death only a few years later. Even if she didn't know, there was no way her father wouldn't tell her. Is it very hard to send news into the Jade Woman sect? If not, this is very suspicious. Tang Mengrao heard this and was shook.
it was all too easy for the Ao Chang Merchant Association to send news into the Jade Woman sect. Plus, Shen Dai was the prodigy of the sect, who would dare to hide news of her family from her. Meng Hanan said again, if Ao Chen Dai really caused this, I suspect that the news of Li Qishan finding Lin Zhongtian Shenbei already fell in her ears. So she went to Peihai City first. Tang Mangrao felt more uncomfortable hearing this. If this was all true, then they were the culprits for the attack on Peihai City and Broken Leaf City. Yemo asked, Sect Leader Tang, a few years ago during the Beast Tide, you left with a heavy injury and a powerful being came to Peihai City. Did that powerful being stop the spirit beast attack? Who is he and what's his power level? Tang Mangrao replied, yes, that cultivator is also a disaster transformation state cultivator. His power is on par with mine. On the surface, there are only 3 disaster transformation state tertiary stage cultivators in North Far State, but there are some that hiding in cultivation. Even during the beast tides, they usually don't come out. Do you think that cultivator would be able to protect Peihai City? Yemo asked. Tang Mangrao shook her head. I don't know, I also was thinking about this. I think he probably can. Yemo knew there was no point in asking further and could only speed Blue Moon up as much as possible. Chapter 1250, Broken Peihai City. Ming Xan could see the worry in Yemo's eyes and she suddenly said, with Blue Moon speed we can reach North Far State in half a month. Yemo immediately got up. I'm going to cultivate for half a month, hopefully I can reach Cauldron Filling State tertiary stage. Seeing this, Tang Mangrao and Ming Xian and Guangwei looked at each other. Reaching Cauldron Filling State tertiary stage from Cauldron Filling State level 6 in half a month? This was too absurd, but the other people didn't seem surprised. After a long while, Tang Mangrao looked at Ji Ling in confusion. Ji Qianbei, Yemo's talent has indeed never seen before, but breaking through to Cauldron Filling State tertiary stage in half a month, this seems, Ji Ling laughed. I won't believe other people, but I wouldn't doubt anything happening to brother Yemo. Even if he says he can break through to disaster transformation state in half a month, I don't believe that's impossible. Hearing this, Tang Mangrao and them were speechless. Yemo thought he might need to face high-level spirit beasts or Shan Di after he reached North Far State. He might be no match for Shan Di even if he reached Cauldron Filling State tertiary stage, but it was better for him the more powerful he was. After going into the Golden Page world, Yemo was prepared to use the extreme grade spirit range. He could use extreme grade spirit stones, but it wouldn't make the time formation disc run that fast. This meant the time formation disc wouldn't reach 12 times speed on extreme grade spirit stones. 13 days passed quickly and Yemo stopped cultivation. In 4 months or so, he used large amounts of Cauldron Essence pills and Stalagmite Benefit pills and barely reached Cauldron Filling State level 7, reaching Cauldron Filling State tertiary stage. Yemo felt a drastic increase in cultivation essence. His spirit sense increased and his understanding of domains also deepened. The reason Yemo stopped was because he wasted too many things. If these things were given to someone else, they might even be able to reach disaster transformation state from Qi gathering, but he wasted that in 4 months. Coming out of the Golden Page world, Yemo felt Blue Moon slow. He came to the front. Tang Mangrao looked at Yemo in shock. You really just used 2 weeks to reach Cauldron Filling State level 7? Yemo nodded and looked at the island outside in shock. We're already at Peiqi Island, why is it like this? Yemo had been here once before. This was a rather prosperous place and he bought the Diavoa beast core here. But now, this place was in shambles and ruins. There were no human cultivators and hardly any spirit beasts either. This is North Far State, after this island is Peihai City. This island was swept clean in the beast tide. There are no cultivators here anymore. In the past, the island would have been rebuilt soon after the beast tide, but now this still hasn't been rebuilt, meaning the beast tide isn't over, Ming Xian replied. Yemo sped up Blue Moon and in just 15 minutes, Peihai City appeared before them. A bloody smell lingered in the air. The formations around Peihai City were tattered but not shattered. Yemo could tell by the marks that there were masters repairing them. Yemo and the other spirit senses couldn't reach inside due to the formations and restrictions. There were a lot of spirit beasts surrounding the city, but they didn't attack. The city door was covered in blood and broken magic artifacts, but there were no bodies. Yemo breathed easy. At least the city wasn't broken now. He was a level 9 formation grandmaster. He could tell that the Peihai City had lasted a few years.
Even if they didn't come, the city could last another half a year, but it was hard to say beyond that. Marshal brother Yemo, the city hasn't been broken in yet. Guang Wei exclaimed. She knew Yemo was worried about the city. Ming Xin nodded.
It's more ruined than before. If we didn't come, it might not last more than a few months. Yemo agreed and scanned his spirit sense out. There were a lot of spirit beasts here, but not a lot of high-level ones. There were only 2 disaster transformation state middle stage beast cultivators and more than 10 cauldron filling states who were level 9 beasts. The rest were below level 9. There was a difference between spirit beasts and beast cultivators.
Other than rare powerful spirit beasts, most spirit beasts would have a divine damnation to morph into humans at level 9 peak to become beast cultivators.
Spirit beasts that cultivated to level 11 and 12 but still retained their spirit beast bodies were more powerful than beast cultivators of the same level.
With the power of this beast tide, it wasn't even enough to take on an 8-star sect in South Peace State, but in the North Far State, it was enough to take on more than half the state. Yemo felt a little easier, but seeing the Skylock formation outside the city, his mood worsened. The Skylock formation could lock the nearby space, making teleportation formation useless. The spirit beasts and beast cultivators set this up to stop Pei High City's cultivators from escaping. Yemo left a safe passage for MOU's people, and that was the teleportation formation.
Now that the space was locked, the teleportation formation would be useless. Blue Moon came outside the city immediately, and those spirit beasts noticed Blue Moon's arrival. The 2 disaster transformation state beast cultivators signaled the spirit beasts to keep attacking the city while they flew towards Blue Moon. The Pei High City cultivators released their magic artifacts and used formations to defend against the attack. Explosions sounded all over the city again and blood flew through the air. Every time cultivators or spirit beasts were killed, more would take their place. Yemo's spirit sense immediately scanned to Li Jingwen. He was nascent soul state level 3 now and fended off spirit beasts in one corner with a few cultivators wearing MOU's uniform. Then, he noticed Yi Ling and Jin Shaoshan behind him. He felt a little warm. Yi Ling wasn't as timid and soft as before. She was decisive in killing and was golden core state power. Their use of cultivation essence and spirit sense was very fluent. Yemo sighed. Trouble made people grow. Yi Ling would be fine roaming North Far State herself now. Seeing the 2 disaster transformation state beast cultivators come, Yemo glanced at Tang Mengrao. Sect leader Tang, I'll leave one of them to you? Tang Mengrao nodded. Ji Qianbei's pills are very good. My wounds are completely healed.
Ji Ling nodded. I'll take the remaining one. Meng Hanan looked at Yemo. What about me? Yemo pointed at those level 9 spirit beasts.
You can take on those with Air Taa, Tang, and Ming Xian and also man the ship.
Tang Yi immediately felt unhappy. Yemo, are you not letting me fight because I'm beast cultivator? I kill spirit beasts every day in the Heartless Sea, how can I watch? Air Taa, let's fight, otherwise we'll have nothing left if Yemo goes in.
Then, Tang Yi released his golden dragon drill and charged into the spirit beast crowd.
Dian Fengta followed too. The 2 disaster transformation state beast cultivators saw Ji Ling's disaster transformation state peak stage power and were shocked. Who other than Lin Zhongtian and Shan Di in North Far State had such power? As for Tang Mengrao, they had also recognized her. They immediately realized this was Tang Mengrao's helper, with the help of such masters. Numbers were pointless. But before they could order the beast tide to retreat, Ji Ling and Tang Mengrao released their magic artifacts.